Topstep opening call. I've been waiting all morning for this.
Who else has been waiting all morning for this? I have. JD, how about you? You've been waiting all morning?
All day, all night, all morning. I live for this. I really do.
Couldn't wait to get back here. It's like a good drug. Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV. So glad you could make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And once again, yes, we do have that front row seat for you. TopstepTV, the biggest and best names in the world are on our program. So you're not going to find anything else anywhere on the internet, just like TopstepTV. This is opening call. He is JD, and yes, I'm just that other guy. We have an informative and educational programming for you today and each and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you to reach your goal. It doesn't matter how slowly you go, so long as you do not stop. So keep pushing forward. You want that target, you want that goal, do not give up. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Well, yes, the man I call Blue Eyes. Good morning, JD. How are you, buddy?
What's up, Eddie? Feeling good. Had a couple days of chop. Maybe we'll get some movement today. We got some more Powell testimony coming out in a little bit. What do you say we get to it?
Let's get to it. Yes, as he did mention, Powell is returning to Capitol Hill because he likes the free lunch they gave him yesterday. Federal Reserve Jerome Powell returns to Capitol Hill later today for the second day of his semi-annual congressional testimony, this time before the House of Representatives. Now, Powell flagged the recent labor market cooling in the testimony before the Senate Bank Committee yesterday, an increasingly important factor in deciding when the U.S. Central Bank will start cutting rates. But boy, I tell you, if that's ever been a tease, I don't know. Quote, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Wait a minute, that's Kennedy. Why is Kennedy's quote here? It was Kennedy's. Here it is. Inflation. Elevated inflation is not the only risk we take. That is quoted by Mr. Powell, saying the labor market has cooled really significantly across many measures. Reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken the economic activity and employment. Powell said it was after noting the labor market conditions and indicators, saying that have returned to about where they stood in the eve of the pandemic. I remember seeing that one for sure. So market participants are taking these comments, preparing for the September cut. We'll see if there is going to be a September cut or any cut whatsoever. So we'll keep that in mind. Also, the Dow contracted about 20 points. We did see some big moves here. A little earlier this morning, we're down. The S&P climbed 0.1%. NASDAQ rose 0.2%. The S&P index, the tech-heavy NASDAQ composite, closed at a fresh record high yesterday. That was after the Fed head, Jerome Powell, hinted that we could see something. Oops, my goodness, I just lost my spot. Saying that we could have that September cut. We'll see if that's going to be happening. He did say the central banks could start easing monetary policy. And once again, the tease. Microsoft. You hear about this one, JD? They had an observer seat at the OpenAI, but they had given up their seat now. They're giving it to somebody else. Software giant stated that such a position was no longer necessary, given an improvement in the AI startup in the past 8 months. Sort of weird. But what do you got for us? And what economic numbers do you have today?
Sure. First, you mentioned free lunch for Powell on Capitol Hill. That was actually a Jeopardy trivia question on the show last week, if I recall. The oldest recipe on the menu in the cafeteria at Capitol Hill goes back over 100 years. Same recipe every single day for navy bean soup. So
Really?
if you're ever on Capitol Hill, check out the navy bean soup.
I like navy bean soup.
Yeah, who doesn't? Overnight, though, let's take a look at what happened in Asia. Stocks in Asia closed mixed overnight. Shanghai Composite down 0.68%. Nikkei up 0.61%, and the Hang Seng closed down 0.29%. Stocks in Europe trading higher this morning. The FTSE is up 0.5%, DAX is up 0.6%, and the CAC is also up 0.6%. We've got the VIX sitting at 1247 currently. U.S. dollar index at 105.04, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note is sitting resting at 4.28%. As far as economic calendar goes, we had the MBA mortgage applications out today. Composite week over week index came in at minus 0.2 compared to minus 2.6% last week. So picking up a little bit there. Powell testimony today, 9 o'clock. He's back at Congress, this time in front of the House Committee. I'm reading a quote from the Wall Street Journal here about his remarks from yesterday, saying that his remarks on Tuesday inched the Federal Reserve closer to cutting rates, and investors will be parsing today's answers from the Fed chair closely for any further clues into the policy. So headline risk will be on today. Keep your eye on the news throughout the morning. After that, we've got wholesale inventories out at 9 o'clock this morning, EIA petroleum status report at 9:30 Central Time, a 10-year note auction at noon Central Time, and then later this afternoon, a couple talking Feds. We've got Austin Goolsbee and Michelle Bowman speaking at 1:30 Central Time, and then Lisa Cook later tonight at 6:30. Don't forget, tomorrow and Friday, we've got those big inflation reports out. CPI due out tomorrow morning at 7:30 Central Time, and Friday, PPI at also at 7:30 Central Time. After that, on Friday, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report will be out. As far as our Mag 7 stocks, we only had two laggards yesterday. Google down 0.03% and Microsoft down 1.4%. Those are the only two of these seven in the red. Apple closed up 0.38%, Amazon up 0.03%. Meta up 0.13%. NVIDIA went ripping 2.5%, and also Tesla with a nice 3.7% rally yesterday. NVIDIA is now trading at 131.38, about $10 above its stock split price a couple weeks ago. That's what I've got for you. What's happening in the world of crude oil, Eddie? Anything new today?
Crudeness. Yeah, crude here. Right now, you're coming off. It looked like the buyers are going to be coming in here, but sellers taking over here right now. Last trade, 81.26. We did see the crude prices fall today, adding to the previous session losses as the weak Chinese inflation data rise concerns about the health of the second largest economy in the world. We did see that U.S. crude dropped 0.4%. Brent fell also 0.4%. Concerns over deflation in China, the world's largest importer of crude, weighed on the oil market today, although the bigger than expected draw, U.S. inventories had limited the losses. Now, yesterday we had the API, American Petroleum Institute, showed that U.S. oil inventories fell 1.9 million barrels last week. That's as the summer driving session continued. Both benchmarks lost about 3% in the previous three sessions, on signs that the Texas energy industry came off relatively unscathed from Hurricane Beryl. Well, they keep saying that, unscathed, but I see a lot of news and pictures of where people over in Texas just getting everything wiped out. But anyway, maybe it wasn't as bad as they thought it was, which is saying that. So keep your prayers going for anybody here for any of these natural disasters. All right, let's move on to tip of the week. Talking about stats. Yes, it is. Analyze your performance stats. How about trade frequency? Now, remember, analyzing stats is crucial. It's a crucial part of improving your performance and understanding trading habits. Number of trades executed over a specific period. High frequency trading might indicate overtrading, while the low frequency just might indicate missed opportunities. So keep that in mind. JD, what do you got?
Well, keeping track of your daily trading statistics does quite a bit as far as strategy optimization and I guess you could say identifying strengths and weaknesses. Does that make sense? when you identify patterns in your trading, you could discover certain ways to improve on it. Maybe certain times of day that you're trading better than other days. Of course, that's totally subjective. But you might discover that some strategies work better than other strategies during certain times of day. Also, you can highlight areas where you need to seek improvement just by looking at, say, your risk to reward ratio, trading certain strategies. What strategies are performing better than others at what certain times. So improving strengths and weaknesses and optimizing strategies, that's what studying your trading statistics is good for. It's a benefit for sure.
All right. All right. Appreciate that. And we do have some comments here from people in Texas. MA1 said we got hammered power back yesterday, but over 1 million still without power. Heat advisory today. That's really tough when you can't have that air on or so forth, but do the best you can. All right. Well, let's get to those charts and see what JD has for us today. What do you got there, JD?
Let's do it. All right, we are looking at a daily chart of the September contract in the S&P 500 futures. It was another tight range day for the ES, traded in just a 17 handle range yesterday, respecting both the 1 month and 5 month average daily ranges. I've got the 1 month average daily range at 31.95 and the 5 day at about 24.5 points. We settled at 56.31 quarter, up just 6 points on the day yesterday. Total volume was just over 1 million contracts traded, a bit on the lighter side again, and we lost about 1,600 in open interest. All right, so it was another, I guess you could call it, low participation hangover type of trading day yesterday, but we did print a new high at 56.45.75. We do have 5 consecutive days of higher prices. I'm not counting the 4th of July here. That was technically part of Friday's trading day. But the ranges have been condensing, getting tighter, and volume has been drying up during this move higher after we broke out of this range here. So this market is really just melting up while it waits for something to kind of give it a jolt. We mentioned we have more testimony from Powell coming in this morning on Capitol Hill. That might be just the kind of might be just what we need to get a little more movement in this market right now. But when I see volume pattern like this, decreasing volume with increasing prices, I mentioned this yesterday. This is sort of textbook technical analysis 101. This type of pattern, you want to, when you see it, you feel like a pullback is sort of imminent, increasing prices, decreasing volume, maybe start getting ready for a little bit of a dip. That's what it looks like to me, at least. Last week's high, 56.26 right here, held as a nice support area yesterday. I believe yesterday's low was 56.25. Yeah, held almost to the tick. I said yesterday's low. Monday's low, 56.26, held almost to the tick for yesterday's low. So that could be our line in the sand today. If we do start to rotate higher, we're trading on the overnight highs right now. We're kissing yesterday's high at the moment. So let's zoom into the 30-minute chart. Open this up just a bit. All right. So yesterday was pretty much a banger day. We played both sides of this overnight range. First the higher end, then the lower end. It was just a choppy day to say the least. We attempted to trade back inside of value for Monday, but couldn't quite gain any downside momentum. Monday's value area high I have at 56.30. Held nicely as a support, lined up nicely with that 56.26. Could be a good range to target to the downside today. 56.30 to 56.26 area. Monday's value area high 56.30. Monday's high. I'm sorry. I messed it up. So last week's high 56.26 and Monday's value area high at 56.30. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Could be a zone to take a nice cheap long from if we do trade down there today. If we continue to chop around, that is. So if you are playing ranges today, keep that risk tight. With the Powell testimony today, headline risk is on, like I said, and you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of a breakout. This morning, we have overnight inventory to the long side going into the open. It's been a pretty steady grind higher since about 2 o'clock this morning, Central Time, and we're trading on the upper end of our range right now. We did not make a new high. Did we make a new high just now? A few minutes ago? Yeah, we put in a new high at 56.46 half. A little bit of a double top there. Just by a couple ticks. Now we're moving back inside. We're not quite back inside value from yesterday, but we're trading back inside range. So again, we've got back-to-back, coming off back-to-back choppy days. It could continue today. So playing the range with tight risk parameters could be the right move early on. Keep an eye on the news, though. Powell starts speaking at 9 a.m. Central Time. Let's move over to our NASDAQ chart. Open that up a little. All right. So yesterday, the September contract traded in a 156 point range, respecting the 1 month average daily range, which was 197 points, but exceeding the 5-day average daily range, which was about 155 points. I get these average daily ranges from Edgeful, which is an excellent, very useful tool. We settled the day at 20,678 half, up 19 points on the day. Total volume was 570,000 contracts traded. A little better than Monday, but still not all that impressive in the greater scheme of things, I could say. We gained back that 5,000 in open interest that we lost on Monday also yesterday. So gained 5,000 in open interest. Here's that little bull flag formation that we broke out of last Wednesday. I drew this a couple days ago. Then we've got 6 days of higher closes on steadily decreasing volume, very similar to the ES. And it's the same volume pattern as the ES also. Increasing prices, decreasing volume, and decreasing volatility. It's getting stale. It's waiting for a jolt, something to wake it up right now. We had a nice breakout of this bull flag last week with decent follow through, so we could be entering maybe a little consolidation phase right now. But again, headline risk is on. I'm going to keep saying headline risk is on today, so keep your head on a swivel. Here's our 30-minute chart. Okay, so here's that 30-minute range that we had leading up to regular trading hours yesterday. After the 8:30 Central Time bell, we took out the overnight highs, printed a new all-time high at 20,711.75, fell back inside value from Monday. Unlike the ES, the initial balance here held as the high for the day in the NQ. In fact, the lower end of this little range here actually held as a nice resistance zone throughout the day. We retested this a couple of times and just bounced right back off of it. After that, we came back and spent a decent amount of time bouncing around Monday's settlement price, which is at around 20,660, and we closed just a little higher on the day. This morning, we've got overnight inventory to the long side, have not taken out the highs yet. ES printed a new all-time high overnight, and NASDAQ has not yet. We're still trading inside range, but just above value from yesterday. It doesn't look like we're going to open with a gap higher here. So just like the ES, the move to sit tight and wait for better trade locations going into the open. If this chop fest kind of continues like it has the last couple of days, you don't want to get caught in the middle of it. Wait for the ranges to develop and fade the extremes. Keep your risk tight and an eye on the news. One rogue headline could cause some serious slippage in your stops today if you're not paying attention. Let's bust over to crude oil. Here's our daily of the August crude oil contract. Yesterday traded in a $1.23 range, respecting both the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges. Edgeful has the 1 month ADR at $1.43 and the 5-day at $1.33. We settled the day at 81.41, down 92 cents on the day. Total volume, kind of light here too, 297,000 contracts traded yesterday. A little better than Monday, not a whole lot though. And we lost another 9,600 in open interest. The September contract in crude oil has now overtaken the August contract in open interest, but the bulk of the volume is still being traded in the August contract. We'll keep you posted on the crude oil roll as it gets closer. If you're trading on TopstepX, you don't need to worry about it because we will automatically roll your platform for you. If you're not trading on TopstepX, we will keep you apprised of the roll as it moves forward. So here is the last couple weeks. Here's how the last couple weeks played out, I should say. Down here we have congestion, followed by upside breakout, followed by congestion, followed by a downside breakout. Now we're right back in the middle of this range going back to mid-June. Yesterday we tested our weekly kickoff low here at 81.50, bounced right off of it, closed just above it. Overnight we got some more downside follow through. Volume has been a bit light, but it is increasing a little bit, so this break does have some validity, a little bit of strength to it. I think it will take a pretty healthy push to break out below the lower end of this range here, which ties into this high going back to May 29th. Let me just draw this in real quick. There's a decent zone to look for here. Let's call it a 80-60 to 80-20 area. I think it's going to take a lot to break through here, but this could turn into a nice target area if you're looking to trade from the short side today. Let's zoom into a 30-minute chart real quick. Get a better look at that zone I just drew. All right. Here is yesterday's price action. We opened yesterday with a gap lower. See it here. Right on the 8 o'clock open, we returned to fill that gap right on the regular trading hours open. Tested the lower end of this consolidation range from last week, then ran lower to take out the initial balance low and test the weekly kickoff low down here at 81.50. We chopped around there for quite a bit. After that, we just came back to settle right near the volume point of control, which I have at 81.91. Pretty whippy price action in crude oil yesterday. This morning, some decent movement. It's sideways movement, but it's been a bit volatile. We took out yesterday's lows, rallied back into value from yesterday, and then we started to fall out of bed again just recently. We're back below weekly kickoff low, tested it a couple more times going into the open. We tested it right on the 8 o'clock Central Time open, and now we're coming off of it just a little bit right now. It did not open with a gap. We opened inside range, but outside value from yesterday. We're trading a little bit lower now. We have not yet taken out the overnight lows. I do like to see overnight lows taken out. So that would be our first step, our first stop, I should say. Overnight low right now is at 80.81. And then I have this zone down here, call it 80.60 to 80.20. Didn't line up just right, but again, I think this is a good downside target if you're playing it from the short side today and this weakness continues. This could be a good area to start maybe scaling in a position or taking a nice cheap long position with a defined risk. All right, last but not least, we got 1 minute left. Let's hit the gold. I need a daily chart though. All right. So, in all, yesterday, August contract in gold traded in a $22 range, settled at 2367.9, up $4.40 on the day. Total volume was 252,000 contracts traded, and we lost more than 26,000 in open interest. So again, here's that big symmetrical triangle that we've been talking about. Broke out last Wednesday, closed above the upper trend line here. Got some nice follow through with this rip higher on Friday on decent volume. Monday, definitely an inside day. Looked like we were going to return to test the upper trend line. Didn't quite make it down there. Yesterday, we tested Friday's low down here, bounced right off. Friday's low was at 23.56. Yesterday's low was 23.56. Hit it to the tick. Couldn't break through it though. This morning, we see some buyers stepping in early. There's some major indecision in this market right now. We're still right in the middle of this range going back here to back to April. And as I mentioned yesterday, we've seen a number of large technical patterns fail to play out in this market the last couple of months. I mentioned them yesterday. I'll mention them again. We had this double top here, failed to follow through. We had a bearish ascending wedge pattern, failed to follow through. I'm not going to draw them in right now. And now we have this giant symmetrical triangle, which broke out We broke out of last week, and we're still waiting for some real momentum higher, some follow through higher, just not getting it. At the end of the day, this market remains range bound, and that's about it. 30-minute chart, real quick. All right. Yesterday, you spent most of the day trading inside range, inside value from Monday. Took out Monday's high by just a few tickies, then rotated back inside value to close right around Monday's settlement price, just a few dollars higher on the day. This morning, overnight inventory long into the open. Opening with a gap higher, so gap rules do apply in the gold market today. If prices don't return to fill this gap in a timely fashion, then we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. In this case, that would be higher. Our gap fill will be yesterday's regular trading hours high at 23.7830. Overnight, that's about it. We're out of time, aren't we? It's 8:26. Okay, that's it. Your gap fill, 23.7830. Gapping higher in gold. All right, let's wrap it up, Eddie.
All right, my friends, don't go away here because we got Andre, MP, Deanna, and Nick for a tick coming up here for Fast Markets, and we'll be right back.
All right,
Yes.
we're live. We're live. Welcome to TopstepTV, everybody. This is Fast Markets. About 1 minute after the bell came in, no big deal. It's really popping off the open right there. The man to the right, my goodness, look at that beautiful cowboy hat on top of his head. That is Nick for a tick. Lovely lady in the middle. That is Deanna. Let's get right into it. D, what are we looking at here on the open? Seeing some sellers in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I mean, there's some value in potential gap fill on ES because we're opening inside range but outside of value. Apart from that, I don't really see all that much. I looked at some stats for gold gap fill on Wednesdays. They're not looking that great. They're about 50-50, so I'm gonna give it some time. And crude oil, I think we've got inventories today, so my favorite day.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be sat on my hands for a while, just looking at data, waking up, and caffeinating as usual. So yeah, some patience here, I think,
Excellent.
is required. Yeah.
And that cowboy over there. Please explain
There's
why
the
you're wearing the
cowboy.
hat. Please explain why you look so good in that hat. Yes, just go talk to us, Nick, for a tick.
I guess when you're a trader and Eddie, I guess when you have kind of proved that you can trade just about any asset, just by looking at things and kind of making it work, and you win the Stetson's challenge here at Topstep, you gotta rep the hat the second you get it. So I received it late last week and figured I gotta throw this on and have a little fun on the show today.
Absolutely. Well, you look great in it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well earned, well deserved. All right, so let's get back to the markets.
He almost said they have a little fun on the show today.
Looking good, looking good. All right, we got sellers coming out here in the
Sellers
NASDAQ.
stepping in.
Yeah, Dow shot out of it. Again, Dow just doing weird things on the opens.
Mhm.
S&P's very, very quiet lately. Not a whole lot going on there. Nick, what are we looking at for levels? NASDAQ, bullish, bearish? Or are we just sitting on our hands? What do we do? What are we here thinking about?
Well, we're sitting at all-time highs in the middle of the summer, so there's not a whole lot to do outside of look for a dip to buy. We are basically sitting with all the overnight inventory probably being long, more or less. I mean, we kind of had a weird algorithmic, just, almost like no downticks the entire Euro session or Euro open until now. So realistically, I'm looking for maybe a rotation down towards the 700s, kind of the overnight low in that 690 area to potentially long. Otherwise, I'm getting ready to hit the air horns here and kick us off with another new all-time high.
Well, let's have fun today as we continue to do that. Yes, that black Stetson does look the best, says Scott H. Here we go. SSS, like your levels, watching for 563 for a gap fill in ES. 563 or 5634 downside for a gap fill. Keep an eye on that. Dow catching a bid. NASDAQ coming right up to VWAP. I got VWAP at 20,734. Last trade, 20,738. Pinned to the top of the chat, you will see Topstep daily levels. I always have those open on my screen. We got a new format, which is a lot easier to digest. So we'll take a look here as the trade goes on. We'll have that house account open here in a little bit when MP does get in. A quick look at the tilt. 74% short in the ES right now. It's a bit heavier than we see most of the week. YM 75% long. Right now, looking at the 74% short in the ES. Yesterday, we did have Powell speaking. We got a little more of that. Eddie, I'm going to throw it to my man, Eddie. He's been taking a look at the calendar he's been on since opening call. Eddie, what do we got for economic numbers today on the calendar?
Coming up in just a few. Top of the hour here, we're going to have our good friend Jerome Powell going to be speaking his second of the week. Also, we will be having wholesale trade sales during that time. In about an hour, crude oil inventories. Scrolling down here, we also do have at 11 o'clock Atlanta Fed. Got a 12 o'clock 10-year note auction. And a little later on today, Goolsby will be speaking in the afternoon, followed actually at the same time, FOMC member Bowman. So there you have it. Little later this evening, Governor Cook will be speaking. But that's all I've got right now, and I'll keep an eye on the wire for us. Back to you, Andre.
You did a great job yesterday keeping your eye on the wire. With the Powell testimony, nothing really market moving or earth shattering out of him. He did a good job navigating those questions. Again, those questions aren't exactly the most hard hitting. I think Kennedy went after him pretty decent there on the Hill. We'll see what the representatives have in store for Mr. Powell today. Pretty quiet open here, D. Again, SSS in the chat looking for a gap fill in the ES at 56.34. We're currently trading 56.41.
Yeah, that is a valid trade. Yeah, it's not the biggest profit margin, which is why I'm like not too keen on it. I would actually like to see it go into a bit of a value acceptance, which would improve the profit margin on that trade. And then after that, it's buy the dip time, so same old, same old. But yeah, this is the reason why I'm not too keen on the gap fill, because there's just not that much space until we actually do hit the value high.
Sure.
And VWAP as well.
Yes. Hey, D, I was listening to Marcus talking with D yesterday and said you're back to pretty much full-time trading crude. What changed? I heard you say you're kind of changing your strategies, changing up, adapting. Yeah. Can you please recap what you're talking about in Marcus talking with D yesterday?
It was, sure, yeah. So it was mostly to do with timing of the entries. So obviously we have crude oil that's vastly reduced its liquidity, and on a day-to-day basis, the range that we are facing now is about 100, 115 ticks, as opposed to 300, 400, or 500 ticks that we had literally only like a year or two ago. So that required a little bit of an adaptation with the entry timing. So what I'm doing now, I'm mainly looking for failure of the breakouts, and then I'm using both Bookmap and 1 minute time frame to try and get in on the very edges of those ranges, like sort of like looking for those stop runs, and then for another candle to come back into the range a little bit before I basically get involved. And that's that's really the only thing that I've changed. But it took a while. It probably took me about 3 months to really get it honed to where I want it to be. I was also able to reduce my stop loss down to about 17 ticks rather than 35, because I felt that 35 ticks in a 100 tick range is a little bit too big. So I was just looking for ways to optimize that. I looked at a lot of my stats and how I can make it better. So a lot of journaling and a lot of testing, quite a few combines to see whether I can make it work. And then once I was reasonably confident in what I was doing, I just started doing that on my lives. So that's pretty much it. So it was just mainly the timing issue for me. The setups are still the same. Still looking for failed auctions or sustained auctions. The levels are still the same. So everything else remains pretty static. It was just like the timing of the entries that I was working on.
Well done. Very veteran trader right there. Adapting, changing, testing, combine, sim trading, practicing, back on the live. Yeah. Both these traders made 4 figures yesterday. Good on you, D. That's really awesome to see. That's big league stuff right there. That's big league stuff right there.
Yep.
All right, let's get back in the markets. There's some liquidity. Man, there's the ladder here on the S&Ps. Downside, I'm seeing some, we got about 1,000 sitting at the 56.39, quarter to 56.38 and 3/4, about 1,000 sitting on the bid there. To the upside, near the highs of the day, 56.45 all the way up to 56.45.50. There's about another 1,000 sitting on the offer there. Liquidity upside and downside. Nick, you were waiting for CPI to come out this morning and it never came. How did you spend those 45 minutes realizing that that number was never going to come?
I don't know. This is one of those moments where I'm clearly in an interesting headspace when I think CPI is today. I don't actually know what day it is yet. I know I'm going on TopstepTV. But yeah, I thought CPI was this morning. So naturally, instead of doing my typical, morning run, workout, whatever it is in the pre-market, I decided to grab some coffee and sit here at my desk and just kind of be hanging out, watching, doing a few things, waiting for the CPI number at 7:30 a.m. my time. And that CPI number never came. And once I realized, that's tomorrow. Oops. So yeah, it's important to check financial juice, check Topstep X and look at the news releases, the data drops, and have an idea of what day it is.
When did you realize? When did you realize?
7:31.
Yep.
When I didn't see a kind of seizure candle in NQ, I assumed, it must not have released today.
I love it. All right, we'll get him today. We've got Powell coming up here in about 19 minutes. Okay, so Nick, I guess where I was going with that. Have you made any trades yet today?
No, not in my live account. Like I said, I'm looking for kind of the high sixes, low sevens to potentially long. Yeah, so nothing I'm really jumping out of the gate here to do just yet.
Cool. D, any trades yet?
No trades yet. So
great.
I'm still waiting. So I typically try not to get involved before the initial balance. And today I kind of did some other stuff, so I didn't even trade London. So yeah,
Okay.
I'm just literally just kind of starting my day now.
All right. Well, we were talking about this on Power Hour yesterday with Austin Silver. The initial balance. D, can you talk to us about the initial balance and how long it takes for it to be established?
It's typically
And why
1
it's
hour
important.
of the regular trading hours of the product that you're trading, which will be slightly different for equities. It's going to be slightly different for crude oil. It's going to be slightly different for gold as well. But all in all, it is that first hour of the day. I base my decisions on what sort of an auction do we have, depending on how the price acts around the edges of the initial balance. So, and whether we're extending it to both sides or only to one side. If you get an extension to both sides at some point of the day, that typically minimizes the odds of trending moves. So you shouldn't be looking for breakouts unless we have some very specific things happening or some kind of a catalyst. But usually when you see the double extension, double breakout of the initial balance, you can potentially look for a level to fade the move either side. So that's been something that, that happens very frequently during the summertime.
Yep.
If you have the single-sided extensions, then you can look at how strong that auction is. And to me, 11 years ago, when I was first introduced to the concept, it was a complete game changer to what I was looking at. It's like suddenly I had context that I never had before. And that's why I keep it to this day. And this is also why I don't really like to get involved during the initial balance, because I feel like I don't have enough context about the kind of day that we have. And typically every time I am patient and I stick away from trading the initial balance, my day goes really well. Every time I broke that rule, it always came back to just smack me right across my face. So obviously I stopped doing that because nobody likes to be smacked in the face.
No.
I think.
Not enjoyable.
Yeah, and initial balance is something that anyone can include in their trading. Even if you're not into profile, you can still look at that first hour, just pop a couple of lines and see how the price reacts around it.
Speaking of how price reacts, hit view app in, bounced right off of it. Well, not bounced, kind of traded through it. About 9 points. Nasdaq buyers did step in. Let's see if we can make move all-time highs here. Oil trading, $81.06. Low day, $81.05. Or I'm sorry, gold not doing a whole heck of a lot just yet. For the time being, Nick, are we just gonna be patient today? What are we looking for? Are you just gonna be buying pullbacks?
I mean,
I'm
I'm assuming we're going to make a new all-time high here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm planning to be patient. I've done better the last few days. I'm kind of being patient, letting at least the 30-minute opening range kind of set. It just seems like sellers are kind of getting nowhere. We've had a little bit of downside momentum. It seems like almost every session, maybe in the first few minutes, and then they just tend to get ripped shortly thereafter to a new all-time high, at least for the last 5 or 6 sessions. So I kind of been waiting for that, whatever you want to call that, institution-driven, algorithmic, whatever. Let that kind of clear itself out and then see if I can take a trade to either side, whether that's a rare thing for me, which would be joining longs after they make a new all-time high, most likely trying to short it. But with a weird day today, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, with some weird pre-CPI hedging moves. We've got Powell talking, so I'm not in a giant rush to do really anything today, because the day before CPI, historically, I feel like you get a couple random moves out of nowhere in both directions. So it is a day to remember to kind of just be smart. And if you get a couple wins, there's nothing wrong with, walking away for the rest of the day.
Hey, Nick, I want to touch on one thing that you, when you first came on, you were very keen to what's going on in the options and the S and the SPY. What have you seen in the options lately in the ES? Because you got that right there in front of you. So I want to get what's your take? What are you seeing there in the options?
Yeah, the zero DTEers are just not I mean, it's summer, so they're not being as aggressive. I mean, they're doing things, but they're waiting to the last like 10, 15 minutes in the day. So I don't put as much weight on it anymore.
Gotcha.
I would say to start the session, I more so am looking at the last, where is it sitting at power hour, which I don't really trade. And then where is it sitting kind of the last 30 minutes as we head into MOC and things like that. They just, I think it's a lot of the time that the option guys are clearly on vacation right now. And, maybe it's the interns or whoever using billions of leverage to kind of move markets in the last few minutes, but they haven't been as active for the last few weeks. So for me, I just haven't been paying as much of attention to it outside of the big round number strike, which right now is 5,600. Outside of us tagging that, I would not be looking for, much anything crazier beyond that, just given the low volume and everything else we're seeing. And we're about 10 points below that on the ES to SPX spread, basically, right now. I think it's roughly about 10 points higher would get us 5,600. Yep.
Okay, great.
But yeah, it's still important, but I'm waiting for those option traders and the guys at the option desk that have been kind of moving markets for the last year or so to kind of come back when the volume comes back. So realistically, I think that's important again as we get closer to Jackson Hole and, kind of when August and September volume kind of comes back.
Yes. Okay. Makes sense. So they kind of just been low volume. I wonder where they went because you typically got your good eye on that. Hey, Apple trading new all-time highs. Looks like Apple and Microsoft have been doing the heavy lifting for this move higher. Gold making new highs now, 23.90 20 cents, 23.90 20 cents. New highs there. Last trade 23.89.
With gold, I did say that I looked at some stats, and typically when you have it open outside of value and range, you can potentially look for a gap fill, but the stats around gap fills on Wednesdays on gold are not that great. They're kind of like 50-50 across the board, like whatever sample size I was looking at. So that's why I'm not that keen on it. There is a weekly supply at 23.91.6. So maybe if we get into that zone, I might want to have a look at some shorts potentially, because we're going to be coming into some top of the ranges and areas where some previous sellers used to have their inventory. But I'm stuttering today. So yeah, well, I might have a look at that area all the way up to 23.95. Then if I don't see anything obvious, probably wait for even more data to come through. I see that somebody in the chat was like, oh, does D even trade anymore? Yes, D trades. D is basically $2,000 up on the week, dude. just because I might not, yeah, exactly, I know. So just because I might not rush into trades here, we've done house account trades. And, obviously I have been trading my live account. Not everything has to be on air,
On camera. For the 2 hours she's on right now on Topstep TV, there's another 21 hours of market time that's open that can definitely be traded.
Imagine that. Yeah.
Imagine that. So really quick, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you will see the hashtag Fast Markets. You would so kindly hit us up on Twitter, X. Yeah, my man. That means new all-time highs. That means new all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Can we see 20,800 today? Absolutely, we can see it. But new all-time highs. Cowboy Nick there is on the air horn all day today. Like a
Here
DJ
we go again.
Here we go again. Anyways, hashtag Fast Markets, upper left-hand corner. Hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on X. Show us your swag, your memes, your battle stations, live funded trading certificates, all that good stuff that you think you'd love to share here on Fast Markets. We'll turn that around to you guys in about a couple hours. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to make new all-time highs as the cowboy, the sheriff in the lower right there, or at the bottom, is on patrol.
I mean,
new all-time highs.
Everything is green outside of basically Meta today and the stocks that matter. And Meta is basically flat.
It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. 21,000s. The chat is calling for 21,000s. See why we can't do that by end of week. It's only Wednesday.
I mean, I made the joke when we were trading at like 16,000 a couple months ago that if I get a SPX, if I get an NQ 20,000 Texas license plate to throw on my truck, that, it basically will signify a limit down or, just finally we'll sell off this market. And keep in mind, this is a couple months ago. And of course, we've now pierced that. So clearly I need to just shoot a little higher and go, NQ 30,000 is my license plate. And maybe that'll finally get us a correction.
Yeah.
30K. 30K. Yep.
The way it's going, we're going to get there by the end of August,
Exactly. So clearly, I will make that sacrifice for the rest of us so that we can get a pullback to buy, in our 401ks, as well as, your personal portfolios, as well as bring volatility back to this market. I'm happily able to fall on that sword for everyone.
The sacrificial lamb here for Topstep TV. Nick for a tick. Doing yeoman's work, trying to push these markets higher. Thank you for that, Nick. But in the meantime, we'll see how it trades out. Pretty quiet on the open right here. To be expected. We got more Powell stuff coming out in about 9 minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a rinse and a repeat from yesterday, but hey, anything can happen. Anything can change. Maybe one of those Congress people actually ask a good question that does provide some insight. Nick,
and then everything is going to go crazy again. And we're going to go to new all-time highs.
I don't think I've ever heard someone testifying on Congress be asked an intelligent question by any of our government branches at this point.
That would be yes. But anything can happen. Likely will not, but just in case.
Nothing will ever top when the the CEOs of Apple, Google, and all the big tech companies were up there, and you could tell that nobody in our Congress is well educated on technology or who owns what, who creates what, who's built what. And some of the questions were just horrifying as someone that grew up with the birth of the internet and things like that. And you're like, what? These are the people making laws. It's kind of crazy.
Yep. They were asking what is Facebook or something? What is
the TikTok guy who was he was testifying or something? I don't know. They were asking him questions.
They were asking Tim Cook about Google, when I Google something, and it's just like what are we doing here, guys?
You think their clerks? You think their clerks could at least tune them in and hold them in with some decent questions? Even the clerks were failing them. But yes, that was an absolute cluster, if you will.
There was a British TV show back in the 90s called The IT Crowd. Was it in the 90s? Might have been the 2000s. But in there you had an episode about IT support guys. It was a comedy sitcom.
Amazing.
So one of the women who works with them, she knows nothing about technology. So the two dudes decided to play a prank on her. She was supposed to give this big presentation, and they're like, right, well, I'm going to give you this box. It is the internet. Just this one box. Don't destroy it. Don't touch it. You can't drop it because you're going to destroy the internet. So she goes into this big boardroom meeting, talking about, the internet. And these two guys are thinking, my God, she's just going to get so laughed at. And all of the kind of serious business guys are like, wow, that's the internet.
That's it right there.
Wow. And that's pretty much it. It's like the internet. There it is.
That's those are the elected representatives here in the States. I don't know, are the members of Parliament as sharp as our members of Congress, D?
Wouldn't
worse, right?
bet on that. Yes, I mean, they come from all walks of life, I think. So a lot of them are not necessarily tech savvy,
Yep.
So I don't know how you can be not tech savvy in this day and age, but here we are. So yeah, that's who's running our countries.
Yep. It seems as though the chat does love the IT crowd.
Yeah, IT Crowd was a brilliant show. Yeah. One of my favorites.
All right, well, we're still seeing gold pushing higher here. D, I said you think you said you saw the supply zone perhaps right in this area right here. Perhaps taking a short.
Yeah.
What would you,
Yes.
okay, so you saw we're into that supply zone right now. What would you look for in terms of formation, consolidation in order to actually pull a trigger and take a short?
Well, the first thing is that we stop freaking to the upside, obviously. I would also like to see some sellers stepping in on the ladder and then them having some sort of an effect in price. Maybe seeing a bit of an exhaustion volume candle somewhere. And then just seeing a very nice solid reversal from those levels that might hold potential for follow through. Right now, I'm not seeing that, so I'm just sitting on my hands. I have the ADR high level at 94, but then we have the round number at 95. So this whole zone here of about, of about 40 ticks is my zone of interest for shorts. But then if we don't get that, then obviously I have to sit on my hands and just stay out because it's not a part of my plan to be involved this high up into the supplies and do long trades into opposing zones. That's something that I try not to do ever.
Ever.
And Andres, since you're asking me so much about options, I will say this: it seems like the SPX guys have been a little lighter of late, but I think there's been a lot of single stock call buying and things like that the last few weeks. Like I think we've seen it in Tesla. Obviously, you've seen it in Nvidia and Apple, and Amazon coming at a big round number at 200. And I know the triple Qs are sitting right at 500, so that may act as a little bit of resistance today. Okay. It may take some aggressive call buying in those single names to kind of push us over that 500 number. I don't look at the Qs option chain that much because I think SPX and SPY get a lot more volume. But when you trade NQ like I do, it is still something to keep an eye on, at least for the the 50s, the 75s, and the big round zero numbers. So I think that's a big psychological number at 500 for the triple Qs. So just something to watch today as we are sitting right on it.
So 3 minutes, and our good friend Jerome will be hitting the podium.
Thank you, Eddie. And then we also got wholesale inventories as well, Eddie.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, right? They're looking at 3%, prior 0.1%.
Prior.
Wholesale sales, month over month. Wholesale sales.
Oh, we got 10-year
and
auction
inventory is looking at 0.6.
We do.
Also 0.6 previous.
All right, so we got some stuff down the pipeline coming at us.
I didn't know CPI wasn't today, but I did know it was a 10-year auction, in fact, today.
Well, hey, the important stuff, Nick. Oh, good.
I guess so. Well, I think what it was too, like last night as I'm perusing the internet and Twitter and things, and you see everyone putting out, I think it was JP Morgan's, maybe it was B of A's CPI projections. Yeah. Like if we're at a 3% or 0.3% like month over month, it'll lead to like a 2% rally, and you kind of scratch your head still when you see that. It's like, so we're still having increases month over month in inflation, but that'll spark another 2% rally. All right. But yeah, I think that's kind of why I was sitting there thinking, oh, it's tomorrow, because I'm seeing those type of data points come out.
Awesome. Yeah, I hear you. All good. This didn't cost you any money. El Calvi in the chat says, new Coach T is really awesome. Thank you, Topstep X team. Thank you. Yeah, we rolled out the performance dashboard this week here on Topstep X. Give it a click. Check out your stats, real-time insights. We're turning it back to you so you can make better decisions. Illuminate some things maybe perhaps you weren't aware of in your trading. This is the day of the week thing. It really intrigues me. So obviously we're about 3 days into it. Give it a month or so.
Yeah,
What's up,
I would like to see the. I don't know whether it's on there, but I would like to see the hour of day. I think that's one metric that I was looking at a lot when I was still developing my whole approach.
Awesome.
So it's rather than day of the week, I think going more granular with which hour you suck at. So maybe you can avoid that.
Yep.
Is a lot more useful.
Absolutely. This is just version 1.0. It's just going to get better. Keep iterating. Mm-hmm. Yes, time of day, absolutely. Lunchtime trading. I think, D, when we first got on here, I first met you, you talked about the day in 3 different segments, right? You had the morning, the lunch, and the afternoon. Yeah. Can you talk about that?
That's right. Yeah, that's more to do with the underlying market structure and how the day flows. So you obviously have that first hour of trading when you have a lot of volume, a lot of volatility, not really a clear direction. So it might be good for scalpers, but it's not good for my style of trading. Once that's done, I have my prime first part of the day, which will be looking at the auction. So are we breaking outside of the initial balance? How strong that move is? Can we fade that maybe? But even that first sort of 15 to 30 minutes after the initial balance can be a little bit twitchy. And for some people, especially if you trade NQ, you can really get run over.
We got our numbers out here right now. Wholesale inventories month over month, 0.6%. U.S. wholesale sales month over month, 0.4. They were looking at a 0.3, coming in a little bit better at 0.4%. And back to you, Deanna. Sorry.
And with that.
Hey.
Where? Wait. And NASDAQ or S&Ps?
Yes.
Where what?
In the S&P.
Okay, yes. Gotcha. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah. Both sides. All right, cool. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so once you have that initial balance done, and you might find the first trade after that, that would pretty much be the end of the first part of the day for me. And then you have the New York lunchtime when everything slows down. But at the same time, on certain days, you can't find fades of the moves because that kind of comes off after the euro close. So that might be a second trade that I'm doing that I started just at the end of that first part after the initial balance. Once that's over, you typically get yet another reversal into settlement on gold and crude oil. And then in ES, you typically get yet another reversal or a short squeeze or whatever is happening for the last hour of the day. So I like to partial my day into those sort of segments with clear anticipation of what the price behavior and price activity should be doing. So hopefully somebody else can maybe look at that because it applies to all markets to a degree. And you can see if you can find some moves that happen pretty frequently, and you can take advantage of that. That's pretty much what we do here, right?
Yes, absolutely. All right, S&Ps did make two all-time highs.
New all-time highs.
Well, remember it was 72% short in the tilt, and we continue to rally. A lot of times these rallies are fueled by the shorts that are just puking to the upside here. My volume pretty light going in. Here's a new one. Here we go, pushing higher. See if we keep this party going. See if gold can push into the 2400. See if we get with some resistance at 2400 in gold.
Lines up with my level.
Yep. D's favorite number coming out here at the bottom of the hour. EIA crude inventories. We'll see if we get that party started. If you remember last week, major miss by like 12 million barrels.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. Went up, went down, ended up in the middle.
In the middle, just like you said. That was a holiday trade, but again, it was a whole bunch of nothing. A storm in a teacup, if you will.
Yeah. Storm in a teacup. Yeah.
We will see if we can keep that party going here at the bottom of the hour. Yes. Minus 12 million barrels last week.
Yeah.
Big miss. Time being, Powell has started, but we're not seeing much coming off the TV or wire just yet. I assume the prepared remarks will be the same as yesterday. Questions will not be much more difficult or illuminating, but yeah. So, all right, you said D's at 2400s in gold, so it has been resistance, correct? Because every time I see 2400s, I see you get bounced back.
2394. We're not quite at 2400 yet, but there is some supply here. I have the average daily range right at 2394. We sort of tried to go up there. Now I've been kind of tracking what's going on Bookmap. We've built some orders at the top, so there might be little trade there. Let's see what happens here. I would like to get it a little bit closer to the top, primarily because we're in the summertime, and chasing momentum trades either side with massive stops is not really the way to go. So I would like to see the price retest that 91.5, 92 area, maybe even all the way up to 93. And then that will be something to look out for. There's a stack of orders around this level, but also slightly further up at 23.93 where we turned around. So they might want to go grab some liquidity up there before they decide to turn around. So again, a little bit of patience here. We really need very, very good trade locations in these markets. Otherwise, what are we doing?
Right. All right. Well, we're trading right now in the S&Ps. New highs coming at you. Currently trading 56.48, if you will. 56.48. Not a level. Yesterday's high was 45.75.
Yeah.
All-time high.
It is a level.
Yeah. I mean, these levels, everything's just all-time highs. I mean, these levels, it was just higher. Nick, I don't know. We just got to wait for a pullback. My man, Jay, there's Jay. We'll measure what the pullbacks are in NASDAQ and ES. Hopefully, Jay, you can turn that around to me. Just give us an idea of what a pullback may look like. Might need some more time here in the trade. We're only 35 minutes into the session, but what's up, man? Yay!
I don't know if we can even call them pullbacks at this point. I think they're just generational lows.
Man, what a time to be alive. What pretty much are. How do we get in? We gotta.
I don't know. I wanted to get into 700. We made it to 720, so it kind of says everything you need to know. Just buy it somewhere.
But buy it somewhere. Oh, it's tricky. But see if we get a pullback of any sort. Buyers just do step in. New Topstep X suggestion. Built-in air horn alert for all-time highs. Ooh. Thank you. Jay Cook
Yeah,
saying
that would get annoying quickly.
yeah, especially these days lately. All-time highs. But my man Jay Cook, 25 points is about the average. That's it. 25 points in the NASDAQ pullback. Thank you, Jay.
New all-time high.
As speaking of Jay, check out Coach Jay and Dakota on Slow Markets this evening. Let's hear the dynamic duo. 8 p.m. Central, Slow Markets. All right, come up to 5650s. 5650s, take a look at the Topstep daily levels. We're above those, and we're just plowing through all these levels. What's resistance? There's no such thing as resistance.
Yeah, what is resistance?
I don't know.
I'm not familiar with that word.
Yeah,
We just go up.
Yeah, keep looking here. So it's gonna be tricky. Obviously, the move is to the upside. If you are going to get short, there you go. So the pullbacks, when Jay says it's a pullback of 25 points, you are looking to get short. That's about the max you're going to take on average, right, Nick? Pretty much the max you can look to take out of taking a short here in the NQ.
I mean, that fits exactly to the way I have been shorting this market, which is get your points and run away.
Yeah.
Literally run away and don't come back. If you made money shorting this market, you should probably just lock yourself out for the day and come back tomorrow and try it again.
There you go. So yes, shorts are.
I mean, that's what I did. I had one trade in NQ yesterday. I made $2,000, and it was one and done. It was literally a 5 lot, I think, for like 22 points.
Ooh, I like it. Got away with an in and out. There you go. So that's very sage advice there, because 22 points averages to 25 points. He pretty much maxed out that trade.
Yeah,
good on you. Both these traders, you're looking at right here,
the platform and walked away.
Good job. Both these traders made 4 figures yesterday. You're looking at the real deal, real trades, real execution, real accounts, real P&Ls. Only here on TopstepTV.
No, you can post on Twitter.
Yes.
Made my money in 3 seconds, and now I'm done.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Speaking of slow markets with Coach Jay and Coach Dakota, a little birdie told me it's okay to tease this. I think you'll like what's coming your way. There's going to be something y'all will really love in slow markets tonight. Wink, wink, if you catch my drift. I get a little smoky in slow markets this evening. So please tune in slow markets, 8 p.m. Central. Coach Jay, Coach Dakota will be kicking off the party this evening. You guys are really going to like what you see in slow markets this evening. But as we do that, we got a 500 lot sitting at 56.50 in the ES. 500 lot sitting on the offer, 56.50. NQ pushing higher as well. New all-time highs, both sides. See if we can get 50s go
right
bad.
in.
Boom,
At
boom,
720, boom. And it's just kind of like the plan was to long at 700. And it's like this is like the 3rd day in a row. I feel like you got a little bit of a sell. We didn't quite get to, I guess, a level that makes sense to really long. And this is just where, hey, you kind of just need to jump on the train.
Yeah. Caveman trading. Hey, D, question from Coach Jay here. Coach Jay here in RBOB. Are you trading September or August? U or Q? What's the front? What month are you trading?
I think I'm still on the Q. Yeah, we're going to be coming into rollover.
It's Q.
I mean, I don't really have that much choice because on Topstep X, it is whatever,
right?
Whatever it's actually telling us.
The volume. It just Topstep X just follows the volume.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still Q over there. So, yeah, we don't really have much choice there. So it's going to roll automatically whenever the volume goes into the next contract. So, yeah, for now, it's still Q.
All right, pushing higher here. Yeah, those 56.50s in the S&Ps to go back offered. More liquidity upside here, starting at 56.53 up to 53.5. 100,000 sitting on the offer there. There's really no end in sight. There we go. NASDAQ. Can we get to 20,800? 20,800 right here, right now.
I'll give you the air horns at 800. I can't
at 800
every 10 seconds when we keep making a new every candle is a new all-time high.
Pretty much, man. 20,800. Can we get to 20,900 today? Why not? You wanted to buy 700s, Nick?
I wanted to buy 700s, which is not even unreasonable given that we kind of just opened Globex last night and immediately bid off, I think, 690 and never turned around. Just makes me think, like, why don't you just as soon as Globex opens, just long a single lot or something? I'm sure that has worked very well the last few months.
I think Jack, if we get that, get those stats, we get those stats about how much get those stats of how much heat you had to take and things like that. I don't know if you have those available. I
do. Cool. Now, these are rough estimates because we have to put into it is the rolling of contracts, which would probably, I got to look at that historical data, would probably take about 200 NQ points to roll each time. But going back a year, basically, if we had put on the first trading day of the month at the open, 5 lots long, had a 30K stop limit for the month, and closed it at the close on the last day of each month, we'd be up $540,000.
With next to no heat, right? Jeez.
Yes. Now, if you held them, I mean, there were months where you have to have that limit because there was 140K drawdown in one month. At one point, we would have been down about 40K after 4 months, but that was not the time to give up because we've been on a rocket ship.
Oh my gosh, this is incredible.
Hindsight Capital has brought you this
Capital.
Message.
We got something in store for everyone. Had Hindsight Capital.
When are the Patagonia vests coming in?
Yeah, you got to get Fratagonia vests here. I mean, that would just be the ultimate thing. They wear those things down there in Texas, Nick. You see those Patagonias?
They do in the tech office. The tech and finance offices here, they do.
Okay, good.
Or you go into the big 4 offices here. You'll see them.
Good. Just making sure that they got the memo down there. My brother, who is in finance, has about every color, every version of those Patagonia vests. He does have the uniform.
It's your armor.
Wow. Speaking of, we got some good-looking gentlemen coming in. We got another good-looking gentleman coming in with a cool hat here shortly.
Oh, let's see.
Yes. Look at this. I don't know. When he comes in here, he'll be here shortly.
No bell?
No bell. Here we go. Where is he? Coming in. Doing some stretches. Sure, he has a little coffee, waking up. It's a nice drive every morning into the office. I bet to no surprise. There he is. Welcome, everybody. Wow. Look at this.
Look at that hat.
Yeah, I'm a
He's got the
prospector.
fashionable. He's got the fashionable.
I had a guy talk trash to me one time at the Snowmass Rodeo. What are you, a prospector? I'm like, sure.
He said that to you?
I was in line for a drink. I'm like, I look at him, I'm like, sure.
Who says that?
Good talk. What up, Nick? I like yours. You know, it started.
What's up?
Cowboy hats started as flat. From what I understand, when you go to Kimosabi, and they know it all because they're the hipster hat company of Aspen. They started as flat, then they started to roll them. Yeah.
I wonder what the idea was for like Cowboys to actually roll them up a little bit, if there was a logic to it, or if it was just a look.
It's for the sun, right? Isn't that why they did it in the first place? I'm a idiot. Here I go. I shouldn't even.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Why am I talking?
I don't know. Maybe your hat was crooked and rolled up, and Betsy goes, "You look good, Tommy." And then next thing you know, all his buddies started rolling the hats. I don't know. Starts off as a trend, a fashion trend, right?
I'll roll down to the stockyards later and ask somebody and look like a total tourist of like asking why our cowboy hats are bent.
Leave
Just
that
head to
to
Fort
me.
Worth real quick.
Leave that to me.
I'll let us know
I'll do
that.
If anyone knows, actually, I'd be curious to know the history of that style of cowboy hats.
Well, I mean, in chat, we got Hindsight Capital coming out, which I heard Jeff just talk about. I'm sure anybody that gets hired at Hindsight Capital is going to know all the answers to everything as well. So,
Oop.
One last hindsight stat.
Yo.
All right. So it's hindsight, right? So if we started in May and put on, let me just do the spreadsheet update here. Okay. If we had started May 1st and put on 10 contracts in the NQ on the first day of the month at the open, we would have only taken during that month a drawdown of $15,000,
Get out of
and
here.
we would be up currently $500,000.
Get out of
Now
here.
the rolls in there, so let's say it's 450 or so. I mean, like, it's not going to change it that much.
I lost 20. I lost 20 grand in January. I remember that. Because I'm
This is May 1st.
Yeah, I could have been up 500 grand right now.
Pete, when did you slap that 50 lot at 5,000 on the S&Ps? Do you have? I forgot what month that was.
One of the bazillion times we hit new highs. It was the first time we've hit new highs.
You bought the all-time highs.
It was the first time 5K, I think it was.
Yes,
Yep.
it was.
You're looking at the
5K.
first person on the planet to trade 5,000s right there in the upper, right there. History.
Yeah.
And I got out 3 ticks later. No, 3 handles.
7.
It was happening so fast.
Yeah, thank you, Deanna. You were on it. Yeah, it actually worked out really nicely.
Yeah.
You did just have a seller show up there for a second, but
yeah, this
let's
might
see if
be
they
all right.
actually
So
do anything.
Jay did say about 20-point pullback, 25-point pullback. This is it right here, right now, folks.
I locked out my my personal yesterday, so I'm scratched on the week, down 2, up 2.
Very nice.
Now it's Wednesday.
Okay. A little bit of selling here. This might be the pullback. Might be the pullback.
Well, we've got some history on this reason for the brim pinched and crowns.
Yeah,
All right. Well, the curved brim on the side of the hat keeps it out of the way of a rope when lassoing. That makes sense.
Okay.
It also prevents the hat from being knocked off easily while riding a horse. However, the turned up brim does less protection. Now, the crown, if you pinch that crown, the hat gives the wearer better control. The Stetson Classic cowboy hat has that crease in the middle, as we can see here, the dent on each side. Now, the cowboy hat evolved from the sombrero worn by the Mexican cowboys or vaqueros while herding cattle. Obviously, the main reason was protect the wearer from the hot sun. Giddy up.
That's pretty cool.
Roll jar is pretty good on that one, Eddie. That's some good.
Hey, MP.
I like good. What's that?
Check your mic. Make sure your mic input's coming in through your mic and not your computer. Tinny? Where's the official word there, James? There's a word for it. Tinny, echoey. Make sure.
Yeah, it sounds like a computer mic, but cowboys don't need mics.
Cowboys don't, Jack.
But if you can change it, great.
No, I can't.
All right. Well,
we did see about 2,500 positive delta absorption at the highs there on ES.
At the 5650s?
Yeah. 56. Yeah, 50. Basically 56.50 and a quarter. Started about a 1,500 lot, 1,500 positive delta, excuse me.
And there was your pullback. Practice account. I may have dipped in and bought A1E just to do some testing, get some data-driven stuff here in the practice account. You see the trade executed. It's just a combine and not real trade. But I'm trying to learn, get some more insights on the trading. So I did same trade, bought 20,764. That was the pullback Jay was talking about. There's your 20-point pullback in. Yes, it's just a sim account, so nothing to put on the board there. But we'll see how it plays out. Gold turning over, D. You like those levels, like that supply.
Yeah.
Your thesis was right. Maybe you didn't pull the trigger, but when you see something like that, essentially you paper traded it, right? So when you see something like that, does that confirm to you that you are indeed seeing the market well and that your logic is sound?
I mean, it confirms that what level I was looking at that had good merit. But unfortunately, we never got up to that 93 area where I wanted to limit risk. So I didn't take it purely because of that. It doesn't really matter whether a level is going to work out or not. The real question is how much opportunity am I going to get to limit risk? And that's kind of my primary goal for now. So not to catch everything and anything, but to limit risk and then also profit from it. So I'm aiming for a higher risk reward of about 4-1, which is not that different from what I used to do. It's just I lowered the stop loss, which is what's allowing me to get a slightly bigger risk reward in some of these trades.
Let me ask you that. Is 4-1 reasonable in what the market conditions are right now?
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it depends where you catch it. Obviously, if you're going to catch it in the middle, then no.
Right.
But if you're aiming for those, if you're nitpicking those tops and bottoms, then yeah, absolutely. But statistically speaking, anything over about 1.3 is absolutely fine. But obviously,
Okay.
if you have lower accuracy, then a higher risk reward has to exist for the stability of the system. And if you have high accuracy, well, that can work. It's just that within a large sample size, at some point that tends to come back to bite you. And then you start bleeding money. So it just depends, what people are comfortable with. Some people like to get in and out of the market. Other people are comfortable holding trades for longer risk reward or larger risk reward. So yeah, it'll be very trader dependent. And for me, I tend to like to get a big chunk of the trend for the day, whatever is happening, whatever move we have. And right now, like I said, my primary objective is to limit risk. So, get a trade for about 17 ticks and then shoot for about 2 to 4 R multiples.
All right, well, we're coming up to buyers. Jeez.
We've got
Coming up
crude
to
oil
VWAP.
inventories in about 7 minutes.
Yes. Eddie will be all over that. We did come up to getting close to VWAP in the NASDAQ. I got 20,750. Last trade, 20,758. That could be your money entry spot right here. We are seeing some sellers in ES as well. We're down about 6 points off the highs of the day. High of the day, 56.50 quarter. Like Nick said, you saw some absorption, about 2,500 on the offer up there. We turn around and now trade 56.44 half. 56.44 half.
Not better now.
There you go. Sound great.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Tech savvy. Oh, your camera. Hold on. All right, there he is.
Better?
Yep. Loud and clear, Ranger. Loud and clear, Ranger.
You just think technology would work sometimes.
All right, more selling
Nothing
coming in
changed.
here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if sellers can push us back below 750 on NQ and kind of hold it there, or basically hold below that, excuse me. Potentially, if they do, somewhere to reoffer, 760, 750s to reshort it. But right now, I don't have faith because that hasn't worked in months. So why would I assume sellers are going to be in control today?
Right off VWAP, 750 VWAP. See the buyers try to step in here again. Steep slope to the upside in the VWAP and the NQ, as well as S&Ps. That could be textbook pullback there. The trending market to the upside. Jack, if we want, I know everyone's flat here.
Okay.
So Jack, if you want, let's we can do some news now if
Yeah.
you want. Let's do it.
Well, there was the Copa, in addition to the Euro last night, the
Yeah.
Copa America. Argentina defeated Canada, which isn't surprising because it's not hockey, but it was to Degrassi star Drake lost $300K on the game.
Degrassi. Go on.
That's kind of, if you want to rep Canada, that's kind of a small bet. I got to be honest. And actually,
He's notoriously a terrible sports gambler,
Yes.
though.
Fade Drake. Hashtag fade Drake.
The Bruno Mars Award from MGM. So yesterday we did not pump Powell in live for his Q&A, and I'm surprised the markets didn't move more because the first minute, if you listen to recording, was pretty hot. So I think we should take a look at that right now.
We got here.
Members of Congress, I am honored to present the semi-annual review of federal monetary policy. These are my opening remarks. Secretary Yellen, please hit play.
Wow.
You should all know that the honor is yours. Daddy Powell's got the hooks, and he's closing them doors. Think you're shit because you won a congressional district? I'll steal your girl in your house. Keep your money constricted. While you come at the king, you best not miss. So ask your dumb f***ing questions, but remember me, what you know about bonds or the Inflation X food. You can't work a smartphone, but your mom can send me nudes? What? I'm the monetary Buddha. The target's still 2 and I roll up in this bitch and spit bars like Hawk Tua. Sal, take a bow when you see J Pal. What? Yeah, smoke that loud when you see J Pal. Head to towel when you see J Pal. That's it. Powell out.
Wow.
Damn, he's getting
He's got
loose.
bars. He can rap now.
Stocks up on that.
My
You
goodness.
just need a mic drop. That's the only thing that's missing.
Yeah.
Power out.
Didn't like Hawk Tua. My gosh.
Yeah, he's getting aggressive with the loud move. Wow,
Yeah.
that was wild.
Man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so that was our news for today.
I mean,
Wow.
feisty pal for sure.
Like,
Chat says run it back.
run it back. We'll definitely
We will during Power Hour.
Absolutely.
Very powerful.
Oh my gosh. That was
We got about 3 minutes here on the crude number. Just a heads up.
Paul had that. Look how Kendrick Lamar is right, Carl Hungus. Oh man, those buys right off VWAP 20,750. Just much textbook play right there. But yeah, Powell really just letting it rip today. Had enough of Congress and their dumb questions. He's letting you know. All right, MP, welcome to the trade. New all-time highs in the house, NQ and S&Ps.
Where's the horn?
Oh, we
missed it.
There's more to
The
come.
horns were going off,
done
MP.
Yeah.
I know. I heard him on my drive in.
Give it a half hour. We'll go off again here. That was incredible,
Yo,
Jack.
MP,
That was absolutely
we
incredible.
got a special request here, MP, for you. I want to show this to you.
Ew.
I thought this was
Put up
funny.
a barn wall. Can you help me put up a barn wall? A barn wall, just one wall. You're gonna need 4 of those and a ceiling to keep those cattle warm.
It's a good start, right? It's a good start.
Hold on. Go back to that real quick because this makes a lot of sense now. Base 5, New York City. Yeah, I'll help you put up a barn wall. Andre, there's a buddy of yours.
It's a comrade. One city to another.
One city to another. Barn wall.
We're in this
No,
together.
I like that.
Just one wall.
Just one wall. Yep.
It's one, yeah.
His royal trades. I got confused on that one too. We just need help with one wall. He's got the other 3.
That's all right. Let's see. We got this oil number here in about 2 minutes. Eddie's all over it.
We got about a minute.
Nothing from Powell. Nothing from Powell just yet.
Maybe that is an Amish reference. I watched Amish movies before. They start with one wall. They all
remember Kingpin, the movie.
Whatever, pulley it up.
What do they film the movies with? The Amish movie.
I mean, Jack. Paramount.
Maybe his cows play handball. Maybe that's all he needs.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
All right. Boy, Daddy Powell fired up this morning. Spitting bars. Man, that VWAP play in NASDAQ was nice.
Chat, you guys get me.
Chat does.
Wow, summer trade, Nick.
Summer trade.
Mm-hmm.
I should be on vacation somewhere.
See you in October.
I'm not going to make this mistake next year. I'm going to leave and go sit somewhere. Mobile trade from an island like UMP.
Oh, here we go.
All right, we got crude oil inventories. They were looking at 1 million coming in at negative 344, 3,443,000. So previous was at negative 12 million. Gasoline inventories coming in at negative 2 million. They were looking at negative 1 million, and the distillates coming in at a positive 4,884,000. So there you have it. There is your crude numbers.
Thanks.
Did they get it wrong again?
Yeah, they got it wrong, D. We're even close.
We air horn for that as well.
We're even close.
It's wrong again.
I got it.
Yep.
There you go. Your horn works both ways, huh?
It does. We get the excited one and the sad one.
Swing and a miss. Come on. It's just All right. Well, that takes care of the numbers for now. We do have the 10-year auction in about a couple hours here. We got Goldsby and Bowman speaking in the afternoon. Again, Goldsby's not a voter. Bowman is a voter. Bowman's words will carry more weight.
What'd you say? It sounds like you said Goldman, because I bet you Goldman's a voter too.
That's a combination of Goldsby and Bowman. That did sound like Goldman.
Oh, I bet you who in that room. There's always a Goldman alumni on the
chat.
Fed.
Oh,
No.
Oh, there is for sure.
There always is. It's like a rite of passage.
Have one. Got to have one.
Uh-huh.
And,
And it's not a bribe. It's not a bribe. I read that it's not a bribe if it's after the fact.
Well, Hank Paulson back in the day was CEO of Goldman, then became Treasury Secretary back during 2008 financial crisis.
Yeah.
So I mean, they just handpicked it straight to the top.
No, the Supreme Court just ruled on something, didn't it? That it's not a bribe. Something about bribing.
A lot. They've been ruling on a lot of stuff lately.
Somebody may know this one. It's not a bribe if it happens later. I think something like that.
So if I offer you money, but then nothing comes out about it for a couple years.
Yep. They the guy that I think Trump, the one that was Kavanaugh said something about it.
Art. Hey, MP, go take a look at Topstep Daily Levels. You like this new format?
No. But
Too
yes. But I don't know how to do it.
I don't either.
I've been looking at the whole time. I'm like, how?
What's a better way to do it?
Yeah, it's like our numbers are, for one, they're like
every 2 ticks.
Yeah, every 2 ticks. We got that one right.
Right. No, I know it's a buckshot. Yeah. It's just scattered, but
it's a buckshot. Yeah.
Chat, take a look. See if there's a better way we can, categorize or organize these levels. We're trying to work on it together, trying to optimize the best way. We keep iterating though, so it's just a new. New option.
I think it's the right direction.
Yep.
Images are hard to see.
Well, we know that. We know it's busy, but what's a better way to do it? We understand that. That's why we're talking about it. But so suggestions.
What
please,
about doing it on is there a way to do it on a chart?
Yes.
That's a static rather.
That you'll still have to pick out. You still have to pick out your coach that you want to get. Because if you do this one, they're all together, and you're going to have lines all over the place.
Yeah.
Maybe have an option. Pick your coach. And,
we might have to do the pick your coach option. Yeah, I was thinking about voting up or down.
Yeah, they are.
Voting up or down, like having a daily levels page that people can put their levels in, and if you start getting hot on your level, there's people that were just crushing the levels. That's what they did really well, and they sold levels. JS Services, Eddie, you remember those guys? They're great.
Yeah.
All
costly,
of us,
but yes.
They were costly. There's like a $1,200 a month type of thing.
Were they really?
People see the cost nowadays. Yeah, people see the cost nowadays. Like, so when are you going to do a discount? I get it. Fine, you want to do savings, but like the difference between Topstep and anybody else now on our 50K, it's like $20. So look, if you don't see the value, then yeah, and you're already you're all value seekers. And recognizing value in general as traders. So if you're already missing that, then you're already missing a key element of being a good trader is understanding value. So that being said, the prices, and Gianna, maybe you can speak to this too. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, I mean, we had desk fees. Jack, what was your desk fee? Just to sit at a desk in the thousands.
That was $1,200 a month.
Mine was $1,200 as well. Yeah,
3,000. Mine was $3,000 a month. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Just to start the month, you're down $3,000. Just to start the month, you're down 3 Gs.
So anybody, then there's people like, well, lower the payout policy to $100. $200 is too much. I'm like, you need it. I don't know. Maybe this isn't the industry for you. I don't know.
You got to pay. You got to pay to play a little bit in this.
You got to pay to play. You got to put it up. I mean, this isn't Robinhood. Robinhood is a whole different thing.
They're making money.
They sell all your flow to Citadel.
Yeah.
So we feed all your data back to you. So
I actually made a video about that a while back. I think it was at some point last year, or maybe the previous year. So I was comparing the entry into these sort of programs back in the day with what it is now. And before, not only do you have the desk fee, but a lot of the time, if you come from a non-economic or financial background, they would put you into a training program that was costing an arm and a leg. And you just couldn't get in there any other way because, I come from a music background. I didn't come from any finance background. And, it was like 10, 15 grand before you even started. And that was just for a chance to actually try out with a funded account. And then once you got in there, they slapped you with a desk fee. So it was a very expensive exercise. Yeah.
Yep.
And now people are like, lower it down to
And
I don't know,
and they take
$5.
mine was
It's
a
like,
60-40. Mine was 60-40, so 60% went to
that's
me.
right. 60-40.
That's another
Yeah,
thing.
there's
You're
sort
like,
of that
yep.
80-90% profit split. Like, are you joking?
Unheard of. Unheard of.
Yeah.
90-10, no chance.
Yeah.
no chance. No chance.
No. Best we ever got was
Hey,
80-20.
come on in. Hey, anybody? That's why when we created the funding space. So anybody says, you didn't. Yeah, we started in 2010. Well, prop firms were around before then. Yeah, brick and mortar. There's nobody doing this. Or Johnny from wherever, up in Alaska, if he has internet, can be a professional trader. So we did this. We opened it up, and it was like $180. I don't know, $200 when we started. Great competition worked really well for the community. Dropped prices, and then fees and all that started they kept going up. Licensing fees to all the trading software. We don't get this crap for free, which you'd think you kind of would, but we don't. We pay for data. And then you got all the people that are watching, setting up your accounts, handling your accounts. I can't log in.
Talking from just somebody who's run businesses all my life, every time you're offering a service for people, there's an upfront cost for those of us who provide the service. People don't necessarily think about that. And I can understand that people want to save money and everything, but at some point you have to ask yourself, well, do you want cheap or do you want quality? So we can do cheap, but then you're not going to have the dashboard, you're not going to have the platform, you're not going to have all of the nice goodies that TopStep offers us. It's going to be cheap. So, you have to, as a trader, decide for yourself what it is that you're looking for. So, no one can do that for someone in the chat specifically. You have to decide that for yourself.
That's why when I do go on my rants, I'm like, can you just like invest in like inspire TopStep to do something like that's greater for the trader than just another flash sale or up in a bigger trading comp. Anybody can do that. You can change that in the back. Prices. My price is $40, moves to $20, and increase risk parameters or whatever account size. Make it more.
I mean, it does depend on the trader as well. If somebody is an experienced trader, they don't need anything. They just want to be left alone. I get it. I do get it. But
for sure.
A lot of people who are coming into this space, they need some hand-holding. They need education. They need to be shown what's the right thing, what's the bad thing, how do you limit risk, what's a stupid trade, what isn't a stupid trade. And that, that's a special kind of service. Again, that's providing education to the industry, which, to be fair, very few people are doing. I think Trade Day are doing, but nobody else apart from TopStep and Trade Day. That's about it.
I got a phone call with Trade Day, and I talked to Earn to Trade. Those are two guys. I'm going to pump those guys all day long. I pump them on Twitter. People are, you're just pumping TopStep. I'm like, all right, don't go to TopStep, but go to these other guys. Don't go to that guy over there that has a screenshot of him saying, "Can you game the system so my traders fail?" That's public. The guy said that. Okay, that's shared all over. And then the other one, which I actually like better now than that guy, is, which I don't like in general, is just teaches people bad habits. So when you get somebody with bad habits and they come over to TopStep, it's like somebody going over and eating candy of the neighbor's house all the time. You can eat candy all the time, however many accounts you want, and however blah blah blah, get it off a bigger account, blah blah blah. Okay, and then they come over to your house and you got like broccoli sitting there, and you're like, hey, you're actually gonna.
All right. Candy, he's like fired up today, man. You got a little extra sleep, a little pep in the step. I'm feeling this, Michael. hot today. So that puts
Y'all
at
got Rod deep.
the Powell question and answer portion of the testimony has begun. No real brain busters just yet, Michael.
So that's
All
why I
right,
pump the other guys. Trade Day does an awesome job of helping traders. Blue Sky, those guys are pretty cool over there. And Earn to Trade, those guys are cool over there. Yeah.
All right, let's throw it over to JD with the first stat pack of the day. JD, let's go.
What's up? Let's burn through these hot streaks real quick. Here we go. Well, I'm sad to report that our leader, Jacob W., did not make it yesterday.
No.
41 consecutive days of winning traders and winning trades, and he hit the daily loss limit yesterday.
Oh, he went all out.
Putting his hot streak to bed.
Still awesome.
Oh,
don't be sad, though.
It's still amazing. 41 days. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, can we do a celebration or get him on or do something? Like, you can't just like go off the board never to be talked about.
Exactly.
That was such an accomplishment.
Oh, yeah. I was talking to Mick about it earlier.
Yeah.
I was talking to Mick about it earlier. He's going to do a little shout out to him in the shoulder tap later on today. But I know I know Tim reached out to Jacob a couple times and he hasn't responded back. So I don't know what's
tell Tim to incentivize him. Add $500 to his payout or something like that. Like, let's incentivize. Like, I wouldn't come on. Why would I come on? I'm going to talk to you. I don't need to talk to you.
It's a good
but
idea.
if you're going to be like, hey, people want to hear about you, and we're going to, for your inconvenience or for your time, I think that's fair. I would take that deal.
Yeah, why not?
A run. Very, very well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still walked away with $12,000 even after hitting that DLL.
Well done, Jacob.
So, Godspeed to you, Jacob. We'll be reaching out to you.
Well done, man. 41. They had to start back in May. We're in the middle of July.
Yeah.
They had to have started back in May.
Mm-hmm.
Dre or JD. So there's also a record here of how many days, 41, but also the profit amount. Like not anybody. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. You can have $50 day, $50 day, $50 day, all that kind of stuff. But like he was having good days, right? Couple hundred at least.
Yeah,
more
his
than that.
average. I got his trade report up right now. His average daily PNL was right around $206 a day.
That's hard.
It's just looking a little bearish.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe we'll finally get to 700.
All right, Jay, we can keep it rolling. We're watching. We'll keep an eye on this. We can keep it rolling, Jay. Good stuff.
He's taking payouts too. Back to Jacob. He took a $5,000 payout at the end of May and another $3,000 payout at the beginning of July. So he's paying himself too.
Excellent. Good.
All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Ooh.
So Joanne, Garrett, all ripped it up trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Raphael, who's currently number 2 on the leaderboard, trading the S&P, and Oliver. Oliver had a very nice day trading gold futures yesterday. And here's some payouts from Tuesday.
Oh, my favorite stat.
No familiar names on here. Oh, Balkaran's back on. Yep. So we got Danny, Kevin, Taylor, Ivan, Balkaran. Balkaran's number 5 on our leaderboard right now. We'll see his name again in just a little bit.
49.
Damn, nice.
We're looking at about 60 grand worth of payouts right there.
Good stuff.
What can you buy for 15 grand, Andre?
What can I buy? A whole lot of Apple stock. Whole lot of Apple stock.
What does 15 G's buy you in Cicero?
Six tickets to Lala.
That's true. 15
Fun night at the Pink Monkey.
Yeah, besides Eddie, I'll tell you off there, but yeah, they had a lunch special once upon a time. You could get lunch there.
There was a couple entertaining spots right around the Chicago Board of Trade that Eddie just mentioned. Bars as well. They were the go-to spots for certain type of traders.
6 Lala tickets, also 15 grand. Speaking of which, they did say they're shipping, Michael. So should get those in a couple of days here. All right. Nick, we saw, if you want to call it selling, call it a pullback, call it what you will.
Generational low, as we said earlier.
I heard you mutter it looks bearish. I mean,
okay, at the time it did. We're now holding below 750. I would love to see this pull back towards 700, potentially give us something to buy, go retest the initial balance low, the overnight low, maybe even down to 680s. If sellers are feeling dangerous, I have zero faith, but I would love something to buy because I'm still flat on the day.
Okay. All right, MP house account stuff. I mean, these levels.
Got a new high here in crude, and Nick, can I do it?
Ooh.
Please do it.
Do it.
There you go. New high in crude. Woo woo.
$2. Keep pumping. But MP for house account trades tricky. It's basically pullback. I mean, how deep you want the pullback to go? These levels. I mean, we'll talk about it after.
Who are we getting our levels from? Nick for a tick and Deanna are my recommendations.
According to Jay, we are basically at an anomaly type pullback on the NASDAQ right now. More than 25.
Yeah, I don't see any good levels here, unfortunately. I wouldn't.
Oversold. Yeah.
I mean, we have a lot of levels on the daily levels, so we're gonna figure that out.
You know how you're saying that. SSS was looking for a gap fill of 56.30. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, same. I was just about to say that. So once we fill the gap, maybe longs around 56.94.
56.90. So wait, say it again. 56.94, 56.34.
Sorry, the 30. 56.39 and a half. Sorry, I can't see anything. It's like the lights are so bright. I'm like, what is that?
It's all good. All good.
Granny D over here.
No, stop that. Stop that. You need to rest up for the football match. We need you full go for the football match here in about 4 hours.
I'm not playing football. I'm just
England plays Holland. England plays Holland in about 4 hours. Massive match.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so once we get to that value high, there is some demand there. So, fill the gap, maybe along there. But right now, this is just no man's land. Middle of everything.
And what don't we do in the middle, D?
We do not diddle in the middle.
That's weird.
Yes.
Some potty code today, D. Well done.
Hey, is anybody in here in chat? You guys, and maybe we do a poll. If you're on Topstep X, are you now looking at your performance dashboard? That's one investment that we made to help you get yourself in a better spot. So hopefully you're using that one. Because clearly you're using the other investment of TopstepTV, which is another large investment that we have to help you get yourself in a better spot. Hell yes. Yes. Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. And we have a journal feature coming. And I'm going to talk to them about if there can be like some feature that if they do journal, it's actually context that's helpful. It can't just be like blah, 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 blah. That there, maybe it's 5 days in a row, 10 days in a row, you get some opportunity to reset for free or a free month or something like that, just to make it incentivize you again to do this. So we try to incentivize good behaviors here, going back to the broccoli and swordfish that I wanted you to eat over at our house, to have you be a big growing boy. Right, Audrey?
Drink your milk in the farm, but they told you drink your milk in the farm. Yep.
Drink your milk, have your bones grow strong. Go out there and compete in this world. Yeah, so it's something I'm talking to them about. I've heard this feedback before. Why don't you incentivize like journaling or stuff like that? I'm like, it's a great idea.
Yep.
But they do have a journal. My point is, I'll try to get that one next because I think that's more fun to earn than just being here asking for free resets. But the journaling feature does work. It was a little buggy, so that's coming like a fast follow here. Keep plugging away.
Yep. All right, Jack. There was we were oversold there. Or Jack, I mean Nick, we were oversold there.
Yeah, definitely oversold. ES is in a 10-point initial balance and about a 5.5-point 30-minute opening range. I mean, this is
summer
a day you don't trade.
yet.
Mm.
Not yet. Anything can change though, right? We got this 10-year auction.
Yes.
We got Bowman in the afternoon. Not yet. Right now,
Powell's-
patient if you are. Yeah, we got Powell going right now. Last headline out of Powell. We know we have to adapt bank stress tests over time. It says U.S. fiscal path is unsustainable. They've been saying that for the last 2 decades now.
I was about to say.
They've been saying that for about 2 decades now, and it's a ticking time bomb. But
Mm.
pass it on to the next generation.
Yeah. Kick the bucket down the road.
I'm asking now the team over there what the roadmap is for Topstep X for the next 30 days, just to let you folks know what's coming up. See if you can get some insider info.
Michael, how'd you trade yesterday, MP?
Made
Right.
2,000 lost 2,000 Monday, made 2,000 yesterday. 1,700.
Three
Locked it up.
traders right here on the panel right now, all profitable yesterday, 4 digits, well into the 4 digits.
But I got to
Yeah, I
put a
think I'm up
disclaimer in there.
over like 1.7K on the week now. So
There you go.
So MP, get a load of this. So
Yeah.
D, right? D, struggling with crude, fell out of love with crude, then started getting back on the sim, started retesting,
mhm.
adapting, shifting gears. Now she's back trading live crude and profitable. And that's essentially what Topstep is here for, right?
It's the whole point.
Got off the live, got in the sim. D, right? I mean, you got it back on the sim, tested, adapted, now back
Yep.
live, now being profitable. Just
It's what it is.
I
But
mean-
you have to journal through it. You can't just gotta go, like mindlessly through everything. I had like different ideas that I wanted to test, and I wasn't gonna do all of that in my life. That's just stupid.
Yep.
So yeah, I
Big
just
league
went
stuff.
into combines and tried this thing, tried that thing, tried changing stop losses, and kind of gathered a whole bunch of data over a period of probably about 2 months. And then just tweaked and changed things around and saw what works, what doesn't work, and yeah, you get data, and then that's your starting point, right? It never stops, no matter how long you've been trading. That's something that should always exist as the reflection of how you did, especially at times of drawdowns, especially at times of market state changes. You can't just keep going the same path and just going, well, I trade this size, so now I'm always going to trade that size. Well, if you get yourself into a drawdown, you have to size down. That's step one.
Yeah.
And then if it's still not working, well, you have to change stop loss size or trade locations or other things, time of day. Maybe stop trading for a time of day, lower your daily loss limit. So there's loads of stuff that you can do. But in the end, if it's still not working, you have to get off the accounts that matter, go into the combines, go into even a practice account if you're not even there where you have a solid system behind what you're doing, and just do a bunch of trades and see what worked, what didn't work. Look at MAE, MFE. I talked about this last night. All of those measures can help you get some extra data about your trading that are not immediately obvious. It's not always going to be obvious what your drawdown is when you enter a trade. Because you don't think about that. You're like, oh, is it going to work? You're just all like in the heat of the moment. But then you step away from that and you look at it and you go, oh, okay. So my drawdown upon entry is always 18 ticks. So how about I modify the timing of my trade, and instead of going into a drawdown, why don't I enter where my stop loss was and only use 17 ticks? Because that's what my MAE number says. Guess what? It worked. So
That's so well said.
Big
And those
leagues.
that are listening, that goes back again to like, not everybody's going to want to do that because they're like, oh, that
No.
doesn't sound fun. That doesn't sound like it gets me to my
It's not
goal any
fun.
faster. But that's again goes back to
I would
instilling
argue
good
that.
habits. Yeah, when you come over to the Topstep house, we try to have you eat healthy. I'm going to go back to that, and then you try to say, "Hey, you need to work on this." Go over there with those other folks. Work on that. It's like a Michael Jordan's camp. We used to always say that too. Let's find the Michael Jordan. We always say, "Well, the program is going to be a Michael Jordan camp. It's going to be what we decide is going to help people put in the best positions because what helped us put them in the best position." That's why I go on rants about like you go over there, you're going to be bad habits, and here's more cookies. So, but then you're going to have payouts. I mean, isn't the goal to get to payouts? Not like flash pan success, because you're just going to get a payout and spend that payout back at TopStep or wherever you go. I highly recommend you don't do that. I highly recommend you do Deanna's approach to trading. It may sound cumbersome, may sound slower, but once you get that learning curve shortened, I mean,
here's the thing. It's actually faster than doing it the other way. Because if you look at how people who just click buttons, how long does an average trader spend being unprofitable? 5 years? 7 years? I've met people who have been doing this for 15 years. They're still not profitable. So you have to ask, it's like, what do you want? Do you want to be looking at stats and data and maybe doing something that is not fun, even though for me it is fun because I could look at numbers, forever. I love it. And it's a puzzle for me. It's a puzzle. It's like, well, what can I find here that can make my trading better? So that's a puzzle. If you don't like puzzles, maybe trading is not the best environment to be in,
You'll find that out too. I mean, you got to also compare it too. Well, like my wife's brother has been in med school for like a bazillion years. Yeah.
For a long
now he's
time,
making like $600 a year or something like that. But
Jeez, don't put that out there.
I don't know what he's making. He's making good
Well,
money.
he's a
It's
doctor.
not 100 grand.
Anesthesiologist.
A lot of doctors
Hey,
make
real quick,
$500-600K a year.
we're coming up on the lows here in the NASDAQ real quick. I know Nick's been watching very, very keenly. Nick, what's...
I want to see us break initial balance low. Give me something to trade.
What price would that be? Initial balance low. What price would we have to break through to get that?
What is that? Roughly 720, 722? 721 and a quarter.
Did I say my wife's boyfriend? My wife's brother. Wow.
That's Marco. That's Marco. Where's Marco? I haven't seen Marco in a minute. Where's Marco been?
Yeah, where's Marco?
Marco, where
that was hilarious.
I thought you said brother. I don't think I said
somebody said boyfriend. I mean, that's med. There's lawyers. Takes forever. And you got to be patient for it to develop into like knowledgeable, like I can advise you and still charge you $1,000 an hour. There's guys that do that. Specialist. It takes forever. But then when you get there, you can stay there and then you know how to.
There's Macro. There's Macro. There he is.
Here come the buyers.
Oh, dude, my wife's boyfriend.
Buyers come in. The buyers came in, Nick.
Yeah. They're the buyers.
This is a summer trade, folks. This is a summer trade right now.
You were still inside the initial balance on both of these. It's like
721.
Another D-Day.
Yeah. How does Dolby call them? Dorito days.
Dorito days, yes.
This goes like this.
Lots of volume, or lots of, what is it? Let's see. Time and sales has a bunch at 41 to 40. Under the, I don't know, like 100 lot traded through.
Why I'm ripping to the upside, Dolby time. George wants to know how's the VIP thing going. It's going. Sometimes MP fires off some stuff.
Oh no, have they not updated you guys yet? TopstepTV crew, get an update, please, for us. I can't do all that. They have a team working on this. Work with that team. Update this group. It's a very exciting experience. And put an owner on it here at TopStep on the team, and then have them update us in the chat. I think there's teams. I think there's 150 people. I don't know if they started. I'm handing it off to you guys. You guys got it.
You sure did.
Delegate to elevate yourself to your unique ability. That's what I learned in leadership school. I don't know what that unique ability is, but hey.
All right. All right, 721s. We got to break beneath 721s. How about it? A bit of sellers.
I'm going to watch 2380 in gold for potential long.
Gold. All right. Yeah, the sellers did come in when we hit the $82 evens in crude. Sellers stepped in at the 93 level. Sellers keep going. Sellers keep pushing this sucker, Nick. What's it
Hey,
gonna
we
take?
broke the initial bounce low.
We did it. We did it. We did
Hey.
it. And
But not in the ES. The ES is still
Not in ES yet.
holding the IB low. I was talking. Hold on.
Looks like we got
I
about
think I missed it.
I mean, someone's on the bid way down. What is that? It's like 660. Yeah, a 200 lot at 648 on NQ.
648. Oh, yep, there it is. Nice call. How'd you see that so quickly? You're not looking at the ladder, are you? What are you using to see that? Book? What are you?
Book map.
Book map? Okay.
Yeah, I had to scroll to see where it was on the ladder because it's too zoomed out on book map to see the price.
205.
But here we go to 700. Now I have to watch because I wanted this earlier, and now I have to be patient in case sellers are actually serious. But let's be serious, they're not.
700 levels. Settlements 678 half. 678 half. Settle. What did he say? Did he say something to get this selling started?
Right, I'm long gold. One.
Okay.
From 82.50. Bit higher than I wanted, but something happened. Like I tried to get in and they just didn't fill me, so I had to try that again.
D long one from 82.23, 82.50.
Yeah.
This is coming over the wire here from Paul here. Fed wants to be more confident about inflation. He's had some other comments, minor comments, but this one is highlighted.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Eddie.
He said broccoli for dinner.
And
someone told me that's going to be a meme later.
I mean,
there's new highs in the crude.
Keep eating your red Skittles, Andre.
I love Skittles.
Keep eating your red Skittles.
I love Skittles. I don't care what anyone says; they're delicious.
I know when that came out, that study came out. I'm like, don't care.
The titanium stuff. Like, I don't care. It tastes too good.
Yeah, they said Skittles are horrible for you. And then the dyed red ones are the worst or something. I don't know. My wife's telling me I can't get the boys Skittles anymore, and that's what I've been bribing them to go golfing with me and drive the golf cart.
All right, let's see if we can keep pushing here. Let's see if we can push this sucker into the 700s again. Settlement in Q. I got it at 20,007 or 678 half. Sorry, 20,678 half. Settle. All right, Nick. We broke a IB low.
We did.
We did.
Yes, broke it as well. So
yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Kind of in a, like I said, I'm wait and see in case this actually has legs, just because we are so overextended. It's, you know, if we would have done this in the first 10, 15 minutes, I would have jumped into a long, but now I'm just going to kind of wait, knowing that, yeah, we could easily go to 680. So, whoa.
Yeah, I saw that.
Whoa, now I'm not going to trade.
It's a no.
Here you go, man.
Whatever that was.
You knew someone was going to do it, though, Nick. You knew someone was going to step in and do it. You knew it.
You're right. That was it, but that was about 20 points in about 3 seconds.
For sure.
That was the equivalent of, you know, trying to trade news. Like that was that type of move. I don't know what.
There's nothing more satisfying than getting that, Nick, though, if you would have got long right there. I mean, just like when they have those 20 handle instant moves.
Yeah.
When you get long or short or whatever you're getting in, and you get these rips.
And I've had that before to the short side. You know, sometimes you just time it and then it flushes, like you said, 20, 30 points out of nowhere in 10, 15 seconds. I just take the points and be like, great, walk away. That was the easiest, you know, $1,000 I've ever made in my life kind of thing.
Yep.
Man.
But
right,
wow.
Long gold right now. We'll keep an eye on that. Crude still pumping higher. Last trade, $82.17. But right now, all eyes on NASDAQ. Pushed into 20,007. 03, buyer stepped in, popped that sucker about 20 points in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this is where I said this a little bit way earlier because I was looking for this move to happen a while ago, but maybe we potentially get a bid back towards 750, 760 to reoffer if we are going to trend slightly down, perhaps maybe even have a slight close red for, you know, a day. I know that's basically illegal in the United States at this point, but you never know. We are basically sitting just slightly green on the day. So I guess we'll have to wait and see if it possible for us to ever close red anymore.
It's illegal. I think that's illegal these days, Nick.
You get shot for saying that.
Yeah. Yeah, Gabe. Long one from 23. Do you long from 83 half?
82 half.
82 half. There you go. Long one from 82 half. Update that board when you have a chance. YM pushing a little higher here. YM, great trade yesterday. Just great trade from the lows to the highs, back to the lows yesterday. Just was we should have a chart of the day. I'll give the chart of the day to the Dow yesterday. Fractured paradigms. What's with the awesome hats? Awesome traders wearing awesome hats here at Topstep TV, pretty much.
All hat, no cattle.
You're looking at one right there up top there. That is a poster boy for all hat, no cattle right there.
Now get out of You're the poster boy for all hat, no
I'm
cattle.
not wearing the hat. I'm not wearing the hat.
The city boy. Yeah.
You won't catch
I showed Charlie. Charlie was what was it? It wasn't Angus. Oh, Charlet, I believe. Cow and 4-H. Did not win by any means, but I did hand him off to a nice next owner.
Doesn't sound like an end.
Yeah, but Nick Furtick is a hog boy. That's what Dustin says.
We're gonna have to go. We'll be hunting him here in Texas again real soon.
There you go.
Try that. I've never tried it. I'd go.
Gotta do it with thermals though. That's the best way.
Okay. What's up?
Get them while they're sleeping.
Night vision. That's what we do here in Texas.
Of course.
I mean, there was a Texas guy that came down here. I went hunting in Texas. I went, okay, cool. He's like big game. There's these big game ranches, right? They bring in, they buy these like big game, like $70,000 for a water buffalo or something like that. I don't know, but they bring him in. I don't know. And he showed me a picture of him on a 4-wheeler or whatever, and he was like 10 feet away from the thing, and it was just grazing. And you're like, and I look at him, I go, that's not hunting. I look at him, I go, that's not hunting. I go, whatever, it's farm raised. So, okay, everything's got to hit your plate somehow, but that's not hunting.
I was supposed to be going to South Africa next month to go hunt like actual big game and things like that. But my wife is pregnant, so we're not making that trip anymore. But yeah, a couple of our buddies actually won it in an auction a few years ago, pre-COVID, and then it got canceled because of COVID and everything else. And he finally rebooked it this year, and we were going to go with them. But that would have been really cool. Basically you were going to get the equivalent of a deer, like an African deer, basically kind of equivalent of gazelle almost. And then, other animals, but it would have been really cool.
Country boys are wild.
Yeah. I mean, I'm from the country. I'm not into all that. When I don't know, when that dentist from Minnesota, remember that dentist from Minnesota got completely canceled, took out some big old rhino. You're like, just let it eat. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a topic.
I couldn't do an apex, any sort of apex predator. Absolutely not. That would be.
Here it comes.
No.
Here comes the chat. You guys are asking for it. You guys are asking for it. Here we go. Buyer stepped in at the 710 level. S&Ps.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so can we confirm that is a failed? Why can you say it's a failed downside auction now after the first 90 minutes of trading?
It's because it popped the initial balance load to the downside and swiftly returned back into initial balance and is now screaming to the opposite side. That's definitely a failed auction. So we saw those buyers stepping in. That's usually what the failed auctions look like. There's like a huge influx of volume and orders coming in at those areas of interest, and then it just shoots up. So you have to be reasonably quick to catch those these days, especially if you have a tight initial balance as well. Makes things very difficult.
That was a failed down. It's textbook. We'll be all over that one. D all over that one. Broke the initial balance to the downside. Buyer swiftly stepped in. No downside auction. Textbook trade. Speaking of hunting, let's find some good trades in here.
Ooh, I like that, Andre. That's the hunting I do.
We're hunting for ticks around here.
Yeah.
Yeehaw. Y'all seen some ticks
Yeehaw.
around here? Yes.
Yeah, come
If you ever
on.
wrote-
No.
What?
That's how my people talk, Andre. Country
Well,
folks.
I can't. Well, you call me a city, and I can make fun of you guys.
You didn't sound anything like them.
I sure did, and I don't know. All right, let's see. Buyers did step in. YM 77% long. Hey, MP, we did see a short bias in S&Ps. What was it 73% short? And we rallied.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay,
and we rallied.
50-50 right now, really.
All 50. We've seen a lot of 50-50 this week. 5,000 people watching. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We've been stuck on 106,000 subscribers for a little too long. I know it's the summertime, holidays. Could be expected. Market's not exactly rocking and rolling, but please click like. Please click subscribe. Let's get to 107,000. We can do that.
Tell your friends. Tell your buddies. Bring them in.
Tell your enemies. Tell them everybody. Tune in.
Tell the neighbors you hate.
Tell your neighbors you hate. D, do you get along with your neighbors?
I do actually. In London, I'm quite fortunate to have great neighbors here. So
Good.
we live in a row of like terraced houses, like kind of like townhouses, and we all get along pretty well. But having said that, it is London, so I don't really know people past like the 3 doors down me. So that's just like I have no idea who they are. But the ones that live immediate next to us, they're great. They used to come and because they've got kids and stuff, so they used to come and play with the puppies when the puppies were very tiny, and they still pop in every so often as well. So that's nice. Very lucky.
Excellent.
It's kind of like the trading pits, Deanna. If you could, we used to have to wear ties. We used to have to wear ties on the trading floor. If you could, the whole line was if you could touch them with your tie, they were your friend. Put your pretty much your radius was about whoever's around you.
Literally, are you in my circle? Are you in my circle or not?
Yeah.
All right, JD.
Yeah.
JD, we'll throw it to you. Nick, still no trades. I know D's in a trade right now on the gold. Nick, still flat?
Mm-hmm.
Still flat. Potentially looking to see if we re-offer here on 750.
750?
760, even 755.
Okay.
It's kind of the middle of the range for the day, so maybe not, but if we do continue to kind of trend to the downside, that would make sense. But otherwise, yeah, this is still a range play and looking for maybe a trip back towards an all-time high.
Pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew, pew. Can we do it, D? D and Nick are on all-time high alert right here. They are making sure everyone knows on TopstepTV that all-time highs have been traded.
Yeah, Hoop, that 700 level was perfect. It's just that weird 20-point, 10-second candle, whatever you want to call that, spooked me out of even wanting to do anything.
Dre, what's the VIX? What's the VIX trade? And I remember when we used to trade around 7, 8, 9, 10. We used to open. The market used to open, and we used to just sit down in the pits and play Uno, just because the market was so dead. When it traded above 20, and God love it if it got to 40. It's fun. We're seeing right now. We're seeing right now what a quiet market feels like.
Oh yeah.
And then people are like, I can't trade this market. And then you get to too much volatility, and people are like, I can't trade this market. So you really need to understand what I've learned in the whole thing is like you're gonna have different market states, volatile, range bound, trending, all that. And I know Nikki talked about it earlier, and I've talked about it before. Like, just take off that time. But like you don't. Sometimes that time is a volatile time, and you thought it was going to be quiet. So it's like getting to know all these different market states. That's why I don't take time off, and you're always in tune with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of
you asked about VIX. VIX last trade 1245. Look at the Y. The last year. Hey, we did crack 20s. We cracked 20s back in last October.
Yeah, look at October. Look at October on a daily. Where was it?
We're probably breaking, right? Probably breaking pretty well. But like Nick,
2023? Are you saying 2023?
Yeah, 2023
Look at it
October.
on my chart.
Go to
It's the
MP's
last.
chart.
It's the last big
Sell off.
pullback.
Yeah,
Yep,
there you go.
sell off.
There you go.
The
VIX only
thing.
trade 20. There you go, Nick. Is it real?
It's real. It's still not real. Above 12 or above 12, below 15. It's in the weird, like, it probably should. We're at all-time highs. We've been trading the way we've been trading. It probably should be a 7 or 8 handle, but it's still sitting at 12, which is always just something to keep in the back of your mind because it could go to 20 real quick.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. So here's where it was, in the 20s, and then I wonder if you chart on the chart. I don't have it in front of me. If it went 19, 18, 17, or if it sat down, because when it sits down, low volatility, the market starts to just keep rising. And higher volatility on the VIX, of course, well, not of course, but like it usually means, the sell-off is there, and uncertainty, all that kind of stuff.
VIX is not real. VIX is not real, Nick, for a dick. Gold, 71% long. Gold, 71% long on Z-Tilt. JD is ready with the leaderboard here at 10:16 Central Time on Topstep TV. Crude new highs, Eddie's telling me. Crude new highs. Last trade, $82.26. High today, $82.28 in the house. Keep those gas prices lower here in the States and all around the world. But hey, summertime, driving time, let's get bullish. All right, so JD, I'm going to throw it to you, my man, with the leaderboard.
Let's do it.
Who's doing what? I want to see $100,000 from number 1 to number 10 here in the next couple of weeks. $100,000 on all those account balances. JD, let's go.
We're getting close.
Like
Let's take a look at those XFA P&Ls real quick.
Cool.
Yesterday's best. All right, a couple traders to note here. Chance and Dilbag, both on the list for the second day in a row. Chance now has a 2-day running total of $47,000, and Dilbag has a 2-day total of $20,500. So big shout out to those guys and everybody else on the XFA P&L leader list. Nicely done. All right, here is the bottom half of our leaderboard. So, Brian, top 6 traders earned 6 figures. Clinton is right there. Everybody else real close to. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before everybody in the top 10 is on the 100K list. But let's start off with Brian. Brian lost about $500 yesterday, held on to 6th place for another day. Clinton picked up $4,600 trading in 3 XFAs. Nick for a tick. $7,900 in profit. 700 of that coming from his live funded account. Still dropped a spot though, from 7th down to 8th. Funny how that happens. You make $8,000 and you drop on the leaderboard.
JD,
Yep.
Brian put up $500.
Brian lost 500. Stayed
Lost
in 6th
500.
place.
And
Yep.
Wanted really quickly, losing 500 after being up $100,000, having 100,000 of gains or whatever, however long he's been on there. That shows control. I just want to throw it out there. It shows control and discipline.
Yeah.
You could easily let that, $500 stopping on the day when you're. So that's awesome.
You've got dollars in your eyes. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. He's trading in multiple accounts too. 5 XFA accounts for Brian.
Okay.
Oh no, I take that back. He's in the single live account. I was looking at the wrong Brian there. Brian is only trading in a single live funded account. No XFAs.
I like him even more. I like it.
Yep. Where did we end off? Idor lost $5,200 trading in 1 live account and 4 XFAs. Stayed in 9th place. And rounding out our top 10 is our old friend David A. David was in 16th place yesterday. Even though he lost $1,400, he moved up on the list. So Nick made money, moved down. David lost money and moved up. A little goofy there. All right, here is the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, he got all of that one.
Let me give you a minute to absorb that.
Let's go while we're young.
All right, Top 5, same names as yesterday. They just moved around a little bit. Starting at the bottom, Balkaron was in 5th place yesterday. And there he is again after taking home just over 10K, trading in 5 XFAs. He was also on our payouts list from yesterday, paying himself and moving up on the list. Shane was in 3rd place yesterday. He dropped 15 grand across 5 XFAs, fell down to 4th place. Then Sidara was in 4th place, swap places with Shane. Slid into 3rd place after a nice $20,000 winner, trading in 3 XFAs. Raphael pocketed $3,200 in his live funded account, and Dakota took a 6K drawdown, but he's really he's not budging from 1st place for now. There is your leaderboard.
Yeah, not a whole heck of a lot of movement at the leaderboard. Markets are tricky right now. All-time highs and pullbacks. Summertime trade.
Markets are. I still can't get an XFA off the ground to save my life. So and it's funny. I think I do trade better when I'm only focusing on my live account rather than trying to kind of bounce and utilize 6 accounts and things like that. It's just I tend to trade better with just the one. I really do. When I'm only focusing on it, or when I only have the one. Let's say, like if I have no active XFAs, like I just tend to just see the markets better. You're just not worried about all these other things.
It's always been my pitch. That's why, like one, it's just with Dr. Menaker. No, what was the doctor? There's Dr. Menaker. We used to have him on, and he's like, after 3 products that you're trading, you start to like your mind starts to struggle to 5, 6, 7. We have people like 10 different products that they're trading. And just like, are you in tune with them? Is that like dating 10 different people? Are you going to be like have a real strong relationship with anyone? Are you going to be in tune with really anyone? Or are you just getting your fix, whatever that is? Like, so like get married to one product. Marriage in the trading world is totally fine. The divorce rate is not probably high because you have greater success when you focus on one, get comfortable and in tune with one. And then I see the same thing with accounts. That's why I'm like, I'm not into 5 accounts, even though we offer it. I'm not into anything more than that. I'm into one. I'm just into one. But to each its own. That's just our little nudge towards what I believe better trading habit.
Right. YM made new highs on the day. Last trade 39,670. High of the day 676. Gold just kind of hanging out right now. D.
That's a good sign.
I know you. Yep, it's
We
okay.
have the
right?
Euro close. We have the Euro
close
close coming up, so I'm kind of hoping that we're going to get a little bit more. Okay, here we go. As I was
There we go.
saying,
They were listening, D. They were listening. They were listening.
They're listening. Yes.
Get out of this little 5-minute range. If we can get into the 85s,
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, we're still
there.
in the 6-point range on ES, basically.
Nick, what's going on over there, man?
I don't know. Markets are asleep. Markets are on holiday. Markets are just doing everything possible to make me lose my mind before volatility comes back.
You crack me up, man. We gotta get you up to Chicago, Nick.
I know. You guys let me know when to jump up there. I'd love to come hang out.
Yeah, we'll have a trader meet up. Yeah. MP, when are you coming to? Oh, you'll be coming first weekend of August for in and out, quick in.
But then
my prop trading companies had a beer Wednesdays on like quiet markets. They would go out, they would buy beer for everybody, and then nobody would trade. We would just sit there and chat for like 8 hours a day. Beer Wednesdays, and that was the summer months.
This industry is unlike anything else. Really is.
Unlike anything else. I've loved it since the day I joined it. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. You're stepping in here a little bit.
I got interviewed. When I got interviewed, Dre, I think I told you this. The guy he's like, welcome to Chicago. Cause I'm like, I just moved here from college. He's like, if you can't become a professional athlete, become a trader. I'm like, hell yeah. I like that. I like that line.
Speaking my language.
And then, yeah.
Crude pushing new highs here. Isaac, my man. What up, Isaac? Yes, catching a bid here. Indeed, it is catching a bit of a bid here. I mean, it's kind of like or handles kind of pushing higher.
This is considered catching a bid for sure.
Yeah, you know me.
Oh, yeah.
I like to over-exaggerate the moves a bit. It's more fun that way. I enjoy it. I amuse myself doing it that way.
Technically, it's 100% catching a bid.
Just catching a bit.
It is.
Oh,
look
there
at
it
it's a
is.
failed auction.
I heard it.
Did I hear an order? Yeah.
I mean, I got short at the 40. Yeah.
We got two people in the market. Mark, MP, tell us your position. Yeah, tell us your position so we can update the board.
I'm short from 43. I was waiting for the 40.
How many times?
You'll be out of it in like 3.5 seconds. Don't worry.
No, Deanna. I know, right?
Short for
We're getting
43.
holding trades.
That's all he's giving us. That's all he's giving us. Short for 43.
Yeah.
Could be 10. It could be 1. Could be 3. It could be 7. He's just short from 43. Very mysterious.
I'm back. I don't know what happened.
Where'd you go, Nick? Where'd you go?
VMix crashed on me, so I don't know what happened.
Oh.
Okay, well, you look back, looking better than ever. That black Stetson looking good.
Yeah, you look good in that.
Yep, camo.
Thank you, guys. Well, let's see. We're coming back to that 750 spot. ES is making a run here at a new all-time high once again. This is what I was talking about. Maybe a spot to reoffer on NQ. We are coming into Euro close, so could get the changeover, as well as, you know, I know pretty much everybody in the overnight session was long, so I'll see what happens here.
Danny, you said, did I fund your life through only trading in the beginning, or did you?
Did you?
When I started at 18, I had a vending company. I lost $30,000 trading account, put 30 grand in, like a year later lost, did it again, always with a break in between of education. And then, so that's 90 grand. Then I graduated from college and I was broke and I had to sell my line of credit that I used to borrow against my inventory. So I sold this whole company. So now I'm companyless, no income, graduated from college. Then I became a trader with that interview that I talked about. You can't become a professional athlete, become a trader. They put me on a simulator. I had to show them a daily average. Well, I hit my loss limit. Same thing as what we're doing here. I only had a $300 daily loss limit, and I was bartending at night. So I was coming home with about a couple $100 a night, putting it in a shoebox, got myself trading well, and then bought myself a seat on the trading floor, and then put all that box of shoebox full of cash into commodities account at Cunningham.
Still doing business with them.
From then on out, it was all my income was from trading. Oh, Deanna, this short. Back up to the
It is technically a failed auction, you know, to the downside. So, yeah.
Crude still pushing higher here. Bulls in control on crude. NQ went straight to VWAP. VWAP 20,747. All right, starting to see some movement here in gold. D, I like what I'm seeing. D, talk to us. What's happening in gold?
It's moving. We're coming into Euro close. Exactly the same thing you just said. Yeah, so hopefully it continues. I mean, I'd be okay just getting a little bit today. It's not the biggest day. We only have 130 ticks for the entire session. So yeah, I mean, if I get 87, that'd be nice. It's about 2R. But ideally, I would like to get 89.90. Not sure it's going to get there. Depends on how much momentum is in this move. And because we are in the summertime, I'm probably just going to grab whatever I can out of this and run.
Yes, as Nick says. Take the money and run.
We got some comments coming off the wire here. Powell, some red hot ones, saying that I do have some confidence that inflation is headed lower. He also says I do have some confidence in inflation coming down, but I am not prepared to say I am sufficiently confident in it coming substantially down to 2% yet. Once again, waving that that golden carrot in front of our faces. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Eddie, anytime you got some Paul stuff, just Morse code in. Anytime you see something cool or see something important.
Roger. Thank you, Lost Trader.
Got that. Jump on in. MP flat in that position as I did here. Gold, 79% long. ES on the run. Morning catch a bit. Nick, my man. You got it. Like we said,
Here we
MP,
go
give it a
again.
half hour. Give it a half hour.
New all-time highs.
Oh boy.
Order rejected.
Yeah,
I got
I'm
order
supposed to be-
rejected earlier, actually. That's why I fumbled the entry. So I was supposed to enter around like 81
I'm
half.
putting my 5 lot on in my Express account. I'm supposed to be doing every day. I missed it because I came in late today.
Buyers really stepping in here in the S&Ps. We're catching a bid now, Isaac. These are buyers. We are, let's call this a little bit of a mini rally here. See if the NASDAQ can catch up here. NASDAQ's still in the middle of the range a bit. Last trade NASDAQ, 70,000. Or sorry, 70,000. One day it'll be 70,000. 20,760. 20,760 last trade. High of the day, NASDAQ 20,796. Let's see if we can get into the 20,800s. S&P's leading the way higher, though. About 1 point off the highs, trading 56.51. Oh, now just get in there. Yeah. Just wait for the sellers to get exhausted. Here we go. Gold, D. I'm loving what I'm seeing in gold. What is your profit target there in gold, D? I love this trade.
So first profit target 87, but if I start to see any stuttering, then that'll be it. That'll be the end, and we're kind of reaching that now.
Nice call.
So for now, there's still. Let's see what.
All right.
What is going on over there?
I know what's going on.
All right, so let me just concentrate. There's like chaos in my house at the moment.
I
Dogs
hear
are
there's
going
lots of
out.
things going on right here on Top
Yeah.
Step TV. How we doing on the list? Or MP over here. Yo, we're hearing that.
Oh, well, I'm fixing stuff.
Oh, okay. All right.
Do you have a working order anywhere?
I might.
87's coming
No,
up, D.
I'm gonna take this. So that's about 400. I just took
Nice.
profits. So, 394 with commissions. So
Well done.
there it is.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice trade.
that's what it gave us. So that's what it is.
Beautiful trade. Into the Euro close. Exactly. Execute exactly how she said it would. That's what you get here on Top Step TV. Real traders, real execution, real accounts, real P&Ls. Yep. Nick, we could have. We want to see a dip into the 600 handle. Never got there. Seems like
we
everyone's
even
just
tagged
trying.
7, stopped at 702, but it still was the right trade. Yeah.
It seems
one
like
of those
people are just,
things, man.
the buyers coming in, they're just tripping over themselves to buy, and the buyers will step in, maybe a little bit early, get stopped out, but eventually buyers will be right. They're just kind of tripping over each other. Who's going to be first to jump in the pool? Eventually they will be right.
I'm sure they'll do it for earnings season too.
Yeah, we got that starting on Friday morning. We got some banks, Wells Fargo, Citi, and JP, I want to say. Always banks start off earnings season, kind of give you bellwether as to what's coming up the rest of earnings. But yes, 3 big banks on Friday morning. So we got CPI tomorrow. Nick will be wide awake, ready to go for that.
Yep.
He's been waiting for CPI since this morning. No one's been more eager for CPI than Nick. Well, trade it up this morning, tomorrow. I'm sure Paul knows what CPI is going to come out at.
Yeah, he got it already, I'm sure.
I wonder how early. I have no idea. I've never even 24 hours in advance, 48 hours in advance. Thank you, James. So we got some Series 3, we got some plugs, we got fast market submissions coming right up. Oh, speaking of which, I think we're a little bit behind schedule. We got about 23 minutes left here on fast markets. Eddie, you got some plugs coming up here for in about a minute or so.
Yeah.
You got some good ones today? I like juicy plugs. Nothing better than a juicy plug.
Yeah.
Well, Eddie, if you're right, let's just do it right now, man. Because they're juicy.
Want to do the plugs right now? Okay.
Yeah, let's do the plugs right now.
Yeah,
Oh, what the hey?
What the heck?
All right. Now, for those that are wondering, what's this performance dashboard on TopStep X? A lot of us are in it, on it, using it, abusing it, whatever help it can give you. TopStep X Performance Dashboard. Now, it's perfect for analyzing and optimizing trade performance. What you got to do is use the key stats to focus on improving discipline and building stronger habits. Now, I've got my charts up here, and I want to show you where they are. If you're new here to TopStep, new here to TopStep X, this is gold. All right, so what you want to do is you want to cruise all the way over to the left-hand side of your platform. See that over there? You got that? Is my chart there? I think that's my chart. Yes, it is. All right, and the third icon down, performance stats. You're going to click on that, okay? Clicking on it. And what it's going to give you is here's something else that I didn't highlight yesterday was that you can actually have the dates that you want, the date range that you want. You can choose whatever date range you want. You're just going to click on that and it's going to change up here, okay? Here is Coach T's tip, all right? It's a personalized tip on how you are trading. P&L here today is going to show you the win percentage. Now, yesterday I had my 150K account. Today I wanted to go down to a 50K account. Most of us do have that 50K, so I wanted to make sure that you do see that also. So, traded today here early, put up some numbers, had a couple losses. It's going to show you winning trade, average losing trade, best trade, worst trade. So I'm pretty much 50-50 there, but I still managed pretty decent. I came up ahead, up a little over 500. And it's going to give you stats, duration, trade duration, win rate analysis. And the thing I like here is every day that you trade on the calendar, it's going to show you what you made. I did 13 trades today, 551, and it's going to give you a graph on how you did during the day. That's where I pulled my loser, but I came back and I put some winners up on top. It's going to give you all your trades here also, what you did and how you did it. And I find this an extreme help and definitely a benefit. Use it to your advantage. So have fun with that. So remember, it's the third icon. It's going to say performance stats. It's the only one that we have there. So there you have that. Another thing here. We have monthly email from Coach T. Now, we had mentioned that this week you'd be receiving a new cool email from Coach T. Well, Coach T is still working on that a little bit more. We need a little bit more time to put the finishing touches on it. We've been talking to Coach T, and he says, let's get it right, and then we'll send it out. So we're going to keep you posted when we are sending it. So be patient. Be patient, please. Also, this is the big one. Ready, Andre? This is ready?
I know what you're about to
fire
say.
drill for one free reset. Okay, now relax. Not happening right this second. But it's almost time to pull that fire drill, okay? Now, here's the clue. Tonight, all right, slow markets with Coach Dakota. There will be one free reset fire drill tonight with Coach Dakota at 8 p.m. Central, all right? So if you can make that, you are ahead of the game. If you can't, don't worry about it. Tomorrow, 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 we're going to keep this party going. Oh, yeah. For fast markets. We're going to keep going into fast markets so everyone can check in the fire drill form for tomorrow. So remember, hey, if you do log in, have some fun with Coach Dakota, learn something, you're all set. You don't have to worry about checking in tomorrow, which is Thursday. So tonight, slow market, and tomorrow during fast market, we will be sharing that code for one free reset. And yes, you can use it on any platform that you have. So there you go. Nice. Share that with your friends. Anybody else asking for a reset? Well, you know when they're coming out. All right. As requested, Andre, back to the studio.
Those were some juicy plugs. You weren't kidding.
Studio.
You were not kidding, Eddie. Those were juicy.
Juicy,
like those ones. Yeah. New email just got sent out by Topstep. Check your inboxes. We just sent out a new email about the bonuses. I think you'll be happy to see. Just sent out. Bonus update.
Hey, I was following up on that map talk that I had earlier.
What happened?
I said I'm going to give you guys the roadmap.
Oh, yeah.
Levels from coaches. in the next 30 days, you'll be able to select those as an indicator. I believe with the coach's name. It says Hoag's levels. So maybe it starts with Hoag. And then it'll show up on your trading view charts. On TopStep X only, it'll show up in there as an indicator, Hoag's levels, and then it'll just always be updated every day. So that's in there.
Damn.
No cost for those levels. We used to buy levels, $1,200 a month. So please, no complaining. Trade copier gets updated. All account sizes included in a group. Don't know exact details of that, but that's what you get. Trade copier updates. All account sizes included in a group. Oh, then the last one, hotkeys.
There it is. Hey, MP, I got a question. Where's market's kind of trading sideways right now? Taking a look. Yeah, nothing's really popping. Nice cover, D. Nice cover on that gold. Gold looks like it's kind of stalled out a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, MP, you were talking about when you're 18, failed business, 330 accounts, failed business, or $330,000 accounts, failed business. Humex, failed business.
No, that wasn't a. Yeah.
Well, when all the inventory went spilling on the 405, I mean, that was. Anyways, my question is, why the hell? How the hell are you so hard-headed to keep continuing to want to start businesses? What the hell is what is it with you? Why do you? How come failure didn't set you back? How come failure didn't make you say, F this, I'm gonna go get a 9 to 5?
Risk seeker. I'm a risk seeker. I'm different than people. I have an entrepreneurial trait that I did a thing. You do this personality trait thing that we did for a bunch of us leaders at TopStep to help you understand how to work with each other, so you get the traits of others. So that I haven't, but I'm just a risk seeker. I'm not going to sit on my ass and wait for myself to die. I'm going to keep, pushing boundaries, going after what things I believe in. I have this here, follow passion, and it faces me. So if you're going to follow anybody, follow passion. So I've had that one. I don't know. Believe in myself, because who else would you rather believe in?
I don't know.
Not putting my faith in a guy on the other side of the desk. I know that. He's got my life in his hands. So that's another thing. Unless that guy is a great guy like that I can believe in and get behind, and I love what they're doing and building. But I don't know. That's why I always did it. And I think you go through failures too. You're going to go through failures regardless. So if you can learn from each one and get better, which I feel I did, and then work with better people on each one that understand the space, which we finally got to. TopStep has the best team we've ever had in our entire existence. You go through that too, as far as traders and as far as traders and Eddie, the best team. There's a period of time where there's they weren't the right people for TopStep, probably somewhere else, but you got to understand the trader, you got to understand this and that. They're very data driven when it's just about the numbers, and you can't do that. Those guys are gone and hopefully successful somewhere else. But
get that air horn ready, Nick. I think you know what's coming here. We're about 6 ticks, about a point and a half off of new all-time highs, S&Ps, but it feels like it's slugging along to get up into that. NASDAQ just chilling in the middle right now. Not a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, MP.
Well, I can only assume that horn was meant to signal the Series 3.
Oh, no.
I keep my faith. I keep my faith in FINRA. Don't worry. Yesterday's was a little bit tough. Today's not so tough.
Don't go light on us, Jack. Don't go light.
Just gonna mix it up. It's like the New York Times crossword puzzle.
Yeah.
It gets harder as the week goes on. All right. Uh-oh.
When an investor owns a put and exercises, what do they get? Now, let me just point out real quick. I'm writing these as exactly as they are in the book. So this is a futures option.
Okay. Michael, do you know this one?
Yes. So you should know it. This is easy.
I do know. I do know this.
So by
When you
owns,
buy
you
a
mean
put, you
buy
own
put,
the you
yeah?
own the yeah.
Underline.
When you buy a put, you own the right to
To
get short.
sell
All
it
right.
at X
Yeah,
price.
so it's B.
Yes.
So we are going with short futures.
Yes, that's
I am going with
yes, that's my vote. Let's see what I want to see what the poll does.
Okay, man.
But oh yeah, we'll give them a few seconds here.
Why, Jack? Well, I don't like how quickly you wanted to. What do you got
I
up your
know.
sleeve?
I don't like it either.
Why I don't
What do
like
we
how
do?
eager you were. to
What
keep
do
it
we
moving
read
there.
wrong?
Okay, we
What
got
an
the
investor.
500 votes. Let's
Oh,
see
it's an
it.
investor, not a trader,
no.
an investor.
You guys are right.
No, it's B.
Yeah.
Like options
do-
101.
Yeah,
I do think it'd be funny
Nick
if
liked
when
it.
you exercised a long put, you got another long put. That would be a real
that
circle
would
of
be a real
causality right
weird-
there.
Yeah.
How do I get out of the
You are
trade? How do I get out of
always
the
in a
trade?
put.
Long a put, no long a put, no long a put.
It just keeps going in circles.
You're gonna long a put.
Suddenly you're
alright.
like that the chief guy from JP Morgan and you're out of a job. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a series
Thank you,
3.
Jack.
Great job, everybody.
Thank
Or you get
I like those
promoted, Jack,
questions.
because you keep everybody in a position and you keep turning them up.
I like that. I like those questions. All right. Let's take a look at our live trader on the leaderboard here. D up $400. MP down a couple hundred. Dakota, DLL. Tough sledding for him a little bit lately. Tanya, no Tanya trades, nothing. J Pell, $2,400. Nick for a tick, pretty much around scratch. Pin S was up $5,500 at 8 a.m. Central. Now it's 10. Oh, well, this says of 10 a.m. Now only up $785. Garrett C, $1,900. A lot of light trading. A lot of light trading lately, which is understandable based on what this market's doing.
10-point range will do that.
10-point range will do that. So we got, So I guess the name of the game is just keep your head above water right now. And,
Survive and advance to the next day.
Right? Exactly. We'll wait for earnings. I think we'll get some good volatility then. CPI as well.
That's why. Here, look, Nick. That's why we have this written at all of our offices. See that way over there?
What does it say?
Always trade.
Always trade for tomorrow.
Can you see that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had a trader stop by yesterday.
Oh yeah, tell us
Funded
about
trader. Funded trader Charles. He comes here. He's like, I'm funded. I was funded with you guys. I'm not now. I go to college. I go, did you take a payout? He's like, yeah, $2,000. I'm like sitting there thinking, $2,000 in college. You got a whole semester of, pizza.
Fun.
No problem. Fun.
Good life.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, by the way, take that backpack. Here's a notebook. Here's some socks. You ski? Yeah, I do. Here's goggle covers. That's it. So he took that with him. And I said, keep going, keep jabbing. Yeah, he's like, I was over there eating at Fuel, and I looked up, and I'm like, is that a Topstep office? So then after that, I told you about, I think Topstep will become a household name within 2 years. And I say this in no joke, because there's that, and he just saw us, and he's like, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm down at the driving range yesterday, and some guy comes up to me. He's like, oh, Topstep. I'm like, what? And then we have our buddies texting us every now and then. I was working out in Chicago wearing a Topstep t-shirt, and somebody came up to me. So it's starting, and then like some kid came up to me on Saturday when we were at the pool and said, hey, you guys do that YouTube. And I don't know. I mean, it's 14 years overnight growth. It's always been growing, but it's just cool to be a part of. Yeah.
The overnight
Not really,
success,
but
yes. That lasts for 14 years, yeah.
Yeah, for 14 years, just grinding. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. And we don't have a marketing spend, to get our name out there. We do on Topstep TV. We just started it. It's like $20,000 a month or something like that. And you'll be seeing us littered. I like saying this. All over TradingView, Topstep TV here in like a month or two. We have a $35,000 spend with them. That's transparency, guys, right there. So, and it's all about come join us on Topstep TV, where it's real traders, real trading, real tradertainment. That's what it's about. So we're excited.
Soon we'll be walking the red carpet at the Oscars.
Oh. Michael's dream.
It's not my dream at all.
No, I just made that up. It's definitely not your dream. I completely just made that up.
Yeah.
I completely just made that
You're
up.
the guy. You're the guy who would talk to my wife, being like, "Casey, you know the Oscars are coming Sunday." I'm like, "How do you know that, Andre?" Because I'm going to watch it.
I don't live under a rock. I mean, you just got to
Yeah, you are pop culture in tune with it.
aficionado. Yes, indeed. We got Isaac Rivera in the chat saying, people recognize the Topstep logo all over the place when I wear one of my shirts or the 5K club hat. Pretty sweet.
Yeah, we're very proud of the brand because the brand is something you work on for a long time. Of course,
There we go.
trust can be built over 10 years and dissolved in 10 minutes, 10 seconds. So very conscious about all that.
Big time. Here's the quote of the day from Powell. I'm sure this will get the chat fired up. Powell says, "We do not let political considerations factor into policy decisions." There you heard it. Political stuff does not factor into policy decisions. Kind of believe him, though. All right, we got 6 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Market's quiet today. Doesn't mean money can't be made, like Dee was saying. You got to shift gears and adapt.
Yeah.
Yesterday was quiet.
Yeah.
Money was there to be made. All three of these traders right here. All three of these traders were able to make money. Michael is giggling, chuckling about something. What is up, Mike?
Nick was right. I mean, well, Nick, you were watching the 700s. I mean,
Yeah.
we're 60 handles off that. And what were you watching it for? I mean, it traded down to 04. So if you're in a zone, which you could trade in zones here, which is not called dollar cost averaging because that's an investing term. But zones are okay to be trading or what we talk about. So 04, you talking about evens. What were you talking about with the evens? The 700 evens. 20,000.
Well, it was basically the Euro Open low. Basically, was that 700 area on NQ. So you had all of that inventory since whatever 2 a.m., 3 a.m. my time, whatever time the Euro market's open. So we basically bounced right off of that.
Okay.
But that was the only clean trade really all day. I mean, you've been punished if you've shorted the all-time high for the last few weeks. So there really was nothing else that was kind of a clean entry, minimal moves against it. You didn't really take any heat there. And you got it, like we said, the immediate 20-point rip in your favor if you took it.
Yep. Ryan says 700 was yesterday's VWAP. What else we got? Topstep.
All right. Well, we got four minutes left here. You guys looking good in those hats. D, nice trade in the gold. But before we close out Fast Markets, it wouldn't be Fast Markets if we don't do hashtag Fast Markets. Gabe, hit us with some sweet content.
There's some good ones.
All right, let's go for it. I was about to say, Nick, you preview Twitter there.
I did see a couple of them.
Yeah,
I had a good laugh.
Absolutely. All right, first one we have OnlyFunds with a little battle station pick. Topstep X Open down there, Topstep TV on the right. Up a cool $1,000 during this lovely Fast Markets. Who's ready for a successful downside auction? Turned around quite quickly.
Yes, it did.
It was a quick one. Yeah.
He was all over that one.
We got Ursa coming in with
broccoli.
a quick little meme.
MP.
Farmer MP.
Look, the broccoli. Well, who did that? Who did that one?
I would have Scottsbury.
We serve broccoli here. They feed you that candy and sugar at the other prop first. Well done. Nice.
Gotta love it.
You let me know which one of your yes. That's hilarious. That's good. I like that.
I like Skittles. I don't care. I like well done.
Next one, we got Lost Trader.
Nothing.
Yeah. Lost Trader.
So good. So good with the Photoshops there.
I made the crew yeah, those hats are sweet.
Those are awesome. Yeah.
Kind of on the same notion here. We've got Carl Hungus. Good old Texas Ranger.
Yeah.
There you go.
Someone putting ketchup on a steak.
So good.
Well done, Hungus. Bringing that fire.
Carl, Trader, those are both so good.
Nailed it.
I got one more for you guys. We have Rob Trades coming in that says this new TopStep statistics dashboard is incredible. If you are not on TopStep X, you are missing out. Thank you to MP and the team. You nailed this one.
He's trading well on Fridays. Okay. That's his good day. He looks like, it's got a lot of green on the screen. I can't zoom in that far. Nice trading, Rob.
Yeah. I mean, we're only 3 days into this thing. Wait till we got 3 weeks, 3 months worth of data. I mean, you're really going to be dialed in. You're really going to have some insights. You're really going to see your strengths and weaknesses. This is just better trading.
You can see when it's like 2 months ago, but then also you're like, well, I really, like Deanna said, I really, started working on some of these things that she was talking about. Went back, blah, blah, blah. And then when I went back to the markets, it's been the last 2 weeks. Let me look at my stats from the last 2 weeks only. And you can do that. Then you can see how, shit, that's like way better than the last 2 months. And then you start going from the last 2 weeks because that's when you kind of changed your or dialed in or whatever you want to call it, your strategy, your psyche, whatever it is. And that's how you work to get better.
Mm-hmm. That was really good stuff today, guys. D, great trading today. Way to adjust. Back in oil, back in gold.
Yep.
Just like Michael was saying, great trading today. Great calling that gold trade. Nick, great patience today, man. A couple trades, up a couple $100. Nothing. Will you be trading the rest of the day, or you got other things on the agenda?
Yeah, I got some stuff later this afternoon, but we'll see if we get anything. Otherwise, I'm not sticking around for Power Hour.
All good, all good. Well, you'll be here in spirit. I bet I do see you in the chat, though. I'm willing to bet I will see you in the chat during Power Hour, unless you are physically removed from your house.
If I'm not at my computer, hopefully I'm
yes,
not.
Fair enough. All right, well, we got some more buyers stepping in here. MP, thank you for joining us as well. That was hilarious. You are now the broccoli guy. You are serving broccoli.
Broccoli. Yeah, going golfing with CB right now.
Really? Awesome. Good for you. Tell him I say hello. Hit him straight.
Hello.
No 3 putts, man. No 3 putts. It's the name of the game. No 3 putts. Anyways, we've got Power Players coming up next. Jared J joining us on Power Hour on the other side. Power Players and others. Oh, there he is. I see Jared. What's happening, man? I'll catch up with him on the other side of this break. That was a fun, fast market. So we got more in store today. I'll still talk, and we'll keep one eye on that. Power Players coming up next. Yes, you may remember him from a few weeks ago. He is back making his second appearance on Power Players. Welcome back, Jared. You are a Topstep Power Player. 2 times now. Welcome back, Jared. Let's get right into it. ES making new all-time highs. NASDAQ trying to catch a bit as well. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts? Well, what's your take on what's going on with these markets right now?
Never try to short something that just keeps going up.
Sage advice. Right there. We can just have power play. We can end it.
Can
right
I go
there.
on a little? Can I go on a little
Yeah.
story last night? I'm laying in
100%.
bed at 11 o'clock at night. Okay, right. I'm supposed to be sleeping, right? Never traded. So I'm on a tablet and I'm on looking at the NASDAQ and I'm looking at the 5 or 15-minute chart, right? And I see 3 red bars and I'm like, oh, hey, we're getting a reversal because it's just been straight up, all night long. It's 11:30 at night Central Time. And so I'm like, I'm going to take a short. So I take a short and then, it drops down a little bit and boom, reverses and I'm out, cold. And I do it a second time, see another pattern. And pretty soon I'm sitting there thinking, what actually looks like a reversal? Why in the world would I short this? Just because I got 2 or 3 red bars. And I start scrolling back and I just kind of moved the chart off the screen and to the next previous 2 red bars. I'm like, oh, there's another short. And then I move my chart back over and I'm like, wait a minute, it never was a short. And I instantly had this moment of what an idiot. What actually looks like a short? It's like my whole world kind of just fell apart. And I have no clue what a reversal or what a short actually is. Sure, maybe I have a couple setups of let's say the previous high or something like that. But I started my whole life started replaying in front of me. All the times that I tried to take a short, and it's the trend is up. What am I doing shorting?
Your whole life flashed before your eyes. Oh no, Jared. That's a dangerous.
It was really boring.
No, stop that. Stop it. Also, you got my partner, my man, the Power Hour star himself, Dolby Time in the house. Dolby Time, what are we trading today? We got NQ, YM, crude. What are we looking at today?
Crude and YM. That's what I'm looking
Crude
at
and
today. I will look at NQ, but I'm not gonna make continued eye contact, just quick glances. Stick with too much eye contact with NQ. It baits you into taking trades at 11 p.m. at night. That's what NQ does. You gotta be careful with that market, man.
I love that. Tony Smith in the chat. Do not trade in bed. Just pull up let me just take a peek, see what's happening over here. Oh, there's movement. 3 bars, 3 red bars. Oh, it's just it happens to the best of us.
Jared, would you rather trade in bed or eat in bed?
Ooh, eat in bed is a hard no. Never. Who wants to wake up with a piece of donut smashed to their face?
I'm saying.
Room service is the only exception, I would say. The room service is the only exception in a hotel, but that is not your bed. All right, Jared, any trades taken today? And if so, tell us about them.
Yeah. Okay. So this morning I did take a couple NASDAQ trades. And the reason being is I did do a short, never short. And I'm just going to kind of bring it up here for a second.
Sure.
So the reason why was I had some GEX levels on the chart that it touched.
What levels? I'm sorry?
So options levels from, DEX and GEX. So the expected move I had up on there because there was the price had gone up. It was above the overnight high. So really, I shouldn't have been taking a short, but it hit that level. And so I was like, we'll get a little rejection. So I went kind of heavy on it. I actually went 10 contracts on that and grabbed it and it worked, but I did not stay in it very long. And then I'm done for the day at this point. I was kind of distracted and that was it. But yeah, I got out, let's see, 5,300 in this combine.
Fun.
That's great.
But yeah, I kind of noticed as an example here, on my chart, let's see, I got 5 minutes up here right now. And this is a perfect example of, oh, look, we got this massive rejection. We're going down. We're following, we haven't even, see, yesterday's settlement price is way down here at 78. It's cool. It'd be really nice if we caught that, but not even close to it. And so again, I feel like I need to rethink what a short and what a long actually looks like.
Yeah, I agree. They were tripping over themselves to get long ahead of those 700 level in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
703 low of the
Yep.
day. They're definitely
And I
jumping,
know-
tripping over themselves.
Yeah, and I know the old trader, old timers or whatever. They're like, "Oh, I throw a moving average on there. You will never lose on the 20 moving average," that kind of thing. I'm like, yeah, but then you get such terrible entries and such terrible exits. That might work on a swing trade, but when you're doing a day trade, you got no wiggle room. I still believe in Santa Claus, but I still believe I can get like solid entries and exits to the tick.
I don't see why not. Speaking of which, all right, Dolby time. Look at YM and crude. Not really seeing very many ranges. Looks like it's trending to the upside. Look at my 5 minutes. So, what are your thoughts? How are you adapting, or how do you adapt your style of trading to what the market's giving us?
Well, I just kind of stick to my system. If it doesn't present a trade, it doesn't present a trade. Obviously, I think there were some, really good opportunities this morning to take advantage of longer time frame. Support and resistance. We're kind of in no man's land now. I am trying to get long crude oil. If we can get a pullback down to 82.39-ish. I do have a previous 4-hour range in crude that extends from, let's say, 82.47 to 84.50. And we're at the bottom of that old range. So I'm kind of curious to see if we can support in that area. And if we do, I think we could target 83.40s or 83.50s. I still think there's some upside to crude here. So I'm gonna see if I can get long, and then YM is just kind of just going up.
It is.
I don't have.
Why do you think?
any
So, Dolby, why do you think there's more upside? It looks
which
pretty.
one?
There's a green bar on the crude.
It looks gorgeous. Yeah. No, I mean.
So okay, why wouldn't you short it though?
Here, I'll pull up a daily chart. So we bounced off the previous midpoint of a daily range that existed from June 19th to about the 24th, and that midpoint was about 81.11. So we caught a pretty strong bid off of that. So I'm just defaulting to bullish because that's where the momentum has been. I want to bet on the market doing what it has been doing rather than betting on the one event to turn around the entire thing.
So you're trying to get aligned with the market and trade with the market then.
Yep, and if I can use a range as an entry, yeah, totally. And then I'll use larger ranges as levels and targets. I'm not sure if I can get filled
experience.
on this.
Yeah,
something like that.
Jared, you crack me up, man. We did see a bit of a pop there in S&P's new highs on the day, new highs all time. NASDAQ as well, a bit of a pop. Dow following suit as well. So all three of the equities kind of trading in sync right now. Keep pushing high. I didn't. Apple. I'm seeing. Let's see Apple to the moon. New all-time highs in Apple. Apple pumping higher. Last trade in Apple, $232.28 a share. Shot out of a cannon right there. Nice $1.50 pop in Apple. Probably will correlate it into the equity pop we saw just now.
Yeah, I see quite a few orders still, all the way up to the 20,800 on the NASDAQ.
800. I see 154 lots sitting on the 800 offer. 154 offered at 800. That's what I'm seeing to the upside. I haven't taken a look at the ES yet. I can do that right now. Whew, liquidity upside and downside. The ladder has gotten thicker. I will say that. Bids and asks, seeing 200 to 300 lots upside and downside in the ES. We'll keep an eye on the NQ. Dolby Time working a, what do you say, 82.39 bid in oil?
82.39 bid in oil. Yeah, about 20 tick stop. So that would put me at 82.19. So pretty good. I think that's a pretty good range. Kind of like where my entry would be at. YM, I'll try to buy if we can get down to 39,720-ish. But it's just broken up to the upside. The only trend I see right now would just be smashing a buy button for YM. That's where all the momentum is. But that's not my system. So I'm not going to take the trade.
Did you ever play that game where you smash it, pull it, twist it, pop it?
Well, yeah. Sounds familiar.
The handle thing, whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
The handle thing. Yes. What was
that? Kind of like trading?
Gabe, what was that thing? What? Yeah, I'm
pretty sure it's called Bop It, wasn't it?
Bop It,
yes.
Yeah, my family used to whip that out at Christmas. We just throw it around and see who can get the highest score.
Yes.
We got like 100 and 125. I was like, holy crap.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Man.
All right, we got 84% long in the YM as we continue to rally here. Bop it, chat's all over. I love our chat. Chat is all over.
Zooming
No
too.
problem.
Yeah.
Man, everything's zooming.
It is.
Yeah, I definitely on ES. I'm expecting close to 5660. I think it's got a good chance of it.
5660. Yeah, we're about 4 points off of that.
Yeah.
Let's see why not.
Really, 56.
I'm gonna work a bid
would be nice.
YM2 here at 39,746. I just don't think I can't get people in anything.
Got a question here in chat from his Royal Trades. Got a question for Jared. What hours he sets for overnight high and overnight lows from and to?
Yep.
What hour?
So from the open at 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. Central.
Say that one more time.
5 p.m. Central to 5 a.m. Central.
Okay. His Royal Trades and Simon's videos, you asked the exact same question. I'm on to you guys. Something's up there. Copy and paste. Something was up there. Two different accounts asked the exact same question. Well, you got your answer. I'm on you. I got my eye on you. All right, new highs here. Dow.
Also, what comes into play too is the settlement price from the previous day, and also the open for the RTH. I think those also play because depending on, especially if there's a sell-off in the overnight and it's trading below the settlement of the previous day, then there's maybe a 70% chance that's going to revisit that previous settlement price.
Okay. Boy, more buyers. Look at this.
Nice. What do you do?
So to me, this is a great example of how do you get in, because what I realized, at least for myself, is I don't have a strategy for how to get in on this type of movement. So then what happens when I don't know what to do? I start doing bad things. And so then I start trying to pick the top because I don't know what to do. So obviously there's two options: not do anything, right? Walk away, or actually come up with a strategy of how to get in. And I've been playing with that on a tick chart, actually, to see if I can use that to build a strategy for when there's a big movement like this, to how to get in. And there's hope in it. I don't know. I've been blowing up a lot of practice accounts, but I feel like I'm getting close.
Therefore,
yes, they are. So, what are you finding there, Jared? Are you finding any ways, or are you coming up with anything based on your testing the practice accounts?
Yeah. So two things on this. So if you use a tick chart, or really maybe a 3-minute chart, either one. So I've been testing with 500 ticks, and what I've been looking for is any imbalances that are left behind. So I got 500 ticks up here on this chart right now, and what I would try to get into is this little section right here, somewhere in there, maybe at the top of this red candle, something like that, and try to get along in there. And it really, the concept applies the same on 3-minute, 5-minute, but I like the idea of tick, that it's not time-based, but it's actually the volume and where price is trading. Another would be, like right here, maybe at the top of this red candle, try to get long on that. Yeah. What I found though is on ticks.
Wow. Here we go.
What is going on?
Here's your 60s. Here go your 60s. Wow. 20,800 trade on NASDAQ. 5660s like Jared called for. Coming out. Dow, everything shot out of a cannon. What did he say? I'm not seeing anything. Eddie, let me know if he said anything. I'm sure Apple's doing the exact same. Apple? Nope, not really. Apple is just kind of trading sideways, but we just got shot out of a cannon.
There was a massive amount of orders right there, and then we just had a bunch of sweeps hit at that 800 level.
Yeah.
I mean, Dow got to 39,800, which is kind of a big deal. We had a couple wicks reject off of there from June 28th, July 1st, not even say July 24th. What is that? Not July 24th, not there yet. July 9th. So we might get a little bit of a pullback there in YM. Just a heads up if you're in a trade. I'm still working these CL orders.
So this would be a great. Do you short this, or do you stay long, or do you do nothing? Because this is where you start trying to short it, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not shorting it, Jared. Right? Sure.
Why not?
Wow. Look at the chart. Look, give it a whirl. I'll let you do it. You give it a whirl. Let me know how it goes.
You first.
First. Let me know if the water's warm. This is.
Oh my goodness.
We just took the top off right there.
Yeah.
Don't be time right idea working that bit. Yeah.
I was watching.
You might get filled in CL.
There. See, like right here. Can this get filled for a long? Right here at 92, 91.50, 92 on the NQ. What it looks like it already traded out of that level.
We're in CL.
You're in. We're long. All right, 39 trade long.
82.39. CL. Bottom of the 5-minute range. Just one for now. I'll try to add another one at 82.30 if I can. I put my total risk to about 300. But we can make it tighter than that. We could do like 150 if we get filled, like 200-ish.
We are running, folks. We are running higher. We are running higher here.
Get this. The delta is only 1,100 on NQ. Positive.
I thought it was 16,000, Jared.
That's for ES.
Oh, NQ. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah. ES is now 20,000.
Okay, well, they're getting paid. Definitely happy. Look at this. The rally is on. What did he say?
Whatever he wants.
Look at that. House of Representatives making markets move. Senate could not. Where MP is long. MP is long a 3-lot. Riding this sucker higher.
Ooh, nice.
Way to go with the trend, MP.
Looks like Jay Powell said, I have confidence it's coming down, but it's not 2% yet. We need a little, for longer.
Yeah, here, the Hayes records wanted to quote, Fed doesn't need inflation below 2% to cut rates.
Oh boy.
That's some juice.
That's different. Yeah, I haven't heard that one yet. Okay, that makes
that's
sense.
Pretty juicy.
It is juicy. Good job, Congressman. Fed does not need inflation beneath 2% to cut rates. First time I've heard them say that.
Not sure that's going to impact.
I was listening to a little bit of his interview, and he's just sticking to his guns.
The script. Yeah,
not moving. Yep.
Wow. Well, this fueled this rally. This said 10 minutes ago. Correct, Live Simply. That's when the rally started. 10 minutes ago, Live Simply. We are in simpatico. Correct. Just trying to find a catalyst, my man. Keep up. All right, here we go. Pushing higher here. ES pushing higher here. 56.62. 3/4 new highs. 63 trade new highs there. The only time is long in crude from 82.39.
Yeah, someone's asking for a target. I'm probably just holding this until the end of the segment, and then I'll flatten it. But I'm looking for a breakout of 82.60s. I think a good target, like a short-term target, would be 82.85s. The midpoint of the previous range is 83.50. That would be nice. Maybe I'm actually on a lot, so I wonder if I can actually keep this trade on because I'm only gone for about an hour during lunch. Then I'm back for 1 to 3. So I might be able to manage this. So the trade is on. If I get stopped out, I'll get stopped out, but we'll hold this one. I think there's some room to the upside.
Wow. It looks like 20,850s on target for the NQ.
Yeah. 20,850 looking at the top step levels. 850, yeah. 820s is next. Average sessions range high. 820s, 820 average sessions range high. After that, it's 20,900. After that, I mean, these levels keep getting.
Don't forget, we got a bond auction in 32 minutes.
Call Nick or Jared. Good call. We are clicking today. We are clicking. Absolutely. Yes, we do.
Did I say that right? I guess it's not bond, but yeah, 10-year note.
10-year. Yeah, I got you. 10-year auction. Bills, notes, whatever. I got you.
Who's tracking? Who understands it? Nobody.
Those are short term. Then you got medium term. Then you got long term. Whatever. It's a 10-year. We got a 10-year auction at high noon central, about 32 minutes, like Jared just said. But in the meantime, bulls are in control. My man, Dolby time is long from $82.39 in crude oil. Dolby time. What are we looking for targets? I know they're asking in the chat. What are you thinking?
Higher, ideally.
Yeah, I like that.
Maybe
I like
8280s would be great. Anything over 8239, I would love. I think that would be great. We'll let it play out. I'm waiting for it's a 5-minute consolidation. Gotta let the consolidation play out. That's the name of the game. Finally got a trade where I haven't gotten stopped out instantly, probably because I'm not trading the NASDAQ, so that's fun. But we'll see how this holds up. I'm looking for a breakout out of the range.
Okay, let's get that breakout going. Speaking of breakouts, Q and S&Ps breaking out. Aina in the chat says, man, Dolby is so funny. I love him. Dolby time.
Thank you so much.
Dolby time.
Where are my fun shades at? We got some fun shades.
Oh, they're on behind you. Your background. Those are your fun shades. That is indeed.
Ooh, that guy? Yeah.
Look at that guy.
Hey, Dolby, what do you think about 8,300 even for your oil trade?
Well, at 8,300 even, we're all broke as shit because gas would be about $300 a gallon.
He needs $83. Stop it, Dolby.
Just make it sure.
Dolby time, man. The crowd was loving you, and then you got to be a smart aleck. Gosh.
Hey, come on. Can't give me softballs like that. Yeah, 83 would be great. Yeah, I mean, it's anything over. It's just bullish. I don't really pick targets per se. It's just I think it's going up. I'll play the structure. If we can get up and out of 82.60, I think that would be fantastic. It's really just about accepting anything above 82.46 because that's the bottom of an old 4-hour range. So that would be the thing that kills this trade is a rejection of 82.46. But if we can get up and above it, that's kind of what I'm betting on because then we're getting into territory. Let me get my chart back.
Yeah. Wow. Someone's bracketing oil at 82.80 and 82.10. That's not you with a 100 lot, is it?
Were you seeing what the price again, Jared?
82.80 roughly, and 82.8.
80 upside.
Yeah.
Upside. Okay. Cool.
82.78 on the upside, and 82.08 on the downside.
82.08. Yeah. I would get smoked if that happened. Yeah, if you want to switch to my charts, I'll show you what I'm looking at as far as these like kind of purple and teal lines. Okay, so this is a daily chart of crude oil, and the bottom of the purple dotted line is the low of July 3rd, and then the high of that range is 84.53. So that's kind of the range that I'm trying to see if we accept in, because we kind of consolidated there before. So I want to see if we can get back up in there and then kind of accept that range. And if we can, then I'm looking for the upside push up into the 83s, 83.50s, and higher. But we got to wait. Got to get some buyers.
Well, I hate waiting.
Yeah, I know. That's why you trade NASDAQ. That way you can just get instant gratification, right?
Man, I was watching some old World Poker Tour over the weekend, and Doyle Brunson was on there and some of the other great ones, right?
R.I.P.
Oh, man. Yeah. And I was watching and I was like, man, Doyle hardly ever plays a hand. He's always folding. And it's like, yeah. And he's one of the greatest. I'm like, wait a minute. This is a lot like trading. But the young guy, he's over there like betting out. He brings 2 more $50,000 chips out of his pocket. And he gets back in. I'm like, combine reset.
Yeah, you're on to something, Jared. Fold. Pass on trades.
Didn't we just talk about that yesterday, Dre? I was saying that poker and trading is like... Oh, yeah, we Austin Silver on, yeah. Yeah, it's the same stuff. Like when you're watching those professionals on ESPN, all you see is face cards, top tier hands, and then you go to play your own hands, and it's like all my cards are garbage.
Yeah,
like, that's the same thing you see on social media with trader influencers. Like, all their trades are fantastic, and all my trades suck. Well, it's like, yeah, because ESPN is only showing the good trades. put it that way.
Yes. Folding is not exciting for television, but folding is very profitable for actual poker playing. Just like trading.
Yeah.
Very disciplined.
Yep.
Pass on trades, find your levels. You do see market moving. You do get that FOMO kicking. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I get FOMO when I see that rally like that. I do understand there was nowhere to actually get in. Unless you're gonna just go caveman and just buy whatever, lift and offer, go to market. There's no real entry.
See, yeah, I feel like there's a way to do this. Like
there is. You gotta sit
what's
there.
the secret?
So you just got a caveman trade. I think you got to lift an offer. I mean, where you there's no pullbacks. There's no pullback. I mean, the pullback was this morning.
Yeah.
NQ. Eduardo says NQ to 2100 today. And Eduardo says NQ to 2100 today. Why not?
What?
Jared, you heard it. Eduardo said it.
No.
2100 today.
I'm liking this NQ 30,000. I think that's the play.
We gotta get those hats ready.
Yeah. Talk Tuckman. We got Tuckman. Next time we get Tuckman, we got to ask him when's NQ 30,000.
That'd be a 1.5% move on NASDAQ today, right? We got big news tomorrow. There's no way.
Ooh, Jared. It's famous last words.
Famous last words. Jared.
It does sound like a challenge. Don't make me buy one.
See, that's the kid. To the moon today.
Yep.
Today.
I want it right now.
But we trade what's in front of us. We don't actually trade what might be.
Exactly.
Whoa.
So here's
what are you doing?
Crude. Yeah, what's Crude doing?
I don't know. Kind of teleporting around. That's not what you're supposed to do. All right. Crude, calm down.
Yep, we got CPI tomorrow. And we got bank earnings on Friday. So that's what Jared was talking about. Big number tomorrow. Powell, breaking some news. We do not need to get inflation beneath 2% in order to cut rates. That is a new one. I have not heard that yet. And that certainly fueled this rally.
That seems weird.
Like my crude trade is not going as anticipated. Hopefully, the bottom of this 15-minute range will act as supports, and we'll get some buyers coming in. We'll try to add another one at 82.31. I'll take about 5 ticks of risk on that. So that adds like $50 of risk to the trade. But if this does end up bouncing, then I have 2 contracts at a really nice entry. So to me, I think it's worth the risk. Some of you call it dollar cost averaging or whatever. I just think it's a little value trade. That's all.
So you're not adding to a loser?
Oh, no, I most certainly am. It loses. It has to lose. It has to lose. Or bottom of 15-minute range low now. So this is like the thesis that leads to a losing trade is that we end up rejecting out of 82.46s and we don't accept above price. But crude's been long all day, so I'm just going to go long. I don't want to play the rejection. But this is kind of like the tricky thing with getting into the markets at like 11. Is that you're kind of like in the middle of like what's going on. So you're not necessarily in tune. It's kind of the same thing as like starting to trade during power hour where it's like, okay, we've been trending up all day. Now for the last hour, what are we going to do? Literally anything. Like, are we just going to end up selling off? Train. Yeah, it's tough.
Yep.
So yeah, it is a little bit tricky. Because it's like, I want to get with the trend, but yeah, now it's lunchtime, so maybe people are starting to, sell their positions.
I do see on oil VWAP for the session roughly looks like about 81.97 roughly. And we do have a negative delta of 168.
I'm going to see if I can add one more. So we're just adding like a little bit of risk, but it does bring down.
Man, sounds like you're justifying it.
It's a range.
Oh, I can justify anything. I can justify. I've been trading long enough. I know how this brain works.
Love it.
But like, let's be honest though. So I only lost if I do get stopped out. I'm only losing 230. And now I'm in 3 contracts. If it does rally, which is probably not going to, then I have 3 contracts at a really good spot with very little risk.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just pulled back. So I'm out for, what is that, 269?
Cool.
Okay. That's okay. I got to keep on taking these trades until the winners come.
Yup. Stick to the strategy.
100%.
Talk to my chart if you don't mind for a second. I'm not going to do anything, but just talk this out for a second. So this is 500 tick chart. And we see a higher high here and then potential rejection right here, right? Now, the old me would be itching. I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it. And I would take a short right here at the bottom of this big red candle. But I am slowly coming to the conclusion that no, it will retrace this because of this imbalance. And your first chance to get short would be this 24.75 right at the once this imbalance gets traded. What do you guys think? What's the theory on that?
Repeat it, please. Sorry, I was talking production in the background. Sorry, Jared. Will you please repeat that?
No worries.
I got something
No
coming.
worries.
I got something coming your way in about 1 minute. So I got something coming your way. So I was working on something. So
All
sorry.
right.
Repeat the question.
The short is once the imbalance gets filled on this red bar.
Right.
In past, I would try to short at the bottom of the red bar because it's going to keep going down. But then you have all of that risk way back at the top. So I believe if you are going to try to short it, you have to wait for the imbalance to get filled.
Like right now.
Or long, whichever it is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I would agree with that. Yes, as we do.
But
just like that.
Yeah, but you're going counter trend. So again, why are you going counter trend? What is the reason to think that all of a sudden the market's going to flip out and go down?
Well, because we're trading at all-time highs and it's very expensive, quote unquote, it's expensive to get long up here. And
yeah,
we see room to the downside, right? We see room to the downside. I know,
but
man.
Is it actually expensive? I know. I was thinking the other day, and like Hogue says, it's a cheap trade, and we kind of all say this. And I was thinking, I'm gonna pick on Hogue for a second, but on this, but I'm actually not. I love the guy. But the words that we use in our head, I'm realizing they matter, especially when trading. And so the word like cheap, is it actually cheap? There's no such thing as cheap in the market. It's relative to what our risk might be or what the parameters are. And I know we're saying, well, my risk is light, it's cheap. I'm risking $100 or whatever, but is it really cheap when we're actually going against the trend and it's high risk?
Agree. All right, Jared. Well, we are coming up. This was a fast power players.
Damn.
Marcus are rocking and rolling right now. Dolby, stay in your shades if you got it. We're going to have to sign off here. We got TopQuiz coming up next. But before we do that, Jared, my man Eddie's going to come in here. We like to do this right towards the ends of power players. All right, Jared, hope you're ready. My man Eddie's got a little question for you as we continue to pump higher here.
Man,
Eddie,
I took so much flack for the Kit Carson answer last time, so I got to come up with something better.
Oh, that's you, Kit Carson. That was you, Kit Carson. I had to, yes. You know how this goes. Yes, I had to look that up, man. That was wild. All right,
well, hey,
Eddie, go ahead. Hit him. Hit him.
All right. 1 to 21. Pick a number there, Jared.
7.
7.
Didn't you pick that last time? Oh, I mixed them up.
No,
anyway,
13. So. I picked 13 last time.
Okay. 7, 7, 7. Okay. If you could have dinner and a night out with any person living or dead, not related, who would you invite?
Dinner?
Kit Carson, right?
Kit Carson again. Oh my goodness. Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson. It's a great answer.
Oh, nice.
It's a great answer. All right. So we have
the
dinner and a night out with Mel Gibson. You'll be getting your tickets and the coupons in the mail.
Oh, this is going to be awesome.
Selma Hayek, Jessica Alba, Pelosi, Michael Jackson. Thank you, Eddie. Michael Jackson.
Pelosi. Oh, my God.
There's Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, that's a good
Come
one.
on now. Now.
Good guys. Oh, my God.
Anyways, all right. That was a great power hour session. Power player session, I should say. We're still turning it over here. We're continuing to make new all-time highs. Jared, thank you so much for joining us. Dolby time. I'm going to see you in power hour. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. I know you got David Green coming up on group coach in Dolby time, so let's get those questions. We got David Green coming up on power hour too, Dolby.
We do.
Wow.
That's going to be awesome.
Good. Very cool. That's going to be a first. That's going to be really fun. Anyways, coming up next, we got Jack and Alyssa with Top Quiz. Jared, thank you so much for joining us. That was a lot of fun. You will definitely be back. New all-time highs. NQ ES Top Quiz coming up next. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am Jack, hosting today along with the greatest sidekick of them all, Alyssa. Alyssa, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Jack. Did you forget my name? Is that what just happened?
No, you know what I was doing? I was thinking in my mind about I didn't want to demean your role on it. I was trying to figure out a different word than sidekick, co-host, answer of questions, perfect scores. You guys know how to sign in here. If you go to the link in the YouTube chat, enter your info, answer the questions on your device. If you get 3 or 4 of the multiple choice right, you will be in a raffle for one of 80 free resets. And numbers 1 through 5 also automatically get a free reset if you're quick with the trigger. With that, Alyssa, are you ready today?
I am super ready, Jack. It's feeling like a 4 kind of day.
Okay. 4 for 4. There are a couple trading questions on here, but I think that they are fair. All the questions are always fair. As they point out, there's a 10-year notes auction in 10 minutes at noon. So be careful with that. After this, we have group coaching. So we're going to try and get out of here by then. But just cancel your orders because those can move the markets, especially nowadays. Alyssa, let's proceed.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Intro. And how many years did it take for the NASDAQ to hit new all-time highs after the tech bubble burst in March 2000? Was it 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years?
It's calling to me that it was 15 years, Jack.
Okay. And for those who are playing, Alyssa's on her phone because she is playing. She's not looking this up. It was 15 years. It wasn't until 2015 that we hit new all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Now that happens every 15 seconds. So it can happen. All right, let's see who knew their years. Where were you in March 2000, Alyssa?
March of I was 4 years old, so I don't know.
I was in March 2000. I would have been in 8th grade, I think. So I wasn't paying too much attention to it at the time. All right, banana pancake. Even Scrunt. Wendy's 4 for 4. Test 1, 2, 3. Deshant. All right. Let's go to question number 2 here. What is the largest country in the Americas by land area? The United States, Brazil, Argentina, or Canada?
I am so embarrassed by these half the time. Oh my god, I literally don't know. It's the United States, Canada.
It's yes. 2 of these
Canada?
countries played against. It's Canada by a smidge. The second largest country in the world by land area behind Russia, and the U.S. is the 3rd, I believe. I didn't look that up, but it is Canada. So even though they lost to Argentina last night, they have more land for moose and hockey. Okay. Banana Pancakes is on top. YOLO, Choco Pie, Topstep.best. MP's going to buy that URL now. DP Futures 24. That's right. I don't even know the numbers, but MP probably owns hundreds, if not thousands, of domains.
It is so true.
Question number 3. A trader that is long NQU4 and short NQZ4 is trading what type of spread? Is that a calendar spread, the basis, an intermarket spread, or a straddle?
U4, is that September? Is that
September
that
and
doesn't help me.
December? Well, where will you
Basis.
find September and December?
On a calendar. So it's a calendar spread, Jack.
You might find them on a calendar. I believe this is also known as an intra-market spread. But we always called it calendar spreads. The basis is the cash against the futures. Intermarket, different markets. A straddle is options. Somebody says that they Googled, I won't even deign this with a response, but Canada's the second biggest country. Here is the leaderboard going into one more question, I believe. YOLO, Choco Pie, Alta 2MH. Are people just entering their email passwords in here? DP Futures 24, Speed Skater Girl. I think I knew a Speed Skater Girl spelled with an 8 on AOL Instant Messenger back in March 2000 when I was in 8th grade.
Not AIM, no.
Yes. Did you ever use that?
No.
Or are you too young?
No, in middle school, that's what we used.
Good to know. Now, let's go to the final question. A trader who recently visited MP in the Colorado office got all of the following Topstep swag except a backpack, socks, a fedora, ski goggle covers. One of these he did not get.
I wish I could phone a friend for this one. I think I know who I would call. A fedora, perhaps?
It is indeed a fedora.
I just couldn't picture any of our Topstep logos on a fedora, so.
Yeah. I love the folks arguing this out in the chat. When I searched it, it says Canada's bigger. Also, you're kind of outing yourself for using Google to answer these when you get it wrong, if that's the case. Topstep Fedora is on the waiting list. Let's see who the winners were for today. In third place, Kahootie Go Fish. Kahootie Go Fish should come play with us sometime. They're up there a lot. DP Futures 24. And the winner, Choco Pie. In fourth place, we have YOLO, Frank Joe something. There we go. Those are top 5. That is Top Quiz. Alyssa, great job today.
Thanks, Jack. It was fun.
All right. With that, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in just a few minutes with David Green and Dolby doing group coaching. Lots of stuff coming your way. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Mick, the risk manager today. Mick, how you doing?
Hey, what's happening, Jack? I am very well, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Full disclosure, I am working the production software right now, so if you see me looking around, that's where it's at. But I'm going to get us through this.
Okay. Well, I can have wandering eyes as well, just to make it, you're not, I don't want to have you be all alone there.
Exactly. In the meantime, though, how are traders doing overall today, Mick?
It's a good day today. Happy to share that again. It's been a good week. We have, however, through the first 2 days of this week, we've closed 10 live accounts down. I'll be talking about one of those traders today. I've got a little bit of a shoulder tap for them for moving forward. But good week. We've called up a lot of people from XFA to live, so adding more people to the prop firm, more to net add there. So yeah, it's good on the live side of things. We've seen a mixed bag from the traders in XFA, and I want to kind of pick back up a talking point from yesterday, at least continue the story from yesterday around that Shane S., the trader in the XFA who had the $130,000 winning day across 5 XFAs not too long ago. Yesterday, I shared that he was on a 5-day losing streak for about $79,000, $80,000. Well, he hit the $3,000 daily loss limit again today in all 5 of those XFAs, turning it into a 6-day losing streak for a staggering $94,000. 94 grand is a shit ton of money to lose in 6 days.
I can't disagree with that assessment, Mick. That is a lot of money to lose in 6 days.
Yeah, and I say it smiling, one thing but it's kind of a smirk in a way. We talked yesterday, Jack, about those windfall profits and ensuring that you're protecting some of them. I think the leverage from the additional, XFAs that he's got, allowed him to, put up a staggering number when he, hit 26,000 in profits in each one of those XFAs. People always think about the upside potential, tend to, lose track of the downside potential. And I'm showcasing the downside potential here when you are adding, extra leverage, 3,000 across 5 accounts. 15,000 plus a little bit slippage, it adds up and it adds up and it adds up. And here we are 6 days later with, almost 100,000 of that 130,000 given back in very short order.
Yeah, no, I mean, that sucks. As Mick mentioned, I don't think we were smiling out of any joy in that. It's more the smile you give when something weird or awkward happens and you don't know exactly how to react. That's bad. Hopefully they can turn it around.
It is. I don't know if Shane's watching. I would imagine if you get called up to you don't get called up to, if you find yourself earning the number 2 spot on the leaderboard and you've ever seen TopstepTV and people, talking about the leaderboard and stuff like that, you're probably tuning in. So Shane, if you're watching, let's pump the brakes a little bit. Let's figure it out. You are on a cold streak and you've given back quite a large percent of the staggering profits that you made that day and the profits that you've accumulated from, days prior to that. Yeah, not smiling. I've seen some stuff. Jack's seen some stuff. We've experienced some stuff ourselves. And, this is just something that, this will happen to people. This will happen if you don't manage your downside risk. I would say that maybe, it's time to tiptoe into the markets a little bit for Shane come tomorrow. Next 2 days this week. We don't really want to add much more insult to injury. 2 more days
next?
like this is going to 2 more days of this, if it were a 7-day losing streak, a daily loss limits, you literally erased $130,000 in 7 sessions. And, any risk manager would scold you over that. So let's kind of pump the brakes a little bit, Shane. However, moving on, Jack, I do have, yesterday I did all shout outs. Today I've got some shoulder taps. I want to talk about one of our traders, Tyler S. If we can pull him up, Jack, cue up his trade report. I'm going to give Tyler a little bit of credit here, but I'm also going to tap him on the shoulder too. He has spent 6 short days in a live account. He's in 150K. His average daily P&L is $1 over 6 days. Super small sample size on the trading days, but it's what's kind of in the trade report that I need to talk about. And there's a lot of areas for improvement here on Tyler's trade report. First, I want to highlight the 83% winning days and 75% winning trades. If you are looking at those statistics, you are probably scratching your head saying, how the heck is this just $1 on average per winner? But if you look a little bit further down, average winning day is $627, and the average losing day is $3,100. Now, there's only been one losing day in these 6 days, but it is, almost 5 times as large, the average winning day. So we've got someone who's coming in, hitting singles regularly, and then they strike out in, enormous fashion, really. So this, I'll rattle off because there's so few trading days. Day 1, $350 in profit. Day 2, $1,000. Day 3, $1,000. Day 4, $420. Day 5, $275. And then a daily loss limit was hit. And that was after they took a payout. Now, Tyler's XFA looked very similar to the majority of his performance on this live account. Consistent, small wins. So we moved him over to a live account with not a huge chunk of dough. It was relatively on the lower side of things because everything that we had seen in the XFA and going back and looking at his trading history, indicated to us that this was, someone who's consistently profitable on a per trade basis, but as well as a per day basis. It's interestingly enough that his motto is live to trade another day, where after these 6 days, he really put his back against the wall. He did take a nice payout for $3,600, but that payout of $3,600 plus the $3,000 daily loss limit has his back against the wall currently. And I don't think that he's living his motto after his last losing day. We always encourage payouts. For someone to take a $3,600 payout on an account balance of this size, it's a relatively large payout. You can take up to 50%, which I think is right about where he was at on that payout, even after the winning days, which allowed him to be eligible for the payout. But, this is something that, the trader broke his motto. And, I think that there's a certain weakness here with the over trading. That $3,000 winning day, trading a little bit more size, a lot of round turns, total contracts. He said his weakness is over trading, and I kind of saw it. Very few people actually fill out their trader profile here at Topstep. I encourage everybody to do that. If you kind of put a little ink to paper or, a keystroke to the back end system of your trade report, put something in writing. And if you can put something in writing, they always talk about like taking notes and writing things out. It makes it that much more likely for it to come to fruition. I encourage everybody, while Tyler may have slipped here and not lived by his motto or focused on his weakness, I think it's an opportunity for others to maybe improve, their day to day. So we'll see what happens with Tyler, but I think he's going to have his tail between his legs, on his next trading day. He hasn't gotten involved in the markets today, which is probably a good thing. That should shake up any trader, when what happens to him happened.
Yeah, at least he did take a payout, and it seems like maybe we've been talking a little bit about the meta game of trading, even in a live account, where it seems trading really well, getting 5 winning days of more than $200 and then taking the payout, but then just kind of full sent it. I wonder if that was conscious or subconscious to be like, well, I've taken my payout. Now it's time to just send it.
Yeah. that I've noticed, with myself included, there's something psychological about taking a payout and trimming your account balance from what it once was. I've seen it with myself. I've seen it with other traders. Once you take, a chunk of dough out of your account, it's only natural to, same as, taking a big loss. You want to get back to where you were before and build up that account. That could, cause some traders like myself in the past to add a little additional leverage to, if you're a singles hitter like he is, maybe, are looking for a triple or a double or something like that. So as a warning or, a line of caution to everybody, after you take a payout, there's something up there above the shoulders that changes a little bit. Maybe it doesn't, it shouldn't, but it's really easy to understand that it does. Be very careful after you take a payout and tread lightly, because we all need to be taking payouts as traders. But, trimming, you may need to trim your size. You may need to adjust what you're willing to risk. Now, if you take half of your account, you don't have the same account balance maintenance level. You don't have the same cushion. You don't have the same, cash to, I hate using the word play with, but, you don't have the same cash to operate your business with. So you need to limit your losses. And, this slip up here from yesterday was, a staggering blow to Tyler's, account. And it's probably going to have a negative effect on how things pan out for him, after these 6 short trading days. I hope not. I hope not.
Yeah.
We talk about grit and let's grind it out. But, I wouldn't be surprised if, the remaining balance in that account, which is, far greater than the loss limit allowed in the account, I wouldn't be surprised if we go to 0 on the next trading day. I don't want that to happen, though.
Well, let's scoot things along because we got to make time for David Green. So who do you want to talk about next here?
All right, let's talk about Jacob. Jacob W. JD had brought him up earlier. I think everybody here is familiar with him. He was on a 41-day win streak that he snapped yesterday with a big old loss in his 150K account. Let me get myself organized here. I'm losing stuff on this big screen. All right, so Jacob snapped the 41-day win streak. This is something I've seen with traders that do have these big win streaks. The winning days are small, which is fine, especially when you're consistently profitable. We talk about little things adding up to big things over a period of time. But I want to unpack this trading card. 96% winning days. I don't think there were very few. There were only a couple losing days during this time trading. Average winning day is $350. They're trading, NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ, where I see a lot of these people that have these big streaks. A lot of it's attributed to them, trading the micros and stuff like that. I think it's always good to, deleverage a little bit. That's what micros are good for. Or if you're in a cold streak, trading those. Average winning day, $350 though. Average losing day, even though there were very few losing days, it's 10 times what the average winning day is. And also the winning trades here, Jack, average winning trade $40, average losing trade $60. You're risking $60 to make $40. Granted, the strategy that they're implementing on this very short time frame is working, but there needs to be some adjustments to this risk reward, because unless you are stone cold, solid, and disciplined like a machine, a Terminator, if you will, you can't have a risk reward like this. You can't have average winning days of 350 with average losing days that blow up to 3,000. You are taking 10 small steps forward and 1 big step back. So over the course of like 48 trading days, average daily P&L is only $60. And that could be a lot better if you pull out those $3,000 daily loss limit days in this account. We're talking really nice profitability. And, I go back to anybody that can put up these statistics and these metrics. Now, I don't like the risk reward on the per trade basis, but 73% winning trades is really good. if you can do that and act like a machine, being stone cold, it really sets you up to scale your business. And you go from, whatever you're doing in the micros, get away from the micros, do it in the NASDAQ. And if you can maintain profitability as far as the metrics go, you can build upon that. And you go from 1 mini to 2 minis to 3, and you can scale that as a business. And, even if you're doing it on a short time frame, which I find so difficult to do, but shit, he's done it. Excuse my language. That $60 average P&L could be, $6,000 potentially, if this is someone who's scaling their business. But then you don't want to have those big blow up days like Shane that I mentioned, where, it's 3,000 across 5 accounts and to the tune of 15 grand or more. So I wanted to, highlight Jacob. I tip my hat to him for, his win streak. I've never had a 40-something day win streak. So, hey, you're doing something that I never did. We're doing things very, very differently. At least you're doing things differently than I did when I was trading full time. But there's areas for improvement here. I've already talked about those. Go ahead, Jack.
It's almost worked out the way that Jacob is trying to do it. It definitely looks to me, looking through the days and number of contracts traded on this report, that Jacob's using a strategy that is designed just to rack up. I hope they weren't just trying purely for the street, but seems designed to make a little bit every day and then lose. Because it's shocking that 96 winning day percentage, but this is club DLL, as we said, which, look at this, I can only assume that they are basically, because it's very short time frame trades too. We're talking like
extremely seconds.
30 seconds. So they might be trying to just bring their risk to positive very quickly and get stopped out a whole bunch of times and see if it runs. Or I don't think they're doubling down, because I don't know. That seems the most likely candidate to me, is that they're really aggressively pulling risk to break even, because they traded 302 contracts with, that's the DLL yesterday, 302 contracts for $646 in commission. That's interesting.
Yeah, they were busy boy there yesterday. Think about it, Jack. You're trading the NASDAQ. If you watch that dome, it flutters around like crazy. At $30 on your average winning trade, that's 5 ticks. If you're a point and click trader, that's going to work. But where you get caught is, your risk on the NASDAQ or any other market for that matter. If you're only looking for 5 ticks on the screen, your risk is so much greater initially. We see those spikes. We see how stuff moves around. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very interesting card.
A very interesting card. Respect to the streak. I got to, give a little bit of a shout out to Respect on the payouts too. They've got 8,000 in payouts so far in this XFA of theirs. So obviously, there's success there over the course of 48 days, $60 a day. That's short-term success. But if they can buckle down, there's a lot more success in their future. And you just got to kind of go stone cold and, have that discipline to not have those blow-up days. I know that for me, and you could probably agree, Jack, because I'm sure you've been there with your years of experience on the professional side of the industry, is there's nothing that pissed me off more than, having 2 really good winning weeks and then, one bad trade or 1 bad day or 2 bad days, wiping out all of that hard work, because it is hard to string together, winners and stuff. So it was always something that was painful for me. And I think it's good to feel a little bit of pain and get upset about stuff. You got to get over it and move on. But if you get pissed off about something, you're much less likely to, find yourself making that same mistake in the future. So with that, I think we can move on. I don't want to.
Yeah, Jacob, I think that we we might have to save this third card, and
Okay.
I don't know if you or Brett are on tomorrow. I would save it because we have David Green coming for group coaching next with Dolby.
All right.
That was a good card. Jacob reminds me of, you were mentioning trading professionally. That's not totally dissimilar to, we were trading a different thing, but and this is different depending on what you're trading and stuff like that. Where it was, make a little bit, make a medium a bit, a lot. Like we had a lot of green days, and the loser, like we say with outrights, to have your average winning day bigger than your average losing day. That makes sense in outrights. That was certainly not the case when we were trading spread stuff. Your average winning day was significantly lower than your average losing day, but you tried to keep those to once a month.
Thank you for correcting me. I digress a little bit because, you and I were doing a little bit of different stuff. Actually, kind of a lot of different stuff. Very different things.
Fun stuff to dive into from time to time. Anyway, we got more knowledge dropping on you. David Green is going to be here in a few minutes for group coaching with Dolby. Mick, thank you so much again.
You bet.
And Mick, why don't you say a final word, because I'm working the production thing, so I got to go find something to show right now.
I'm going to take a page out of I'm going to take a page out of Hoag's book and say, "Go forth and profit." And another Hoagism is do not risk thy whole wad. I know we didn't get to my third card today, but there was something to be said there. But yeah, Jacob, don't risk thy whole wad, and then Tyler, don't risk thy whole wad. It applies to the two people we did talk about and the one person that maybe I'll kick over to Brett when he takes the segment tomorrow.
For sure. Don't risk thy wad. Stick around for group coaching. I'm going to hit a button right now. We'll see you in a minute or two.
Hello, and welcome to Group Coaching with David Green. And if you don't get enough of him in this first half hour, you're going to get a second chance during Power Hour. We're going to have another hour of David Green. He'll be taking trades with us and shooting the bull, whatever they say. So, David, how you doing? How's this bull market treating you? We got NASDAQ going bonkers. 30K.
Yeah, we got everything going bonkers. Me and Nick were talking a minute ago. I've been doing this a long, long time, guys and girls, and we are about as overbought as I have seen in a long, long time. In the face of getting some big economic numbers coming out tomorrow and Friday, doesn't mean that I am bearish and I'm going to act on that because we only trade what they put in front of us. But just generally speaking, everything is just getting so overbought so quickly. I mean, here's can you get my chart? You got my charts up there, Nick? Yeah, good. Perfect.
Yeah, you're up right now.
This is a daily chart of the NASDAQ futures, the NQUs. Right now, we're sitting at a 78 RSI on a daily chart.
Wow.
Last time we got this high, we got the 80, and we had a 200 pullback. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm looking at the charts and I'm saying everything is so stretched out. You know, we're 250 points above our 9 EMA. It's the same in the ES, same thing. So I think we're just getting really, really stretched out. Again, just an observation. It's nothing we're going to trade off of because we're day traders anyway. But I think the whole market is getting a little bit ahead of itself here.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this.
Day traders. Yep.
An important thing to remember is the markets can keep going in one direction longer than we can stay solvent if you get stubborn. So do not get stubborn. I'm almost willing to bet, Nick, that somebody was trying to pick, levels in this NQ to get short all the way up here just because it was up so much. So we don't care where a stock has been. We only care where it's going. That's the only thing that matters. What's gonna happen next?
Who knows? Whatever the algos decide, whatever the robots want to do. It's a robot world. So we got some questions. What is your risk per trade on a 50K trading combine?
On a 50 trade trading combine. Okay. So it depends on the amount of contracts that you're going to be trading, right? Usually 1 or 2 contracts. If I really like something, I'll get up to 5, which is the most you can do on the 50K combine anyway. I have a 10-point stop when I trade the NQs. I have a 5-point stop when I trade the ESs. That's what I'm willing to risk when I get into those trades. Unless it's a special circumstance where I'm looking for one of my far from moving average trade, which is one of my setups. In that case, I will start very small and I will average into it looking for the red bar off the 1-minute chart for a far from moving average trade. So for me, 10 points NQ, 5 points ES or MES. Those are my hard stops for 90% of the trades that I get in. Also, guys, sometimes I give it a little more in the NQs, okay? Because we look at my chart right now, Nick, and look at the ATR, right? It's 15.3. So that means that's the average true range of the stock over the last 14 5-minute candlesticks. The average 5-minute candlestick is 15 points. So that's basically really what you should be basing your stop order on. If this is the ATR, and I know in a 5-minute bar it can move 15 points, if I have a 5-point stop in the NQs, I'm going to get stopped out on 99% of my trades, right? So even right now, 10 points is a little tight. I usually go to whatever the ATR tells me. So 15 points. Okay. Yeah. In the ES, we are sitting at about 3 points. So, ES, I'll never give more than 5. But check that out, guys and girls. Look at your ATR. It's about you use for your stop orders.
Yeah, that's
I do it in stock, I do it in futures. Oil, same thing. Let's look at oil and see what the ATR in oil is. Yeah, see in oil, 15 cents. So when I'm trading oil, I don't give it more than like 20 cents. If I'm wrong for 20 cents, I'm wrong. So that's generally what I use. Generally, I use for my stop because that's what you can expect in each 5-minute bar, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see the NQ be 25, 30 points when things are very volatile. So
nice.
As a rule, I try to use the ATR. Yeah.
Oh, I like that. That seems like a great point of reference for maybe a newer trader on how to decide what a stop should be. Just look at the ATR, and that's going to give you a general idea.
100%. Yeah. And you can't have, like I said, you can't have a 5-point stop when you're trading the NQ. So use the ATR. We're looking at Think or Swim here. You know, one of the things I love about Think or Swim and all this stuff we had to put in our charts, but it tells me at a glance where all my moving averages are. Tells me at a glance where every single one. This is the spread, which is always, 25, 1 tick or 2 ticks, and then there's your ATR. So if this were to start coming, right, I would pick the moving average that fits my criteria for a trade, and it tells me the exact price. There's no guesswork involved. So here I'm looking at the NQ, right? I usually look for between a 30 and 40 point move before it hits one of my moving averages to set up for a trade in the NQs. So I have 2008-14, which is down 44 points from where we are right now. We know that can happen in 30 seconds in some of these things, right? But to be prepared, I'll put an order out at 20814. Let's get my little Top Step up here. Okay, we'll take a peek. Let's get this up here. Okay, here's my little Top Step. So I'll put it in my order, 20814. Now, if it gets to that level, I make a trade. That's what fits my criteria. If it doesn't get to that level, I don't make a trade. We had a few nice setups today. And again, I don't think I had more than 1 or 2 contracts in anything. We can go over the trades that we look at. And I'm up $620 for the day in one of my eval accounts.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We can go over those trades.
All day. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably get to your setup eventually as we get through some of these questions here. This one's from Wuzzy. New to the game, I mainly trade MNQ. Is it better to stick to trading one symbol to learn it well, or diversify from the start with, say gold, crude, or MES?
That is a great question. I can tell you that for me, you should absolutely stick to one first. Okay. Get used to trading one, find a little system that works for you. You don't want to be spreading yourself out into 5 or 6 different things. First of all, let's say you have orders out in 3 or 4 of these different ones, right? It's going to be very hard to manage those trades if for some reason you get hit and you're in 3 or 4 different products. I highly recommend focusing on one. Get used to the trading patterns in that. Journal all your trades. Me and Nick and Topstep is huge in journaling all your trades. Find out what's working for you. Find out what's not. Make sure there you go. Make sure you're sticking to the rules on every single trade that you do, and that could be different for everybody. But concentrate on one, 100%. You don't need to be spreading yourself out there. Normally, I'm concentrating on the NQ. That's my bag. I like the volatility. Still using my technical analysis, and I like trading oil too. Oil respects our technical analysis also.
Oil's a fun market.
Stick to one.
Wish we had a better relationship today, but it's all good. So next question. It's all right. The market's giving me an opportunity to practice appreciation and positive mental attitude. This question is from. We're gonna stay happy, keep a smile on the face. Question from Trenchcoat: do you use channels or trend lines to trade all-time highs? Yeah, how do you trade all-time highs? I mean, this is pretty tough stuff.
How do you trade all the time? That's why I got to tell you, all right, it hasn't been that easy lately. We've been more patient. We've been more disciplined. Because when the market's, everybody's itching to be short, including myself, right? Because you see the market just making all-time high after all-time high after all-time high. Futures, ESs. We have no technicals to shoot against, right? I don't have any moving averages because every day we're just making new highs in the stock. So it's not like I have anything technically. So we look for trend days, and it doesn't happen very often. I mean, we're in a beautiful trend right now in the NQs. We pulled back to our 9 EMA. And we're up 35 points from that, in 15 minutes. Again, it doesn't happen very often. But the trade I like, and if we look, you can see a couple of them work. This is my favorite. When the RSI gets stretched out, close to 80, then I'll look to do a little shorts in the stock. And usually when we get the relative strength up to about 80 or so, you'll get, your 10, 15, 20-point pullbacks from that. You can't be anxious, right? I mean, every bone in my trading body for the last 35 years is telling me I want to be short this market. But you got to just trade what's put in front of you. That's it. Like I said, this market can keep going up longer than you can stay solvent. So it is what it is. You just got to stick to your guns, be patient, be disciplined, and wait for setups. Even now we are what? We're coming from 59. We're almost 25 points above the moving average, about a 75 RSI. So what I'll look for is we get to 80 RSI, okay? I will start with one contract if we get up to an 80 RSI. Then I'll switch to my 1 minute chart and try to find that far from moving average trade. Maybe it'll happen while we're here, and then I can walk you through how to do it. That's the only time. That's the only kind of shorts that I could look for. But everything else is telling you that this is in a beautiful uptrend. And if we go back here, guys, this was the trade of the day, Nick. If we go back here to about 11:30, I talk about this trade a lot. We call it a momentum trade or a base trade. Okay. And if you look, we were pushing this all-time high. The previous day high was 207.71. That's the all-time high from yesterday. And look how many times we pushed against that before we finally got through it. We pushed against it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Okay. And then once we get above that level, and new highs make new highs, guys and girls. It's just the way it is, especially in this market. Once we got above that level, this is your signal to get long the stock, the future, whatever it is. This is your signal. Very simply, put your stop order at the low of all this consolidation and enjoy the ride. But this was the big trade of the day, big momentum. We got above yesterday's all-time high, and we've been nothing but off to the races since then. So look for that kind of trade, guys. When we're pushing against the level several times and finally got above it, if we're going up, I want to be long. And same thing, if it's going down and we're pushing against the level, I want to be short. So that's a really good pattern to look for, especially in the futures.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for that. We've got some more questions.
I don't even know what the question was.
Do you use channels or trend lines to trade all-time highs?
Yeah, we got it. Yes.
Yeah, we got there. This one is from Roger W. David, I am a new day trader, and I have been trading for a few months, and I'm close to passing my first combine with Topstep. I usually find good trades more often than not. However, my entry and exit points are not optimal. Do you have any advice for how I can improve my entry and exits to make my trades more efficient?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're using. I'd have to ask personally, what is he using to get into the trades, right?
If he's in chat. If Roger W, if you are in chat, please clarify.
Yeah, pop it up there. Tell us what you're using, technical analysis, whatever. What I will tell you is, I'll give you an example of using our technical analysis and how to manage a trade so you get the most out of the winners and the least out of your losers. And of course, it depends on what kind of trade you're getting in, right? So looking at the NQs right now, okay, here's the momentum trade that you got in, okay? I mean, this was, we went up 75 points from there. But really at no point in here did it really tell us to get out of the trade, right? So in this one, it's just a matter of how many points you want to make. Don't cut yourself short when something is going in your direction. Don't be afraid to make more money, right? A lot of people, when they see their P&L start going up, you just want to get out of a trade because you're starting to make a little bit of money. If I get in for a technical reason, I'm going to get out for a technical reason, right? So technically, the first red bar I saw on a 5-minute chart was all the way up here, okay? So, that was, 50, 60 points from this point, right? And I'm not saying not to sell some on the way up. I always do. I'm a big proponent of taking profits. But I'm going to leave a portion of my trade on until it tells me to get out of that trade. I'll give you another example, okay? Here's another example. We just hit our 9 EMA. That's a trend trade, right? Stock is obviously in an uptrend. We're going up for a long period of time, okay? We came back and hit our 9 EMA at 42. So I'm in a trend trade now. In a trend trade, when I get a pullback to my 9 EMA, I'm expecting it to stop going down and start going up. That's what a trend trade is. Pulls back a little bit, hits your support level, stops going down and starts going up. So if I'm in this, I'll just use a round number. I'll say 50, okay? I put my stop order in, down 15 points. That's my ATR. My first target, give me 10 points. My second target, give me 20 points. So I'm selling some at 60. I'm selling some at 70. I'm still in this trade with a portion of my trade, okay? Now I'll raise up my stop order to lock in, maybe 15 or 20 points and see if we can't continue this for the rest of the day and hold on to that last little bit of it until it either stops you out on your raised entry or stay in it for the rest of the day. So my advice to you is get the most out of the winning trades that you're doing and lose the least on your losing trades. And again, it depends on what technicals that you're using. But a lot of people are afraid to let their trades run because they see the P&L turn green and they just want to get out of the trade. The good ones stay in with some of it. And the beautiful part about this is if once you sell a couple, even one, okay, once you put that first profit in the bank, you can take a nice deep breath, right? And now you can relax. I made some money. I'm not going to lose money on that trade because I'll raise my stop order to keep locking in profits. Take a breath and see how it plays out.
David, I got some good news. We got the man in chat. We have Roger W in chat right now. He's using anchored VWAP and VWAP as his main two lines.
Okay. I have my VWAP in all the way down here. Okay, that's my VWAP. I don't know what the anchored VWAP is. I'd have to put it in my charts. I'm assuming, though, you're waiting for support and resistance for it to hit those levels. I'm assuming, right? So it's the same thing. I really don't care what technicals you're using. It doesn't matter. As long as, again, go back to journaling. If it's working for you, then my guess is and you tell us, you're probably not getting enough out of your winning trades. I would bet that that's what's going on with you. Not getting enough out of your winners and keep the tight, keep your stops tight. Again, I'd have to, look, I'm going to give everybody email to come and hang out in the trading room again. You come in, we'll talk about it, and we'll get you straightened out. I am also, guys, I have no ego, right? If you tell me using anchored VWAP and regular VWAP is working on a consistent basis, and I'm making money on 75% of my trades or whatever it is, 60%, whatever it is, again, go back to journaling. I'll add it to my technical analysis. I'm all for that. I'm doing this for 35 years. What I did 35 years ago doesn't work anymore. Sometimes what you did 3 weeks ago doesn't work anymore. So you got to be able to adapt. Yeah, it changes. So you got to be able to adapt. But I would say when you're getting in for a technical reason, make sure you're getting out for a technical reason. That's all.
That's the great answer right there. Just very concise. If you got in for this reason, get out for the same reason. That's awesome. This is kind of an interesting question here from AS. How do simulated orders affect the market? I see stop loss hunts, though I'm in the trading combine. That's kind of interesting. So he's placing trades in sim, and he thinks the market is running his stops, even though his trades are they're not in the market.
No.
What's going on there?
The reason I don't think so is because there's no one to really benefit from them doing that, right? I'll give you a quick story. When I was a specialist on the Florida New York Stock Exchange, and I had a big stop order at a certain price, okay? I could benefit by that by, ticking it right at that stop and then going down $2 or $3. I don't think that happens in the simulators. I don't think it happens. I don't think people are hunting stops. There's too much volume. There's too much liquidity. Very rarely are you going to see something hit a level and then have a 20-point gap in the NQs where they take out your stop order. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible to happen, but it's not something that I worry about when I'm trading. I mean, the volume is just incredible in these things. So usually the liquidity is pretty good. Usually it is.
Nice. Appreciate that answer. This one's from John Garcia. What is your opinion of scalping with a risk reward that is inverse? So his example is 1 to 2. So I'm risking 100 to make $50. What's your thoughts on that?
You better have a good hit rate. Okay. That's the bottom line. It depends on what your hit rate is, right? You can have an inverse 2 to 1. That's fine. But your hit rate better be, think about it this way. If you're only making money on 50% of your trades, you're going to lose. Right? If you're risking twice as much as you're willing to win. So you'd probably have to have your hit rate up about 70% in order for that to be successful. Okay. I like the exact opposite. And I think most people, I want to make twice as much as I'm willing to lose. I don't even mind. I'll tell you this. I don't even mind 1 to 1. Okay. 1 to 1 is fine with me because I know I'm going to make more money on trades than I'm going to lose. It's just statistically proven. With the methods that I use, we're anywhere between 72 and 80%, depending on the day or whatever it is. But over the long run, we're well over 70% on our trades. So if I have now a 50-50 risk reward, I know I'm still going to be profitable at the end of the day. So to have an inverse risk reward, you're going to have your hit rate up around 80%. Otherwise, it's not going to work, in my opinion.
Got to make sure the math is on your side there. This one is from Chao Zhang. How do I stabilize profits? Probably a rough translation there, but maybe the question is, how do I maintain profits consistently? It's probably a question in that sort of vein.
Yeah. There's a couple of ways I can go with this. When I have a few good trades early in the morning, like we did today, we had a few good trades. I made whatever. It doesn't even matter what you make. I am not in a hurry to trade anymore that day. You know, I'm at or close my goal. I'm going to wait for extremes before I even do anything anymore. So I'll cut back on my size. You should have, and again, I don't necessarily like people to have a goal, but you should have some kind of number in mind where that if you hit that number, that's enough for the day, right? I don't even recommend looking at your P&L. I don't look at my P&L usually until like 11 o'clock in the morning after the morning session. I know if I'm trading well, I'm going to make money. I know if I'm having losing trades, I'm going to get stopped out on our trades and I'm not going to be losing a lot of money. There's really I don't think there's any reason to be looking at your P&L. And then, you know, when I look at 11 o'clock or 11:30 and I know I've made some good trades, well, is that enough for me to stop for the day? Probably. And then I'm just not going to trade anymore. So, you know, that comes down to patience and discipline. And here, this is another one. I will never turn a winning day into a losing day, which is one of the huge mistakes that all traders make, let alone beginning traders, right? It is not easy to do what we do, guys and girls. At least anybody tell you that it's easy, okay? It's not. This is a difficult thing to do. It's even more difficult to master. It takes time. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of practice. The only way to really learn how to trade is to trade. But I am not going to give back my hard-earned money if I've had a good day. Just stop trading. So know when to stop trading when you're making money and know when to stop trading when you're losing money. The big thing that we worry about as traders is that we're going to miss something. I could care less. I could care less if I'm going to miss something. This market will be here tomorrow and for the next, 300 years. So patience, discipline, know when to stop.
If the market's not there tomorrow, we all got bigger things to worry about, David. Probably be our last question here. And this is kind of a good segue from what you're just talking about. How do you build confidence in trading and not hesitate when it's time to take the trade?
By trading. By trading. That's the only way you can do it, right? I'm at the point, most of the people in my room, most of the people that we teach, if there's a setup based on my technical analysis, I'm pushing the button every single time without hesitation. Why? And I hate to keep going back to this because I know they're going to work more than they're not. I know that by using my technical analysis, it's putting the odds in my favor of that trade working. Doesn't mean they're always going to. We're going to have losing trades. Anyone who tells you they don't is full of shit. But I know from journaling thousands of trades that my TA works more than it doesn't. So that's what gives me the confidence to get into every single trade I do without hesitation. The only way you'll get over that is by having, number one, you have to have a system that works more than it doesn't. That's number one. Number two, push the button every time something sets up. And when you start seeing the results from that, again, then you have to follow all your trading rules, your trade management rules. It's a lot. But when you start seeing all the results from that, that's when you get more confident. That's when you get less hesitant. That's even when you start increasing your size, okay? You don't start increasing your size because you had one good morning or one good day, right? You start increasing your size when you've had a month of good trading. And then you go from one contract to two, or from 2 to 4, or from 4 to 8. It doesn't matter what it is. No matter how many contracts I do, it doesn't change the trading strategy. It doesn't change my technical analysis, okay? I recommend at the beginning for beginning traders to do at least 2 contracts so that when you're in a good trade, you can sell a little bit as it goes up, sell a little bit more as it goes up, or short it and buy a little as it goes down, buy a little more as it goes down. But yeah, you just gotta be confident in that your system works and push the buttons. Yep.
Got to use TopStep to get that screen time in without losing all your money, right?
That's right. That is TopStep, first of all, they're the best. And I always say this, I'm not blowing smoke up anyone's puppet, but there's a shitload of firms out there. Trust me, guys, I've tried them all. Okay. I'm here. TopStep's the only one I use. It's the only one I recommend to anybody. The education is second to none. And where can you try and learn how to do this for $50 or $100 or whatever it is, right? That's the best thing about this is the low barrier to entry. But that being said, let's treat it like it's our money. Let's treat it like it's real money. Let's learn how to do this the proper way with the proper technical analysis and the proper money management and following all the rules. Because we want everybody to make money. And TopStep's the only firm that I ever saw that actually wants their people to succeed. Okay, that's why you have group coaching. That's why you have the Topstep TV that people are on every single day. So certainly take advantage of all that. And, it's a process. It's
Love
a
it.
process.
David, I am going to post your email in chat. And chat, this is the offer. You can email David and say you're from TopStep, and he will give you a free 1-week trial in his room, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 5 days. Yep. Give me a couple of days to get to it. Last time I had like 65 emails I had to send.
Oh,
so
God, sorry about that.
It'll
Very
be
popular.
We're always today, Wednesday. It'll be for next week, guys and girls. Okay, so be patient. I'll get to everybody over the weekend. It'll be for next week. The week after that, we have our boot camp, so we don't have any visitors. Look, guys, you got nothing to lose. Come hang out with us. See what we do. You don't like what we do, you say David's an idiot.
We would never. But David Green's email is in chat, and we're going to have David Green back in an hour for Power Hour with myself, Andre, and Dakota. So you have the #1 trader at TopStep, plus a trading legend, plus 2 guys who talk too much and are on TV a lot. But we have our next next segment coming up. Patience with KV. We will see you in just a couple minutes. welcome to Patience with KV. Got a little fire and ice here with the backgrounds, or icy hot. Chat, put in your opinions. What kind of backgrounds do we got going on here? Best one wins a high five for me. KV, how are you doing? Haven't been on in a minute. The market keeps on going up. When are we hitting 21,000 in the NASDAQ?
The market just keeps on climbing. We've been talking about this for a while as well, but just because it's too high doesn't mean it has to come down, right? It just keeps on making new all-time highs. So just go with the trend. 21,000 seems like it's very, very close right now. It seems very realistic. We still got 2 hours left for today to be over. If the right amount of buyers come in this afternoon, very, very realistic for it to be hit even today. We still are in the, kind of post-lunch hours right now. So volume is still steady, but if the right amount of volume comes in, especially if we can get similar to the morning session in terms of volume, we could easily see 20,000 today. As crazy as that sounds, as crazy, 21,000. As crazy as that sounds, could go up there. It's difficult to trade at all-time highs, just because it's all-time highs. You really don't have much things to base it off from. But the best thing to do is just follow the trend, wait for those pullbacks. I would say it's a little bit more difficult if you're trying to catch a short or rejection. Could work, right? Because eventually it will pull back. It will come down for a pullback, but you don't want to be guessing, because you could have guessed and guessed and guessed and guessed, and by the time it's at 880 right now, your account is already wiped out. So easiest thing to do is just wait for a pullback on a key area and just ride the trend higher. That's all I can say right now. But it's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy day.
Crazy week/month. Pretty wild this summer.
Yeah, I mean for summer.
For summer, I would say so. It's not nearly as range bound as we thought it would be. Gabe, you're also on your road to funding here. Have you placed any trades yet so far today?
I'm long one NQ right now, actually.
Okay.
I'm
Man, let's go.
Going with the get in and close your eyes with the $100 stop. So
all right,
that's my first trade of the day.
First trade of the day. We got Gabe in the NQ. What do we got? MNQs? How many? Or
just
minis?
one mini. It's pretty much about to stop out. Eddie, I'm gonna throw my entry in chat here for you, but I would anticipate this to blow right through here in just a second. But I'm looking to expand. You know, knowing where NQ's at, I do kind of want to move around to some different markets. I'd like to look into gold a little bit and oil, kind of play the field a little bit more. So I'm kind of, once again, open to trying some different products. But in terms of the performance dashboard, so I'll kind of just run through my stats. As of yesterday, I had taken a couple trades on my lunch hour after power players and ended up in the green. So let me refresh now that trade just closed.
Look at that live and real-time updated dashboard.
Heck yeah. So looking at, I'm up 778 on the 100K right now. So I was in drawdown for a little bit through the end of June and the beginning of July, and then have slowly kind of started chipping away and getting it back in the green. Win rate could be a little bit higher. I typically would bat a little bit more in the 40s. So I'm a little under my usual average for my win rate, but still holding a pretty decent, average win versus loss. So classify that maybe as your reward to risk. So that's still around 2 to 1. So I'm pretty content with that. And overall, definitely ripping a pretty large number of trades. I keep getting reminded by Coach T to not be over trading because I have been 72 total trades in a matter of since June 26th, and I got to count up how many trading days I actually have because I know that I'm not on air every day and trading every day. But yeah, overall, still hanging in there. Posting my dashboard stat link to those that want it and want to kind of track real time with me. It's on my Twitter. So you can kind of keep an eye on that shared stat link and track that road to funding with me. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do here today. If anything, a lot of the move has already happened, in my opinion. I don't know how much more we're going to get, at least in our hour KV. I know that, power hour might get a little bit more active, but a lot has taken place, and I'm kind of thinking it might be a little bit more of a educational session today.
More like a snooze fest with this price. Yeah. I gotta say though, guys. I mean, the dashboard that came in live this week. We were talking about it a little bit before it was actually announced a few months ago with Hogue and the other guys. The best thing that was ever brought to Topstep X. The other features are great as well. The lockout buttons, all of that, but that is just phenomenal. I mean. I don't know. I have really no words to say it because it does the work for you. We've been talking about journaling. We've been talking about keeping track of your trades for like months and months and months. And I've been doing it for years with my clients. And you have to push them to actually do it, right? Because you got to sit down, track your trades, look at the data. Now that does it for you, fully automated. So I think even for the people that were lazy to keep track of their data now, it's done there for you guys. All you got to do, which is the last step, analyze it, right? Coach T gives you some nice feedback there, but you have to do your work as well to just analyze it. Maybe get a trading buddy on the Topstep Discord as well and analyze it together. But that's the last step. Just analyze that data because that's a never-ending process. And I do this to this day where you're always trying to optimize. You look at the data, you see what's going on. Boom, like Gabe was looking at his data there, risk and return, amazing. what did he talk about? He has to work on his win ratio, right? That's the only thing he has to work on right now. So he's like, okay, I'm good at risk management. I'm good at taking profits, right? I'm holding my winners. The only thing that he's left to do is just maybe be a little bit more selective on the trades, right? And that's how you start analyzing your own data as well and just optimize the heck out of this, because learning is good, but the learning process ends. I mean, you learn the charts. Maybe it takes a month, maybe it takes a few years, but you're going to learn the charts eventually. It's not like we're going to end up having new charts and so on. Learning process ends, and it's all about looking at those numbers and just optimizing. That's the only thing left for you to do. And again, that's a never-ending process. You're going to do that for the next 20, 30, 50 years, however you're doing this.
Yeah, I mean, I have a follow-up question for you. So, we have a lot of new traders at TopStep. We just got this new stats board. What would kind of be your first, maybe like 2 or 3 points for a new trader on like how they should use the stats, and what are like some basic steps that they can do for someone who's maybe never done any sort of like analysis of their trading?
Yeah, so basically you have to start fixing things, right? And you got to fix them one by one. You can't just fix everything at once because you're just going to ruin everything again. So choose one that is having the most negative impact on your account, right? So for example, you start from your 2 key metrics, win ratio, risk and return ratio, right? You start from those. At least the way I look at them is the 60% win ratio. Okay, if you have anything above that, you should be fine. Okay, if it's at 60, if it's at 59%, it's fine as well. Don't touch it for now. Okay, boom, you look at the risk and return ratio. If your risk and return is at least 1.5 or higher, it's okay, right? Now, if it's none of those, right? So for example, your win ratio is good, is at 60%, but then your win ratio, your risk and return is like 0.8. So your losing trades are bigger than your winning trades. That's what you got to focus on, right? So boom, you're like, okay, I got to focus on why are my losing trades bigger than my winning trades. And now you dive deep more into this, right? You're like, okay, why is that happening? And you start looking at those trades one by one, and TopStep on the dashboard there does it like very easy for you. You can literally click on the trade and it gives you all of the information you need. Yeah. But now you got to figure out, is it your entries? Is it the trade management? Is it the exits, right? So that's how you kind of dive deep into all of it. And then boom, you focus on that for at least maybe like a 2-month process. You fix that to a stable point, and then you move on to the next one. Because again, you're not going to get everything to perfection and then move on to the next, because it's going to take too long. But get the ratios to a stable environment where your account is growing gradually, right? You don't want to see your account going up or down like, when we have those FOMC announcements. You want to see you want to see a slow grind higher, and that's what you need to focus on right now. Honestly, guys, like if you do that, and I've done it myself. I've worked with hundreds of traders myself. If you do that, you will see progress. Like that's guaranteed. You just got to do it consistently. That's all.
Yeah, having the stats won't solve all your problems. If anything, it's actually going to give you some homework to do on the weekends at night. Just because we have the stats doesn't mean that's going to give you all the answers. You still kind of use the stats and dig in a little bit. But if you never gave yourself homework before, I think this is a good opportunity to start getting into it, kind of giving you the template. And hopefully y'all out there can start incrementally improving your trading. As KB said, you don't want to take a bite of the whole apple all at once. Focus on one thing, make adjustments and improvements, and then move on to the next thing once you feel like that one's been good. Gabe, in a trade?
No, I'm not.
Not in a trade.
I took that stop out negative 132.
Okay, not bad.
Try not to get antsy. I want to be.
880 is a very strong level, guys, on the NASDAQ here. If we're focusing on NASDAQ, 880 is strong. We spiked a little bit above it a few moments ago, like 3 minutes ago when we were talking, and then sellers came right there basically again. So 880 is strong. The way I look at this, because it's all-time highs as well, it's a little bit more difficult to analyze, but the way I look at it is if 880 breaks and holds, we could see that push above the 940s and maybe eventually 21,000 as well today, but at least above 940s. I think we can easily see that kind of 60-point move there if it happens during power hour. But 880 needs to break and hold. Now, depends how you look at it, what type of trader you are. But personally, I like to wait for a break, retest that 880, and then go up. But it needs to hold. It's been strong. I mean, we've been trying to break that for 40 minutes now. That's where the range has been, from 1:40 New York time to right now 40 minutes. That's where the range is. That's kind of the resistance area that we're trying to break. So we just need some volume, which is not here right now, but gotta wait for it.
Yeah. So what would you look for, like a pullback per se to get into this market?
I would wait for a break of 880. Maybe a 900, right? Because 900 then is a round number, rejects 900, comes back to 880, and then that should be a very nice power hour move. The way I look at this, if you have that kind of a formation happening there, this could be the top as well, right? This could be the top for all we know. But if we're looking for longs, if we're looking for that continuation higher, I would be looking for that 880, 900, boom, boom, and then goes to that last target I had there, which is around 940s. If we're looking for that break. But so far we are still rejecting. Sellers look strong that area, so not taking any longs just yet with this price action.
Is this the pullback of a lifetime? We're down 25 points in the NQ in 10 minutes. I mean, those 880s have tested frequently. Pretty good rejection thus far. Definitely some room to the downside, but you never know how deep a pullback is going to be in a market like this. Gabe, what is your kind of analysis right now of NASDAQ? Obviously, you tried getting long and got a little bit of a paper cut there. But would you try to get long again now?
I mean, I'd consider it, but I'm looking for a good location. I mean, I see a little 15-minute area, or not a 15-minute, a 1-minute area of demand between 860 and 54 that we just tapped into, or literally just ticked and then reversed another 7 points. But outside of that, I mean, the only reason I like that is because we broke above a previous high, so it made a new all-time high off that rally. It kind of failed to maintain that lower high and lower low structure on the 1 hour, or the 1 minute, sorry. But really, all in all, it might just not happen in this hour.
Thankfully, I mean, in terms of hour and a half.
Yeah, true.
See what we can get.
those last 10 minutes.
That was
right.
Makes up for something.
I mean, look, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat talk about shorts. I'd be cautious with shorts, guys. Right. The only short I took today was this. When did we take the short? The 1042 short. So we took this move right there, and that's the last time I looked for a short, because it's just not the day to look for shorts, especially with how the price went after lunch hours there. It's not the day to look for shorts. Could it work? Sure. It's just you're going against so many things. You're going against the trends. You're going against, buyer sentiment today. You're going against being above VWAP. You're going against so many things, which, again, not saying that a short might not work, but you're just putting a lot of things against you, which, I mean, trading is hard as it is, right? So I try to have I try to have as much confluence as possible if something tells me that it's going to go this way. But
you got a couple of moving averages on there. Your chart actually looks a little bit similar to David Green's. Do you want to kind of walk us through what kind of indicators and moving averages you use?
It's technically it looks similar, but it's completely different. So they're actually anchored VWAPs, not moving averages. Yep. So all of these are anchored VWAPs. So we have the daily anchored VWAP here, which is at the New York session open. I have this yellow here, which is connected to the previous day open New York session, which found this really nice bounce here. Again, you're going against the trend, but really nice bounce in the morning. But yeah, only anchored VWAPs. I don't use moving averages. Used to use them. I see David Green use them. And again, I've been on TopstepTV for a while now, and I've always said that if something works for you, keep on using it, right? I'm not going to be the one that's changing people's systems, but what I've seen works for me is view ups, anchored view ups, and just support and resistance. And that's really it. That's where I can really see buyers and sellers. I have a lot of good friends, a lot of good clients that use Bookmap, for example, right? Really good tool as well, right? But it's like, for me, I know this works for me. It works good. So trying to add other stuff to it and it just, I saw someone mention in the chat, you get that analysis paralysis where it's just too many things. And once you get that signal to take a trade, the trade is already over because you're looking at so many things for confirmation.
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah, that is definitely the truth there. Someone in chat says Tom Hugar just got short the NASDAQ. I don't know, he had a stream open today, but that's interesting. Fairly big name in the day trading space. YM currently is doing the Dorito formation. CL is wrapping up here, about 6 minutes left in crude oil before it closes up for at least the U.S. pit session. And that's typically when volume starts to dry up in crude. And gold trading just a hair under 2,378 evens. KV, what are your main markets? Are you mostly sticking to the indices, or you dabble in commodities every now and then?
Just indices, right? ES and the NASDAQ. For futures, I mainly do NASDAQ, but on my option trades, I do both the S&P and the NASDAQ as well. I just like to stick more to the NASDAQ with futures. It's a little bit more fast-paced. It fits my style. I'm not the type of trader who stays on for hours. Like to be in and out for a few moments, 10 minutes probably maximum. And NASDAQ, just suits that. But it's not for everyone.
Nice.
ES sometimes is better when it comes to price action, so you got to kind of switch back and forth. But yeah, haven't traded commodities, honestly.
That's fair.
It's just, again, you have to be a little bit more on top of what's happening on the bigger scale. Charts are good, but there's so many other factors affecting it. Like right now, I know, okay, we have CPI and we have this coming and that coming. If I'm gonna start trading oil, I don't know when the oil news is gonna come. I have to start learning all of that. I have to start just adapting everything to it. So I rather just
learning all the personalities of different markets and what news events impact them.
Who's speaking, what conference is happening, right? This company, this oil producer, like there's so many things on top of the charts, because the charts the charts are the charts. There's nothing much I could open a gold chart and maybe trade it the same way, but the other factors.
We had Jared on earlier, and he was in bed at 11 o'clock looking at the NASDAQ. Have you ever placed a trade in bed? And then follow-up question, unrelated, do you eat food in your bed?
Trades in my bed. I used to do that back when I was in college, actually. I used to trade a little bit before I went to my classes, but I don't think it actually worked out so well. But yeah, food in bed all the time. Is that
all the time?
Who is not everyone eating food in bed?
No, God, no. Absolutely not.
Not a soup, right? Not like maybe some fruits or like a snack or something. I thought that was normal.
Really? I think you're like in the dissenting opinion here. Most people are not eating. Hard no on eating in bed. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Gabe, what are your thoughts?
I used to do it when I was younger, but I hate doing it now, like keeping the bed clean.
Yeah, see, that's the... Carl Hungus. Soup in bed is very dangerous. Yeah, you don't want to play that game.
Yeah, no.
Who would even do that?
Not soup. I think that's soup. Even pasta could get a little bit dangerous because it slips. But like some snacks, maybe an apple or something while you're watching a movie. Come on.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do? Go all the way to the kitchen and start eating an apple while? Yeah, the chat.
Yeah,
the
you
chat
just
is
find yourself.
The chat is.
Chat's a little bit mixed. They're a little bit mixed on this one. This is one of the more divisive questions that I'll ask people on air.
I thought
kind of gets them going.
I thought it would be more one-sided, honestly.
Yeah, for me, it's a hard no. Unless it's not my bed. If we're like staying at a Hyatt or something, then like for sure. Well, I'll eat in bed. Do not care. Domes Guru said that Coach T told him that his best trades are when he's in bed scalping the New York full port. Yeah, Coach T, very
Coach
advanced
T said
AI.
that, if Coach T said that, you gotta stick with it.
Oh man! Oh, eating Doritos in bed? Absolutely not. I think that's also one of those
Yeah,
snacks. Any
that's
sort of
tough as
chip that can
well.
crumble, like a Nature's Valley granola bar? Absolutely not. That is getting nowhere near
Oh my
bed
gosh.
or the bedroom. Probably eating that outside, to be honest. Probably where that food needs to get eaten. Gabe, any trades yet?
No, just kind of browsing.
Come
Browsing?
on, we don't.
Just flipping through charts.
I hope no one's taking any trades with this consolidation here.
Yeah, this is not fun.
I like those.
I mean, we're starting to technically make some really, really small lower highs and a couple lower lows.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, there's really, it very well could just be a little bit of a correction and taking it right back up. So I'm not really too sure about taking a short right now, just because we've broken that little 1 minute range a little bit.
I mean, the only reason I'm taking a short, as I said, the 880 here, guys. Yes, we're showing my chart. So the 880 was strong. You could potentially take a rejection here because, as Dolby says, right, it's a cheap trade. Boom. What's your risk, right? Day high, a little bit above day high, and you're probably aiming for around this 820 zone here. So if you're fine with that, if your account can handle that, sure. But it's not like, oh my God, I have all of this lining up for me. It's an A+ setup. Definitely no.
Andre, my fearless co-host for Power Hour, he just said that we got Feds Goolsby and Bowman scheduled to speak right now. So that could be maybe why the markets are paused. Yes.
Yeah, 2:30 they start speaking. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I was surprised by this move today because I mean we have CPI tomorrow, PPI on Friday. Like I really thought we were gonna have just a more chill day today, but unless someone leaked the news.
Well, no, they would never do that. They would never do that. If you are in chat and you are saying that Topstep TV pop-out window in Topstep X is not working, you are correct. We are working on switching up how we host that. So as of right now, just got to watch on YouTube. Let's see if the indices catch a bid with some of these Fed speakers. So far, the YM is up about 20 points. NQ is not. NQ is still kind of rolling over a little bit. Going to be interesting to see what happens here with the indices going forward. Maybe that's why the market's got a little bit slow, because we got some Fed speakers coming up. But I think, KV, you're onto something here. Very bullish before CPI. Maybe this is a big run-up before a rug pull. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
All we can do is trade what we got on the screen. Crude oil's pretty much done here, closing at around 82.20 for U.S. pit session. ES and gold. What else? What other fun markets do we got to look at here? It is slow. We were talking about copper for a little bit. Commodity. Yeah, copper. Ticker is HG. I think it moves at 5 a tick or 10 a tick. Sure, I don't remember which one. But that's been kind of volatile a little bit.
I mean, gold just took out the overnight lows.
Okay.
Trading inside of a little 5-minute area of demand at the moment.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy.
Copper tick size 12.5 there.
Oh, it's 12.5. Got it. Nice.
Yeah, gold 10,
Way
silver
off.
25.
Way off. Man, talk about a range-bound market here in gold. Pop open a daily chart on gold. Very range-bound, stuck between 22.85, 24.50. Not sure how you approach that one, so probably just kind of ping-ponging back and forth between the ranges until something decides to move it. If anyone in chat is listening to the Fed speakers, let us know if they say anything super exciting, or if you're listening to them, let us know what they got. But it looks like indices catching a little bit of a bid right now as I fly through my charts. I'll settle on YM just so everyone's not freaking out.
And it's one of those days where the indices are better than the commodities in terms of price action. There's days that, market's not doing much and it's gold, oil, and all of these moving. But today, much better, I would say, if you trade the indices.
Yeah,
A lot more movement. Clean movement.
What's your favorite setup, KV?
Favorite setup is trading the open mainly, right? So intentionally missing the first initial move and then waiting for that pullback. So entering on that first or second pullback after the initial move. When I mean initial move, like a trend move, right? Not just if we stay at the open for like half an hour in the range, I'm not going to trade that. But if the open, we have a trend direction. The first pullback after that trend direction usually is where I'm looking to get in a trade. There's still a lot of volatility. There's still a lot of volume. So if it ends up working out, I could just make my money and be out for the rest of the day in a matter of a few minutes there. Instead of, being on snooze hour here and just watching this do nothing.
Yeah. But I mean, I think most traders in general would love to be done with their trading session by about like 10:30 a.m. Central Time.
The problem is, though, a lot of traders are done, but they don't stop. They don't realize that they're done, right? Because how many people are on the live right now? Like 3,000 people. I could probably guarantee half of them are already done the first half an hour or 1 hour of the day. They just don't know. They just don't know that they should be done. The manual lockout feature on Topstep is good, but you should still know when to use it, So it's still up to you to understand when to use that. But the good price action, there is some price action that happens after, during lunch hours like today, but the morning has enough opportunity for you to be done, like 100%. Either you're done or you're just kind of out for the day in the morning as well. Either one, right? Because if you're taking 2 trades, for example, both of those are red, maybe you could take a third one. I usually like to stop on the second one, but you just got to stop because you're not in tune with the market, and that's something that's hard to accept with a lot of people as well. They continue trading and trading and trading, and next thing they know, they're just lost it completely. And it impacts the psychology as well behind it, because you come in the next day and all of it is anchored on what happened the previous day. So the way I look at it again is in the morning, either you're done because you're done, you have enough profits, or you're done because you're not in tune with the market and your trades didn't hit the way they should have.
Yeah. I always hated those days where, like, when I was doing trading combines, I'd be up like $800 in like, I don't know, 15 minutes in crude oil, catch a great runner. And then the next trade I placed would end up being a loser. And then I'd get in the hamster wheel of trying to get back up to like plus 800. And now my trading session went from being 15 minutes long to being like 3 hours long. And then maybe I'll end the day like plus 300. And it's like, damn, dude, I just worked so hard for no reason.
Maybe after commission, you're still in the negative.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, I never traded that much. I was not like racking up contracts. But yeah, I mean, if you were that type of trader, yeah, you could also chip away just spinning your wheels with commissions. But man, I used to have those days frequently. It's like, dude, why didn't I just stop after like 15
It's what you said. It's the hamster wheel, right? You're just in a loop almost. So you just gotta stop. I mean, I've worked with a lot of great people that become great traders, and they just kind of self-destruct. I've literally seen people be up 15 grand on the day and give it all back within the same day, and it's just mind blowing to me. Like
it's hard. It's hard to pull yourself out of that mindset and try to like look at yourself as a like, what is it, like disassociate from your like psychology and like try to give yourself like a real analysis and like real time, like, yeah, I should probably stop doing this. It's so hard to pull yourself out. I used to have moments like that. Like when I was on tilt, I would like black out. And like, I would have no idea what happened for like an hour, and I would go back and look at my trades and be like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, but look, I think with the Topstep X dashboard now, things become a little bit more real, because up to this point, guys, if you haven't been tracking anything, you're just telling yourself that it's not going well, or someone's telling you that you're not performing well. But now you actually can see and look at what's happening. Like, it's those numbers are a self-reflection of how you're actually trading. And it could also help a lot of you guys that are here and have been making money and have been seeing consistency, but you're too afraid to step it up and scale. Those numbers should make you 100% more confident in scaling, because if the numbers are great there, nothing's stopping you in scaling. It's just you telling yourself that maybe it's not the right time. If the numbers tell you it's the right time, it is the right time. I can tell you that, Dolby can tell you that you can scale up now, but we're just giving you some advice, some feedback. But the numbers are actually the truth of what's happening on your account, and if it's time to scale up or not. So it could go both ways. It could help people that are, again, seeing the consistency and then just size up, or people that are just on this kind of hamster wheel forever and ever and think there's nothing wrong with them. And a lot of people do this as well. They blame it on psychology. You can't just blame everything on psychology, guys, honestly. Sometimes it's just you're not waiting for the right confirmations. You're not being patient enough. You're entering prematurely. Like, not all of it ties into psychology, because it's become a big topic now, and people just like to blame everything on psychology. Oh, I love my system. The system is great, but I got to work on my psychology. Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Maybe it's the system, or maybe it's just the market. Maybe the market.
And maybe it's the market. Maybe it's the market.
Yeah, maybe your psychology is great, your system is great, but it's just like the market state is trash, and it's just chopping up your strategies. So, half the battle is just knowing when you should trade, whether it's what day it is, whether market events, what else, whether is it summer, is it not summer? It could be a lot of stuff. But I like that you said that you could use the stats to, we always think about like, risk management. I'm going to use my stats to make sure that my risk is good. But I like that you said that you can also use your stats to justify scaling up. Like, maybe your metrics are really good and you didn't know it, and now it's time to add another contract and see where that goes. And I like having stats to back that up, because I always feel like the market knows if a trader is scaling up too early. Like, I don't know if it's like because we're not used to seeing the big numbers or trading big contracts. But I always found myself managing positions really poorly when I was trying to make more than maybe what I was ready to make as a trader.
Yeah, no, and wait for data collection as well, guys. Right? Don't feel like you have to change everything after seeing the dashboard and it's only 2 days in there, right? Wait for some data collection. At least 2 weeks, right? So at least 2 weeks, that would be 10 trading days roughly. At least 2 weeks, right? For me, it's more about months, but if you want to start making changes, at least 2 weeks and see how it goes. But to me, I like to look at things in 3-month processes. So if you've been trading, yeah, but it's a long time, but not really, because people are stuck in a loop for 3 years, and that's a long time. So sticking to a certain number of contracts for 3 months and seeing if you can actually be consistent with it is not a long time, because you can do that 4 times in a year. Imagine scaling up 4 times in a year.
Yeah.
Right.
What did you? Oh God, good.
I was going to ask. So 2 weeks. I think that could be a potential good amount of time to at least start getting a feel for what's going on. But I guess it would also come down to think about the amount of trades you might take, because even if you have 10 trading days and somebody's only, throwing maybe 1 or 2 pending orders on, maybe they get filled in one of their 2 trades. they're not engaging a lot. 2 weeks is not going to be enough sample size, right? So I think that
that's correct. Yep. No.
So like in your opinion, what is a good quality of filled trades to have as a sample size to really get a good understanding for what your data is trying to tell you?
Well, again, it comes down to like you as a trader, because like my average is 1 to 2 trades a day, right? So I can't put an expectation on everyone's that watching that, oh, you have to have at least 3 trades a day, 4 trades a day, because I don't do that myself, right? But if you want to throw like, let's put a number like 2 average, right? Maybe some days you're taking 0, but on an average, maybe 2 trades a day over that 2 week or more period should be enough.
Yeah. I've always got the concept that 50 to 100 trades is really just kind of the beginning of a quality sample size to really see if there's any consistencies or patterns in the data and your performance. But once again, even sometimes in 50 trades, you might just be on a really rough market condition, might be on tilt for a portion of those trades. But I agree with you that a good amount of like committing to a quality amount of time. I mean, 3 months, I like that because it gives you the opportunity to have fluctuations in the quantity of trades you're placing
and
for the market
markets.
environment. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Agreed.
We were talking about that too a while ago. It's like, strategy drift and, newer traders not even getting their sample size before they already start flipping to a new strategy. Like,
yeah, that's a big problem. Big problem.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on that strategy drift for new traders and not getting the sample size they need to have a proper analysis of their system?
Yeah, I mean, again, just those kind of, for me, it's just those 3-month timeframes, right? There's probably a lot of people in the voice right now that have changed their strategy 3 times over 3 months. It's not healthy. You're not giving it enough time to actually see results, because this market that we're trading in right now, it's not going to be the same in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks. I mean, come September is bloody. September is insane. Like, you can't compare August trading with September trading because it's not even similar. So you need that data sample there. And Gabe talked about 50 to 100 trades. Like 3 months, it's 22 trading days roughly in a month. 66 if you do 2 trades a day, that's 132. So you have more than enough trades in that sample to actually start making some decisions and be like, okay, is what I'm doing working, or do I have to start changing things? Okay.
It must be incredibly difficult for a new trader who wants immediate results to have a 3-month timeline.
That's the problem.
For one system.
Yeah, people come in with like trying to get rich tomorrow. Like there's literally been people that's reached out to me. The market's making new all-time highs here tonight.
New all-time highs. Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Fed speakers must have done something here. NQ firmly above 20,880, getting all the way up to like 890 evens, 92s. We got YM breaking out as well, trading at 39,002-ish. And all indices, maybe besides, I don't know what RTY is doing. RTY. Not all-time highs. No, that's not even close, actually. But it's trying.
Which one?
I'll make that a favor. RTY, the Russell.
Oh, RTY, Russell.
I haven't really spent too much time trading that one, but yeah, all the big ones are on new highs. Crude oil not doing anything, and gold is catching a bid right now. Gabe, I saw some buys and sells on your chart there. You a gold trader now?
I'm still holding the long.
Oh yeah.
I got in, just trying to be patient.
The gold trade.
Still holding the long from 23.77. I'd like to see price approach one of these 2 highs. First one would be 23.80. I'm going to consider starting to reduce this risk on it in case we turn back around. But for the moment, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I mean, the reason why I got into this is just following my process, right? I mean, this is technically going a little bit counter trend on what's taking place today in terms of like the 5-minute structure that we have, because we have a nice little, impulse correction, impulse to the downside, 2 lower highs, lower lows. But we swiped this overnight range from last night, took out those lows in the high 77s, tapped right into this little 5-minute demand zone. So I'm just kind of following my process, entering at demand for long, looking for a reasonable, 1-to-1 would be about 23.80. That would cover the initial loss in NQ I took a little bit earlier. I wanted to try to be a little bit more patient and hold it through, the last hour of the day. I don't think we're going to get all the way back up and towards like 83, but that would be my next kind of location of where I could see price going if the buyers were able to continue to step in, make maybe another lower high. So that would be my location of interest. But yeah, still holding this strong, up 160
Nice,
right
that's
now.
awesome.
Just one mini.
Yeah, it looks great so far. Like, you took almost no heat on that trade, so that's awesome. Always a good feeling.
Yeah, when it just starts going in your direction, no pullback.
Yeah,
Right.
as a
I got
range
in a little
trader,
prematurely. Go ahead, Dolby.
I was saying, as a range trader, that's always the best feeling. It's like you just get long and it just immediately bounces in your favor and you barely see red.
Since we talked about, Gabe mentioned the 1-to-1 there. Going back to the dashboard, guys, go check there what's your real risk and return, because a lot of you start entering trades and you're like, okay, it's a 1-to-2, 1-to-3. Go look at the dashboard what they really are, because maybe some of them are not even getting to 1 to 1.5, right? Because you start managing the trades a little bit differently. Or for example, if you're entering with 10 contracts and you're scaling out and you target at the 1-to-2, it doesn't come out as a 1-to-2 because you scaled out, right? So it comes out maybe like a 1.5, maybe 175. So definitely go check there what's your real risk and return ratio as well, because it might be completely different to what you think it is.
Yeah, the stats don't lie. Stats do not lie. Indices still bidding up. Still bidding up. Maybe NQ's pausing a little bit here. Got above KV's level of 20,880. So would you consider going long if it pulled back to 20,880?
I'd love the 900 to retest first, but let's see. Maybe it's not even going to pull back to the 880 with the way it's holding right now. It looks strong. It looks really strong.
It really does.
Going back to the people that were talking about the shorts earlier, right? It's not the market for shorts, guys. Look at the way the volume came in on the move higher as well, and look at the type of volume we had on that consolidation, right? And again, I'm not saying this is not going to ever pull back, because it will, but the trades on the longs are definitely more favorable.
Yeah, odds are in your favor. That's always the name of the game. Just trying to get the odds in our favor. We never know exactly what is going to happen. New highs.
Yeah, new highs going for
Actually
900.
making new highs. Yep. Look at it.
It's an interesting market, though. I really do enjoy being in this environment, because you get to experience a lot of interesting setups, whether in the morning, whether in the afternoon. There's some really nice. Even if you're just learning, guys. Even if this is like the first month that you're ever trading, like, it's a very nice learning environment to be in, especially with earnings season that starts on Friday. I mean, it's gonna be great. At least the next August. I mean, it's awful, but at least the first few weeks of the earnings season, as we're still in July, they should be fairly nice.
Is August historically slower than July?
Oh my God, it's dead. It's dead because think of it as like globally as well. People are in holidays. I mean, probably there's people from Europe watching us as well. Everyone in Europe is off in August. Like, everyone. No one works in August in Europe. They're off to holidays, and it's long holidays as well. So a lot of people are off, and it just lowers down the liquidity, on bigger markets as well. But it's usually slow. You still get opportunity. Even last week, we had a holiday week. There was still opportunity on those, short days, but it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah. Well, that's terrifying to hear. So Andre, if you're out there, we better start getting real creative. real creative, because we're gonna have to be entertaining while these markets are completely range bound. If that is indeed what ends up happening in August, I'm gonna start thinking about some bits and bobbles to do. So we're kind of getting a little pullback here in NASDAQ. So kind of interested to see if this range can sustain the breakout. Otherwise, it might just come right back in. Put this at like a 15-minute range, let's say. Let's see. I'll take there. Took a 15-minute range to about 20,864 to 20,885 evens. So let's see if we stay within the range or pull all the way back. Maybe we break out. But as of right now, we're maybe accepting back within range. If that is the case, maybe we do go back down to 20,864. But only time will tell. Have about 6 minutes left in the session. Chad, if you have any ideas, yeah, I know, right? Power Hour is going to be a blast. Chad, if you have any ideas for content that you would like to see in August when things get slow, please let us know. Maybe a talent show, maybe some trading games. I have at least one trading game that I would like to try. KV, what would be your thoughts on the reversal challenge? I don't know if I've told you about this before.
Nope, I have not heard about this.
All right, check this out. So you get 4 traders, and within the first 5 minutes of the segment, everyone has to place a trade in the market. From then on, you can only use the reversal button to get in and out of positions. And then at a fixed time, all trades have to be flat, and then you tally up who had the best.
That sounds like a mess. It sounds fun, but it sounds like a mess.
Oh yeah, it sounds very messy. It'll be terrible. Everyone's going to lose money. 100%.
Oh my god.
But it would be very fun. But we'll see if we can pull that off. Maybe on a Friday. Maybe on a Friday we'll do it. We'll have to have a disclaimer up almost perpetually because it's not any way to trade.
A big disclaimer.
Huge one. Yeah. It seems like chat likes the idea. We'll see if anyone can even finish positive. Yeah, how's your trade? How's your trade going?
It's going. Headed up to target 1. Should be 2380. We're looking pretty good. I mean, it's volume slow, so this is just a painful trade to watch in terms of how much time it's taken to get anywhere. Somebody had asked me if. Go ahead, KB.
No, it's slow hours for gold as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is expected. I kind of knew what I was getting myself into here. This is me trying to build some more discipline and allow you guys to see me deal with a slower moving market, because that's not usually my cup of tea, right? I'm more approaching markets with volatility or hours of the day with more volatility. So this is not usually my style of getting into a trade. But once again, I just talked about trying to expand my palette, being more open-minded to other products. If I find a setup that meets kind of my quality characteristics or the structure that I'm looking for, I'm going to try to enter it the same way I would any of my other trades and see what goes here. But knowing we have a couple minutes left in the session, somebody had asked me, am I going to move my stop to break even, or when am I going to consider getting out of this trade, knowing we're closing out, the last hour of the day. I am most likely going to move my stop to break even here once we close out this session together, and then I'll just let it run. Whatever happens from there, and I'll revisit it at 3:00 Central before we close up today.
Yeah, that's man. I know I said I wasn't going to trade, but you kind of reminded me of what David Green said in the last segment. Is when his chart is open, he's taking every single setup that is his setup, every single one. And I feel like I kind of left this YM trade on the table, and it would have been really good. So I'm kind of feeling that I want to get in this habit of selectively picking which trades of my setup I want, because it just seems like it's not really working. So I should have taken this one. You never know which trade is going to be the one that pays off. You just got to take all of them, see what happens. Don't want to pick and choose which one, because you just don't know. You never know which one's going to be the winning trade.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree with that kind of mindset there, 100%.
Cool. So that kind of wraps up the segment here. Chat, thank you all very much for hanging out. We got one more segment left. It's going to be myself. We got Andre. We have Dakota, the #1 live funded trader at TopStep. And then David Green is coming back. for Power Hour. We got a full hour of David Green. I cannot wait for that. I'm sure there's going to be some laughs and some very, very good stories. Especially with I don't think Dakota's ever met David Green, so that should be a fun little interaction as well. Gabe, KB, thank you all so much. KB,
Thanks for having me, guys.
I'll probably see you in about 2 weeks or so. Have a great summer, and hope you trade well. And we can just go on to the next segment here, and hopefully we can start on time, and it won't be a power 50 minutes, as chat likes to say. Very funny, chat. Very, very funny.
Take care, guys.
All right, later,
Power
guys.
Hour coming up next.
I am very, very excited for this power hour. This is the first with this 4-zone right here. You guys know the guy up in the upper right, Coach Dakota in the lower left, David Green, my partner, Dolby Time in the lower right. Welcome, David Green, to Power Hour. How are you doing today?
Thank you very much. It is an honor and a privilege to be here. Thank you guys for having me.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, let's get right into it. It looks like NQ is rolling over a bit. David Green, what are your thoughts on the market right here, right now?
We've been waiting for a little bit of a rollover all day. I was telling Nick earlier, I'm kind of shocked that we haven't had much of a pullback. We got CPI tomorrow, PPI Friday, just a lot of stuff going on in the next couple of days. We're at all-time high after all-time high after all-time high. And I'm expecting a little rollover here. And if it's going to happen, this is the right time of the day for it to happen. You know, some people start taking a little profits right here. So we'll see.
What are we thinking here? Go ahead, Dolby.
I'm promoting this segment on Twitter right now. So let's do hashtag Power Hour since I'm already on Twitter. Hashtag Power Hour. We want your content. Send us your dashboard. You got what? Tick picks. Got that new share feature in Topstep X. So share your performance with us. Your battle station setup. Anything you got, we want to see it from you, our community. Hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. And we will grab it from the internet and put it on air live. Love seeing what you guys got, especially the memes. Y'all are funny as hell.
Yep.
So check this out, guys and girls. In Dakota, I just want to show you. You see how we kind of stopped when we got down to this little 30 EMA here? If you guys can see my chart. I don't know if everybody can. So that was, my first support level on the 30 EMA. Right around 55, 54. We bounced 10 points from there. So for the shorts, we want to go back and break this now. But you can see why, we kind of hesitated on the way down there because, I had a support level on my 30 EMA. So that's why we're bouncing off that a little bit. So for the shorts, we want to go down and break.
Just so everybody knows, David, before we came on screen, said my target or one of my areas is 855. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a 10-point. I wouldn't have bought it there because I don't want to be long, but it bounced 10 points off there. We want it to go back down and break here now. And then my next support, I told you, it's down like 35, 40 points from here, which we'll probably get a bounce from too if we go there. We'll see. We got the 3 o'clock market on close. It's probably not a big deal. My next real big time I look for is around 350. That's when the final market on close comes out. I think if you notice, yesterday we rallied like 60 points off that. So right around 350, the final market on close will be posted. Usually when we start getting a move for that, I just want to be on the same side of it. And it'll run for like the last 10 minutes of the day. Doesn't always happen. It depends on what the imbalance is, but we'll see what today brings.
Is Peter going to text you? The MOC?
If it's big, he will, yeah. That's what Peter does for a living. Yeah, Peter does the market on open and the market on close. That's what he does. And they trade the SPYs on that, which is, basically the ESs, same thing.
So let's talk about this trade. We talked a little bit before going on screen, and I wanted to hold some of it so we get it in front of you guys in the audience. So I am short the NASDAQ. If we could go over to my screen, I want to maybe walk through this trade with you, David, and then love to get your opinion. You're a technical trader. And I think I even overheard Adobe is when you have your charts up, you take your setups whenever they set up. You don't have any discretion. And I love that because I come from a statistics background. And if you're not taking everything that sets up, do you really have those true statistics? So on my chart on the left-hand side, I trade on a 5-minute. That's where a lot of my setups are. And on the right-hand side, I have something called a 100 tick. Maybe you're familiar with that. But from a pure technical standpoint, we talked about this a little bit, is the market's been in such an absurd rally. And we have big news coming into tomorrow and Friday. And I was looking for some reason to take a really high risk reward short, where the probabilities are against me, meaning the odds of me being profitable or winning that trade are less than 50%, but the risk reward is greater than 3 to 1, 4 to 1. So that positive expectancy in the long run, if I take this many, many, many times, just like, if you flip a coin, you could get a streak of heads, 5, 6 times in a row, but over 1,000 times, it's going to be closer to 50%. So I love 3-bar reversals on a 5-minute chart.
and we rallied up to 20,895, and then over here on the 100 tick chart, we had what I seen as a reversal pattern. So I'm not really great at drawing on a Topstep X yet, but I'll kind of draw it out for you. Where let's see if I could do this. And I think you could probably see what I'm getting at is we had kind of a double top, and then as soon as we broke below this pivot around 886, and we broke down below it, we went up, and then we tested it again, and support. This was support. This support then became resistance. Then I got triggered in, and I had my stop loss at the high, and I'm looking to catch a nice runner into the close.
That all makes perfect sense to me. I'm a big believer in price action also, Dakota. So, yeah, I mean, my theory would have been if we just too high, too long, and we're going to have a pullback before the end of the day. But
I love that. I love it.
You had your technical reason for getting in the trade, and that's it. The important thing that you said also, Dakota, is you have to do every single trade that sets up. Otherwise, it's going to skew your win rate, and it's going to skew your profit and losses. A lot of beginning traders, I find this too, when either people take the course or come into the room. Oh, I missed that trade. Oh, I missed that trade. Oh, I missed that trade. Why? Well, I was afraid to push the button. That's something you got to get over pretty quickly if you're going to be in the business, right? And then they end up not doing the 3 trades that are good and getting into the one that loses. And then they say, oh, I can't do this. This sucks.
Oh, man, that's the worst. I've went through that before. And everyone normal. I know who's, it's just human nature. And one thing I love to tell everybody, and I'm sure you could just back this, and it sounds like you said, you're like, we've been too high for too long. The KISS rule, right? Keep it super simple. And I cannot stress that so much when I talk to traders here at Topstep, and they show this the charts, they talk about this, and you almost need a degree in whatever they're talking about to understand how they're getting in and getting out of these markets.
They tend to
overcomplicate it.
Yep.
And then I'm watching you, and I see how some of your stuff is like, hey, I have my moving averages, and if we get down to this moving average, it's very simple and straightforward for you. And I love that about your trading, David.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if I have a moving average, it still has to move a certain amount to get there before it fits my criteria to get into a trade. So, it's a little more complicated than that. It's not hard to learn. None of this stuff is hard to learn. The hardest part is what's between our ears. We all know that. That's the hard part of this, right? But what you said earlier, and I have a guy in my room who's actually a statistician. He's done it his whole life. He also has a degree in psychology. This is all math. That's all this is. It's math and it's probability. And by using our technicals, we're just trying to put the odds in our favor of that trade working. That's all we're trying to do, rather than throwing a dart in a board. And if we put the odds in our favor of our trades working, and you're journaling every single trade that you do, the easiest thing for me to do, and I'm sure you'll agree with it too, is to change your size. I mean, there's no difference whether you're trading one contract or 50 contracts or 100 contracts. It shouldn't change the way you get into or exit your trades.
Exactly. Nope. Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and close this. Sorry, Dobie. So these are combines, and I've been struggling a little bit. Obviously, like I said, I'm down 50K this past month or so, and so I started some new combines. This I just passed it, and I just realized that the max profit for the day is 4,500, and this is times 5. So what is that? 22,000. So I do need to close this trade. So I'm going to go ahead and close this, but I'm going to keep track of it because I've now officially passed these 5 combines that I have been trading, these 150K combines. So I'm going to still just imagine I have this trade going just to see how it plays out, even though I passed these combines. But that being said, I do have a question for you, David, because I'm so curious. And I know you have thick skin. I have thick skin. As traders, we must have thick skin. So bear with me. How was the transition for you from going from the floor to electronic trading? Because I've talked to, and you've probably said this probably 1,000 times, but I'm curious because age, does that play a factor? And I know we have a lot of young traders here at Topstep, and a lot of young traders who are learning how to trade, who has never even thought about that, who has never even worried about the understanding between that and what you used to trade versus now and saying it's technicals?
Yeah, that's a great segue. I'll give you my story. All right. So I was on the floor for almost 20 years. I was a specialist broker, market maker in stocks. And as a specialist broker, I had all the orders in my hands. Okay. The buyers would give me their orders. The sellers would give me their orders. I would buy with the buyers and sell with the sellers, clean up all the buyers, clean up all the sellers. You really didn't have to, and I'm not putting anyone down. You didn't have to be too smart to make money as a specialist broker. I'm just being honest with you. You know, when you're looking at all the cards and you're playing poker, it's kind of easy to play. You know what everybody has, right?
Yeah.
So when I first left the Florida New York Stock Exchange, and I know I'm going to trade, it's the only thing I know how to do. I barely got out of high school. I didn't go to college. I don't know how to do anything else, right? So I'm going to trade. I had no idea what technical analysis was. 20 years I was on the floor. I never looked at a chart. There was one guy I remember on the Florida Stock Exchange that used to walk around with charts, and he was the worst trader I ever saw in my life. But that's a different story.
Go figure.
So I started trading, and I was trading stocks. And in the first 2.5 months I was trading, I lost $300,000. And this is my own money, okay? There were no top steps or anything back there that you could mess around with. And the way I traded was the way I traded on the floor. If something went down, I bought more. If it went down, I bought more. If it went down, I bought more. You know, as a specialist broker, there was no limit to how much I could buy because money was unlimited, right? We had as much buying power as we ever needed. And eventually you would get a stock to turn around, either by yourself or it would just hit a point where it would turn around. But I had such a big ego that I couldn't understand how I was failing when all I've done my whole life is trade, right? So I started learning technical analysis. It took me the better part of literally 2.5 years to get that money back. And if I tell you I got it back $500 at a time or $1,000 at a time, that's how I got it back. So everything is technical now. And the way they move is the markets move so quickly right now. Sometimes technicals don't work also. It happens, right? But I have done nothing but trade my technicals for the last, I'm going to say, I'm gone from there. What year is this? 24? So I'm gone from there 24 years. For the last 20 years, I've been nothing but a technical trader. I have long-term positions. I will do long-term trading also, 100%. So we always want the market to go up, right? I'll tell you guys a quick story. And my first bonus on the Florida Stock Exchange was in 1985, right? I was a runner. I was a squad. And I think I got tips totaling like $3,000. That was huge back then.
Nice.
I was making $157 a week, something like that, right? And I bought Apple stock with it, and I still own Apple stock to this day. So I have a lot of long-term.
Wow.
I have recently.
Whoa.
I'm old, guys. I'm 63 years old.
And rich.
I have recently started trimming stuff in 401k and stuff, and I just don't want to sit through another 20-25% pullback, which is going to happen. I can't tell you when, but we're going to have a 10-20% pullback again sometime in this market. I'm too old to go through that again. So I've been lightening up as we make these new highs and new highs and new highs. But to answer your question, if you're not using technicals, you're throwing darts on the board. That's the bottom line. You're gambling.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sometimes I feel like that. And do you trail your trades? Because that's always a debate, right? Do you trail it? Do you take profit halfway through? Do you? And I'm imagining you do that with a reason. You use it based on.
I'm a big proponent. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of putting money in the bank. But what I will do is always leave. Look, if I get in a trade for a technical reason, I'm not getting out unless I get a technical reason. It's that simple, right? So I always leave part of my trade on until it hits. Like if I'm long, I'm going to wait till it hits a technical level that tells me to get it short, whether that's up 30 or 50 or 60 points, wherever it is. And I'm always going to take profits and then just keep raising my stop and trailing it out. I try not to ever turn a winning trade into a losing trade. And I preach never turning a winning day into a losing day. We've all done that. Everybody's done that. It's the worst feeling in the world when you do it, right? I just won't do it.
It's rough. It's rough. Exactly. And if I was still in this trade, if I didn't have to close it out because of the past combine, I would now move my stop loss just below this previous pivot around 871 because we've consolidated down here in these 60s. We've kind of made a little bit of a pivot high. And for that same exact reason, just move my trailing stop. If I was still in this trade, I would move my trailing stop. If it closes me out, I've locked in profit. If not, I'll just let this run for the rest of the day. And I will continue doing that on our way down to where I took the risk reward. The risk it was a low probable trade because it's going against the trend. And if I lose $300 or $400. But then if for some reason this market just tanks and falls out of bed and we go down back to like below 800, which it can happen in a blink of an eye, then that turns into a 1 to 10 risk reward, and I just trail it. And it doesn't happen very often. I don't plan on that, and neither should anybody plan on hitting these huge home runs. But when it does happen, we want to be able to take advantage. And I love what you said is you just trail it. You want to get it in for a technical reason, and you want to get out for a technical reason.
Yeah, and if you put my chart up for 1 second, I'd show you what I would do in this trade if you're short.
Love this Dolby.
Right?
Andre, you're doing great, buddy.
Staying with you. Keep going, guys. You guys are great. I love it.
My next real support level is my 65 EMA around 208.27. So what we need to do now is we're consolidating. So I like to stop if we get a little bit above all the trend lines, right? All my trend lines, are right around 71. So if we get back above that trend line, we could start heading back up. And this would be a spot where I would definitely cover some stock. This is around 27. And like you said, look at the, around 2080. My 200 EMA is 207.71. Not out of the question. It's down 90 points from here. I mean, that's really my next support level if we break the 65 EMA. So first, let's break this little consolidation here. Let's break this pivot point at around, 47. We break that, we can start hitting to 27, and then we got a lot of room below that. But I love the stop now. It's tight.
Yeah, keep it tight. And then it sounds like you're taking some profits as we start to go down on your key levels.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. Okay. And if I see a big bounce off the 65 EMA and I'm, raking in whatever that is, 50, 60 points, I'll be flat there. And then maybe I'll get in it again if it breaks it for a short and get, the other bop down. So it depends on how we get to these levels. But yeah, I mean, short at 85. Short at 85 to cover a little at 30 for 50 points. Worst thing in the world, right, Dakota?
Yeah. Yep. No, I agree. Because if you can't measure it, you can't improve it, right? Because what gets measured gets improved. And if you're getting in and getting out without like a reason, technical or whatever reason, then there's no way to improve it or know what's going on.
100%. So we'll see if we get anything at 330. We can get a little something. 350. We can get a big something. We'll see.
What are you looking at right now?
What's that?
What are you looking at? Are you looking to take trades? I mean, like you said, you have the charts up, and if something sets up, you're going to take it. So is there anything that's attractive? I seen a little bit of your segment earlier where you had a buy limit on at one of your levels that, if it does get down there, you'd look to get in.
Yeah. If we can break this consolidation that we're sitting in, right? We're in like a 10-point range, really, for the last 20 minutes. So if we can break it to the downside, it's going to set up for a better short. And if we break it to the upside, it's going to set up for a better long. Again, I'm leading short because I just don't like the whole market right now. So let's see if we can break this consolidation. And if I shorted it, it would be below like 49, and this would be my first price target down around 28 for 20 points. This is a whole lot of nothing right now. There's no, look at the volume. There's no volume. Yeah. It's just Deadsville. So even, to look to do a breakout or a breakdown, I want to have volume to do that too. If we don't have volume, check this out. This was early in the day, Dakota. Right? This is a trade we made. It was a pretty big trade that we made, right? Look at this from 11:30 until 12:30. Look at all this. It was an hour. We were just going sideways. Look what happened when we broke out of consolidation, and look at the volume, right? Look at almost some of the biggest volume of the day came in here, and we went up 100 points from there, almost. So, if you take this trade, this is what I'm saying about trying to get the most out of your trade. I'm taking profits. Here, when it almost got to my resistance at a pivot point, you see a little red bar here. That's where I'm out of the rest of this trade. This was, 72 to, that was like 60 points when we first red bar telling us it could go down from there. And it went higher from there, but still, that's a great trade. I love this trade, but you need the volume. So I don't know.
Okay.
Look at the volume.
Speaking of volume, I learned how to trade during the Asian session. I had a job. I was going to college, and the only time I could trade was 1 or 2 hours before going to bed. Now I'm Mountain Standard Time, and that's right around 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. and I would trade the higher time frames, and it was the same exact technical analysis. Have you ever traded during the Asian session where I would literally just put buy limits, buy stops, sell limits, sell stops, these orders on based off of technical analysis, make sure my stop loss is in based off of technical analysis, and take profits, and I'll close down my computer, go to bed, I'll wake up, and the markets went up or down, and I either take profit, stop loss, or I'm still in the trade for some reason. Have you ever done anything like that? And it is low volume, but there is no. Okay. All
The
right,
short answer
straightforward.
is I have enough trouble doing what I'm doing during the day. When I finish here at 4 o'clock, I'm done.
Fair
Occasionally, I'll trade the futures a little bit later in the day, but no. I'm in a private trading room for 7.5 hours with 100 people every day. It's enough.
There you go. Yeah, that's enough. At some point, you just.
How do you
Go
sleep
ahead.
at night doing that? That's my thing too.
Oh,
yeah.
Dakota,
You get
how do you
used
sleep
to
at
it.
night?
You get used
30
to
lots
it. And
on.
here's the thing, and you could say that, and I guarantee you agree with this, David, is once you've done this long enough, trading is boring, or at least for me, it's just the same thing. Good trading is boring, and if it's not, then there's something wrong. It's an emotional. You have to control your emotions.
I agree with you 10,000%. 10,000%. Good traders should be bored most of the time. That's the bottom line. If you're not, you're overtrading, and you're probably not.
Does
going
it
to
feel
do
like a job when you're in that trading room for 7 hours a day? Does it feel like a job? Like you're just putting in
I
time?
love every minute of this. It's like still, I feel like I'm playing in the Super Bowl every day. I love it. It's just. I have 3 brothers. Okay, I have 3 brothers. We were all specialist brokers on the Florida New York Stock Exchange. All 4 of us came from nothing. My father was a New York City fireman for 25 years. We all started as runners and squads on the floor. 2 ended up working together. The other 2 ended up working together. And we worked 15 feet apart of each other for the better part of 20 years. It was just in our blood. I don't know. You know what it was? Yeah. My father was good at math. That's it. And that's what we got from him.
That's awesome. I'm long 1Y. I'm 39,870, buying the bottom of the 5-minute range. I'll try to add on the way up. This is a range bound continuation trade. I'm going to see if we can push highs up into 39,900s. That's the idea. See if that pans out into close.
I see it.
I will try to buy more if it comes down.
Like, so where are you looking to buy more?
850s and 842s.
Okay, good. We're sitting on the 9 right now. You'd like it to hold right here, 66, and then I got 55, and then I got 30.
Cool. I ended up screwing up, because you guys were just saying if you see your setup, you take your setup, right? And I was on the previous segment, and my setup came up perfectly, and it was like trying to get long 39,800s, like 805s. I ended up sleeping on it, and that was the trade. And instead, I'm in this trade, and give me the heebie-jeebies already because I feel like I got bad juju for passing up my setup. I feel like every time I pass up the setup I should have, I end up taking a second trade that's not as good. That leads to problems. That's just probably some sort of bias. But I do have to get better at that. When you get that setup, you got to take it if you're on air, if your charts are open. See setup, take setup every time. Let everything else play out.
That leads to the next. Go ahead. Sorry, I'll ask this question after.
I can't tell you how many times I'm looking to trade in the NQ or whatever it is, and it misses by a tick. I mean, literally a tick, right? And then you watch it go up 30 points from there. It happens all the time too. You know what? You can't get upset about that either. It's just part of trading. But it happens all the time where, and this is after we had an instance this morning. The NQ went down like 60 points. It missed the 200 EMI by literally 1 tick. Then we were all standing there with our, what's in our hand. And we missed the trade. What are you going to do? Yeah. It happens.
all the time. It's just part of the game. But your trade, Dobie, now brings up that question, and I'm really curious. You trade stocks, David, and it makes more sense to me in stocks. And when people use this term, I feel like it's more of a longer term or intermediate like time frame, maybe looking 3 months, 6 months, or longer out. They use the term dollar cost averaging. I like to say scaling in and scaling out, where if you have some type of technical reason where, maybe there's a zone that you're looking at and you want to buy some when we first get into the zone, and, buy a little, like maybe a second contract in the middle of the zone and a third contract at the bottom of the zone. And as soon as we break out of that zone, you have your stop loss. How do you trade? Have you scaled in and scale out, or like what is your?
We talking options or we talking stocks? Are we talking futures or stocks?
Let's say futures. We're here at futures because I do options and I do stocks, and it makes sense on that end. But on futures and here at TopStep, where we have just 1 or 2 lots or 3 lots, and how traders are here at TopStep.
Yeah, I mean, I very rarely do it, to be honest with you, Dakota. I very rarely do it. When something hits one of my technical levels, if my maximum is 3 contracts, I'm doing 3 contracts. I have my stop order in, and I'll look to take my profits when the chart tells me to take my profits. The only time I will scale into something.
Long 2.
What? Oh, there goes the YM. Boom, boom, boom. The only time I will scale into something is when, like you were looking at before, and you saw something that got really overbought, and then you get a reversal signal. I might start a little early and scale into it until I get that perfect reversal signal and then get in. There you go, Nick. Boom chakalaka.
Well,
beautiful
it's
trade.
Unrealized.
There
it
you
looks,
go.
It's good. So now we're long to 39,878.
I normally don't recommend scaling into futures, especially if you only can trade 2 or 3 of them. By the time you're ready to add more to it, sometimes you might have hit your max loss already.
Perfect. Fair enough. Yeah, especially when you're trading minis. Micros maybe a little bit different of a story, but you do scale out, correct? Where you're taking a little bit of profit as it's going in your favor. Okay.
Every trade I do, yes, every trade.
And then just for the sake of it, sorry, I was just gonna say, just for the sake of it, how about is it different in your opinion in stocks and options?
Yes, very different. Like sometimes I'll look to do swing, and look, we're like 90% futures now. That's basically all I do now. But there are points in stocks, and I'll look at a daily or a weekly or a monthly level. There's a couple coming up now. I was looking at Chipotle recently. I have a monthly level coming up around $55. When I see stuff like that, I'll still scale into it. And you don't shoot any investment, especially long term. This is a good lesson for everybody out there. Again, we're getting off futures, but you scale in. You don't shoot all your bullets in your first. You don't shoot 6 bullets in your first attempt, because if you miss, you're in trouble. So I always scale in, even if it's longer term. Yes.
Yeah. So big difference, much a big difference. Very clear line between the two, day trading and longer term. So just wanted to make sure that was clear for everybody who's listening. And Dobie's over here sitting in an amazing trade.
Well, just let's stop talking about the trade. I don't want to jinx it. I'm not a long trade. Let's just let this thing do what it's gonna do. So, David, I got 2 contracts right now. I'm looking for it's a daily range continuation trade, so we're kind of in the middle of that. I'm thinking we're going to push all the way to the upside. We tested the bottom. Let's see if we test the top. Where would you be looking to maybe pull one off here in the YM if you were long, say, 39,878?
878?
I'm long 39,878 in the YM. 5-minute range breakout trade is what it is.
Actually, so you're up 10 points on it. I don't think I'm going to look at longer term time frames just to see if we have anything. I know we're not going to.
That's exactly what I did. I moved up to the hourly, and I'm seeing like maybe 820s as something I would look to close.
So that's a good lesson for everyone, Dakota. If you don't have something on a chart that you're looking for, right? Very, very important. Go to a 15-minute, go to a 30-minute, go to a 60, go to a 65, monthly, daily, whatever. And if you see something there that fits the trade, then yeah, you should be in it. I'm looking at previous day close. We're right on it now, 39,988. So it'd be nice if we can get above here, Nick.
Above 88s.
Yeah, above 88s would be nice. And then I have like 39,930, which is up 50 points from me. I don't know if that. I think that's a lot, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, David.
We're sitting on a close right here. So a breakout above here would be nice. I really don't have any resistance. I have a couple of pivot points, but nothing in its way except a couple of pivot points up higher.
Here's
That
a good
is,
question,
music to
Dobie.
my ears.
What does your
Yeah.
strategy say? How would you take profits if we weren't here?
That's a good question.
Good question. So let me go to the daily chart. So kind of like this whole idea. So I had to go back and journal because I had a couple losing trades. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I kind of reviewed like my main page that has all of like my concepts and ideas on it. So like one of the ideas here is called a continuation range trade. So sometimes if you're trading a really big range, you can't necessarily wait for the market to get all the way back down to maybe get long. And so I try to find a range within the range. And so my bet is that since we tested the low, we're going to test the high. So what I would try to do, honestly, my target for this trade would be 40,000. To be honest, 40,000, or maybe try to take some off at like 39,928, because that was a previous high like on June 25th. So I'm looking for a full test, a full range extension to the upside. And if we start reconsolidating on the 5-minute, then I'll probably start moving my stop up. But I am a range-bound trader. I like waiting for breakouts. We got the breakout in the 5-minute, so I'm looking for continuation to the upside. I'll probably start moving up my stop to maybe break even if we can get up to like the 920s or 930s. But honestly, this is a hands-off moment for me. I need to not touch this trade and let it play out. That's what my system says.
Okay. I'm down with that. As long as you keep raising your stop, lock in profit.
Yeah. Well, we're risking 135 right now. And we're unrealized up about 200. And my stop is just below the 5-minute range. So this is kind of why I like trading YM. I can get into 2 contracts pretty easily. Market's not going to move super fast on me. It will give me some time to let these 5-minute ranges kind of play out a little bit. So I'm not going to mess with it. I'm hands off.
Your stop is where? 860s?
864, just below the 5-minute range.
So you're willing to let this turn into a losing trade, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make it clear.
Yeah, David, I'll be honest.
I see where you're going there, David.
No, this is a good point, but this is why I do this, David, is because when I go back and go through my journal, I have lost more money going to break even and over managing positions than I have in outright losing trades.
Okay.
And so I just feel like I
fair.
always have to kind of like leave a tip for the market. You know what I mean? Just because every time I go to break even, it's just like, hey, Dolby's break even. Let's go get a stop and go up 100 points. And I feel like it happens every single time. So
how about this?
Tip to the market.
What if you, and I'm not going to tell you what to do, you know that. What if you took a little profit? This way you've put money in the bank. And then even if it goes back to your stop order, you still made money on the trade.
I will take, what about if I take one at like 920, 928?
I have a pivot.
David, I'll
I have a
break
pivot
even.
at 930.
I'm break even. I'm break even, David, here. I moved up to break even. Let's see what happens. This will be the ultimate test. If the market's listening to me, God, I hope it's not. We're break even on the trade. See what happens.
ENQ's just out.
Hey, love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'm not going to tell you what to do. I have a pivot at 30. 39,930.
At 30, I'm going to pull one at 39,930. We'll let a runner run to 40K because why the hell not?
Don't do it. Don't listen to me. This is your trade.
Nope, not anymore, David. This is now yours.
So check it out. The NQs, when we got back above that little range, above that 71, 72 level, now we're taking off again. I want to go home short everything.
No, we can't do it.
No, not with the news tomorrow.
No, everyone is just going up. Any
Every
liquidity?
single, look at the spiders. Everything.
Okay. David, when you got do you look at the ladder and look at liquidity grabs? Hey, there's 300 contracts trading at 500 evens. Do you care about that stuff or no?
There's so much volume now, Nick, that I don't think it makes a big difference. And I can tell you the people who have really, really big orders are probably not putting them in the system. You know what I mean? Or they're laddering into them. It's not something I pay attention to. I mean, if I see something gigantic, it might draw my attention to it. I always have it up.
Okay.
Always. How often do you see that? How often do you see like a gigantic number come in the market maker? I don't see it very often.
Yeah.
But I look at it.
Yeah, as soon as I moved my stop to break even, that momentum kind of started drying up a little bit, David. I don't know if that's a me thing or just a little
That's
bit,
like
right?
a 77 RSI. Rest in here a little bit. Normal.
Well, NASDAQ is doing very well here. I mean, it's really pushing. If we get 21,000 today in NASDAQ and 40K in Dow, that would be
crazy, man.
That would
Whenever
be
I
crazy.
feel indecisive about a trade, Dobie, I just close it.
No, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to make a double top now. It's crazy. I would not do a double top. So let's see what happens at 350. 350 will be the final numbers. Let's see if we get a continuation from here.
Yeah, 8 more minutes.
If we got any plugs to do, we could probably do them now. Like, if we got hashtag Power Hour ready, we could probably do it beforehand, before market starts getting crazy.
Plug what?
Huh?
What do you want to plug?
Oh, we got a segment. You ever hear hashtag Power Hour? We got people who submit all their content to Twitter, and then we scrape it and we put it on TV. It's fun stuff.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. If we have it ready, if not, it's not a huge deal. YM is pulling back, obviously. Let's see how far this pulls back.
I got some stuff ready, Dolby, if you think we can squeeze it in.
Oh, of course we can. Yeah. Do it.
All right, I spoke too soon. Okay, here we go. So I realize I have to size them up. Coming from R&B. Been sitting in this YM trade for almost 2 hours. Let's see if we finally break out during Power Hour. Originally had my stop loss set at a pivot. Figured price would retest, so I moved it lower. Glad I did. Otherwise, be $200 in the hole.
Nice. That's a good entry, too. Better than my entry. Like 858s. I got 879s. Well done. Oh, we got Aaron in chat as well. Aaron Trader X. Hello.
I saw this one getting played out in chat beforehand. Miss J sent you the Dorito formation, the Dorito breakout.
I missed that one. But I'm glad someone got it. Miss
You
J
asked for
also
Cool
in
Ranch.
chat. I did ask
It's
for Cool
blue,
Ranch.
so
I love it. What's seeing that?
got a
Love
great
seeing
screenshot here of Sean King's performance dashboard, the newly updated one on
Wow.
Topstep X,
Look at that.
and look at all those green days.
That is nice.
Whoa. What's that negative
That one
2,000
red
there,
day is a little scary where it makes up for. Does it make up for all of
coaches,
them?
what do we think about that, coaches? Negative 2,000 and the rest are between 200 and 400 on the positive?
Yeah.
Shouldn't let your biggest losing day be more than your average winning day. Bottom line.
There you go.
All right, and we got two more here real quick.
learned from
One,
that.
we got the new to trading setup. Not much, but absolutely my favorite place to be. Thank you, Topstep, for giving me the opportunity. I may be in the learning phase now, but I'll be chasing Dakota for that number one spot when the time is right. And Mike, I think he'd happy to see you come for it.
I would love that, but we seen what happened to the last person.
Yeah, just
Just don't let that
aim
happen
for the
to
king.
them.
Don't miss.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
No,
right.
I'm just saying, just don't let the emotions get to chasing someone else. And like you heard David said, he made it up trading $500 at a time, like small babies, like that. That's what it takes.
And we'll
100%.
squeeze in one last one, Carl Hungus, featuring some of the people on screen. Topstep feeding traders the healthiest greens, other prop firms, Candy, and Topstep growing David Green and Dakota.
Yeah, really greens. Actually greens.
Hey, I mean the unhealthy stuff is always cheaper, right? When you go to McDonald's.
That's right.
Used to be.
Yeah, right.
So, Nick, you got a little consolidation. Nice and normal.
On the
Now
1
let's see if
minute,
we can break
consolidate it up a little bit. We could move this stop up now, so we'll lock in 175. Decides to do any
There you
shenanigans, so we're
go.
just below the 5 minute. I got David Green's seal of approval, which I will take any single day. Like a little star in my helmet. So I am going to take one off, though. If we can get up to these 928s, I do want to sell one, just because if we go back to a daily, we do have a high there at June 5th. So I just want to make sure that if the market decides to do any funny business, that I do get a little bit off right there. Otherwise, I'm holding for 40K.
There you go. Boom chakalaka.
Yeah.
How are you doing
Let's
over
do
there, Andre?
Andre's fine. Don't worry about him. Don't worry about Andre. He's doing just fine.
I forgot he was here.
Oh, he's doing great. He's taking care of chat right now. That's what he's doing. He's in chat. He's participating, interacting with all the people. He's cheering me on, which is great. Maybe Andre just needs to shut up more when I'm trying to trade, so I'll trade better. Maybe that's what it is. All right, I'm taking one off officially. So I locked
Getting
in
close
one.
to all-time highs.
Yep.
Everything's all-time highs, right?
Yep.
Spiders,
Just
QQQs.
feel like it.
At the very least, I will walk out of this day with a positive day, which is what we wanted. So yeah, we
So
just
you took some
touched,
profits. You moved your stop loss up. Is that correct?
Yep. So we took off one at around 39,924-ish. And my stop for the other one is at 39,895, which would be about plus $50. That would get me to about plus $40 on the day. Unrealized, we're up 215 right now, but we got to let this play out because that's what the system says. 5-minute range trade, we are still broken out, so there is nothing to do right now. Everything is, all these bars are just long and green. 4 hour is huge, 1 hour huge, 30-minute huge, 15 up and up and up. Time to sit on
Just
my
over
hands.
2 minutes.
There's nothing for me to do here.
Yep, 2 minutes. Start the countdown till we get MOC, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very bullish.
You'll know. We're watching that.
Very, very
You will
bullish
know,
right
yeah.
now. I wonder who's going to get MOC faster, Eddie or David Green here.
How about the chart will tell us faster?
The chart, yeah, no kidding.
Oh, yeah. Markets will always be the fastest.
Hey, only 60
Well, not
points away
always.
from 40 thou in the Dow, which is pretty awesome.
Crazy.
Now the question is, David, do you have one of these? See, this says that, hey, something's coming in. Important. We better listen.
There we go. All-time highs.
Yep.
20,900.
There it is.
Do we need the horns?
We'd be playing all day.
We're not.
In memory? Yeah. Tribute to Nick for a tick.
Nick for a
All right, I'm moving my stop up again to 39,919. So
go.
just above previous breakout. We'll just wait this out. Even the 1 minute's not getting consolidated, so we got nothing to do right now other than to wait and enjoy this momentum. Let the market do all the hard work for us. If I can get
You do not trade MOC, right, David? Or you just wait for your technicals?
No, I'll trade MOC if there's a big enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's going to be hard for me to buy something up here. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's just going to be
How do you
difficult to
trade
buy
it?
anything.
I'm curious. I'm really curious from a technical standpoint. How do you trade? Do you just play a break in either direction?
Yes. Yes. Yep. The problem is that we've just, we've ripped up, 30 points already. So
yeah,
if we have a giant move up from here, I'll look on the short side at some point.
There it is. It just came in. It had
There
to.
we got it. All right. We got the S&P. We are 192 million to the sell side. NASDAQ, 337 million to the sell side. Dow, 138 to the sell side. And the Mag 7, 102 to the sell side. So we got, remember, these are fluctuating and they're moving. So there you have it for right now.
Man, I'm getting close to this 40K. Holy crap. This thing is moving so fast.
So
there's
the way
nothing
I
earth
would-
shattering in there.
Yeah, I would have a sell stop to get into a short if we broke down below 896.
I'm moving my profit target, not my profit target, my stop up to 39,960. So just below this 1 minute candle. And at this point, I don't know if might be better off just flattening this. No, who am I saying? This thing is just going to the effing moon right now. Let's get 40K
David,
down.
if I can ask you a question, this past Monday, we had the MOCIB so huge.
There's 40.
Do you remember what it was? Do you remember playing that or trading off of that? And why was it so big on a Monday?
I don't know. You can't. I don't think we can pinpoint, what the difference it is between a Monday or a Friday, unless it was new money coming into the market. Here's the way I play this. Again, there's no trade right now for me. At 350, if we were kind of sitting here and then we broke out to the upside, I'm in on the long side. But the fact that we, moved all the way up this far, I want to get in at 350 on the first move. In the 10 minutes before this, guys, we went up 30 points. So that's not a trade. It already taken most of the move away. So if anything, I'd be short now if we spiked up from here. But what I look for is there you go, Nick. Nice trade. I look for the initial break at 350. Yeah, look at the RSI in the YM now. Right? We're at an 80 RSI in the YM. 80. That is severely stretched. So what I would do in the YM now is probably go to my 1 minute chart, see if we get a red reversal bar, and then because we're over an 80 RSI.
Man, look at this thing go.
New all-time highs.
Dude, Dow is just on the juice right now. This is
I'm looking at short 909.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm flat.
Gonna see if,
I got flat.
I'm gonna get short 909 if we break down. It has to be from a technical reason.
In the YM?
In the NASDAQ, NQ.
Oh, NQs. Okay.
I have a sell stop at 909 and a quarter.
Got it.
And I just got filled.
Wow, nice. Okay. Yeah, I got my 40K target. Man, I think
nice job, Nick.
Races. Off to the race. I think that whole trade was worth about 800-ish approximately. I think I was down 270, got 550. Yeah, about like $800, $900 trade right there. So very, very happy. Broke a little bit of a losing streak. Love to see it. Of course, I had some people here giving me a whole lot of confidence here, which is great. One and only David Green and Dakota, master traders. Master traders. We're even getting up
We were
to
happy to watch them make money.
40,050.
Still have not getting a reversal bar in anything.
No.
Nope.
I mean,
Nope, I'm
yeah,
flat.
I moved my stop to 40K and it just like zipped down and stopped me and then ran another 50 points. Wild. That is wild.
We still haven't even thrown in a red bar in the 1 minute yet. Crazy.
No, this thing. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Too. It's like for me, this is hands off. If all the bars are green and I have to go down to like a 1 minute or a 5 minute chart to see some sort of consolidation or something, then
Check it out.
So strong. So strong.
So we just
What do you got?
We just got the red bar around 54, right? So I would have market ordered in around 54 if I was trading it, and it spiked right down to 35. When I get a far from moving average trade, I'm looking to just take quick profits out of it. So it gave the red bar probably around 55, 56.
You're on the YM?
18 point. Yeah, I'm looking at the YM. Yes. So that was the first red bar we had this whole time up. Now let's see if it plays out a little more.
Crazy trade.
Unbelievable. And before tomorrow. It's crazy.
I know.
I don't get it.
It is. I don't know. It kind of seems like it's like a setup, right? It's like they're making all these all-time
They better
highs
have
or some sort of
good numbers
shenanigans
tomorrow.
Well, they better bring the goods tomorrow. It should be a fun day to trade at the very least.
Do you trade the news
Very least.
at all? Or do you trade post news?
Talking to me?
Yeah. Sorry, David.
Post. Yeah, I don't get into positions before.
Nice. So I got back into a short at 906. We got a 3-bar reversal on the lower time frame. I'm going to see if we could break down below 900, and I'll start pilling some off.
Not much in the YM.
This is a true demo account. This is a true demo that I'm just playing in.
I kind of like
I've already
that
passed
trade
my
though.
lines, so I'm done.
Yeah, Dakota, like for especially for power hours, sometimes just grabbing a sell order at the very, very end. Because the market, like you have day traders who want to sell off. Like sometimes you can get a pretty solid pullback that can be a cheap trade. But Power Hour to me is almost its own world of trading. There's just we're wrapping
That
up
it
the
is.
day. There's kind of different things are coming into focus for different traders. You have a lot of different motivations between time frames, so it can be kind of its own little world here.
Let's see if we can get this breakdown below 900.
Yeah. Oh, did we do quiz winners? If we have quiz winners, we have enough time to run through them real quick.
Yeah.
If they're ready.
Oh yeah, we got them. We're
Let's put
broken
'em
up
up,
into
then
two
we
parts
can-
again, so we'll do it real quick. Here's part 1.
What do we got? Anyone funny?
Green Day. I'm
Oh,
sure
nice.
you mean your profits, but I think the band
Uh-huh.
every time.
Yep. Carl Hungus, cool.
Oh, there's your little profit
150K
taker.
subs soon.
Yeah, I took one or two. I took one contract off there, David. We didn't really get any follow through on that break.
Nope. We are not much anyway. It's crazy.
No, I mean, it's still looking pretty strong. It's wild.
And real quick, here's part 2.
Oh, nice.
Take
Here
it
we
down
go.
just a couple seconds. Remember, you can always pause YouTube.
Yes, you can pause and rewind, chat. You can pause and rewind. So if you want to see someone's charts again or check out their settings or whatever, you can always rewind and then go back to live.
And thanks for playing Top Quiz.
Tomorrow is going to be.
Tomorrow's going to be nutty, right?
Tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day tomorrow morning. I can tell you that right now. This is crazy.
I'm looking forward to
I agree.
it.
I agree,
Monday
David.
TV.
Coming out there.
Whoa!
What time to wake up and start?
New
working
all-time
this night?
highs. New all-time highs. I am back. That was an exhausting power hour for me, I must say.
Hey, give it up to Dre, everybody.
Nobody wanted to see
W's
how
in
long I
chat.
could go without having to talk. And I finally just burst at the seams. I finally had to say something with 90 seconds left to go. That was an amazing performance by David Green, Dakota, Dolby time. Dolby, couldn't do it any longer. Bursting at the seams. That's more exhausting than actually talking. Just sitting there and shutting up. is more
Man,
exhausting than actually talking.
impressive, Dre.
That was an
That
incredible
record might
performance
not
by
get
these
broken.
guys.
That might not get broken. That was a hell of a record.
Incredible,
That was
incredible,
55
incredible.
minutes.
You guys did an amazing job. We got 60 seconds left here. New all-time highs. I'll shout out of a cannon. But that's it for me today. I'll throw it back to Dolby time. Dolby, take it away.
Hey, up to me. We got. I don't know. Is it for me or is it for Eddie? We got to get Eddie back here to do it. I don't know where he went. Oh,
Not
there
my problem,
he
Dolby.
is.
It's up to you, Dolby. Take it away.
No. I gotta wait for Eddie to get back. We got the Jabra headphones on. We got the close coming up in 30 seconds here. Andre, that was a very impressive performance. I don't know if that's ever going to get broken. That was
Exhausting.
like 55
Exhausting.
minutes. Just pure silence. I mean, my goodness, what a performance, Andre.
He had the best
What a
seat in the house.
Performance.
Best seat in the
Really
house.
did. Hey, honestly, that was amazing. I would love to have Dakota, David Green back on again. That was really educational, really valuable stuff there. Chat, I hope you appreciated it. And if you did like it, please let us know in chat. Please let us know.
I'm
if
taking
you like the
profits on this
combos.
now. I'm taking some profits right now. Yeah, I'm flat. So that was a nice little
That
trade.
is the bell. That was so much fun, guys. That was really a blast. Dakota, David
Agree.
Green, got to have you guys back on again. That was a super fun power hour. I hope everyone trades well for tomorrow. Make sure your risk is managed. And as David Green says, don't turn a winning day into losing day. Very, very important. And we got Eddie to close us out.
Let's close it out here. Oh, there's the bell. Yes, as we talked about, it is going to be a big day tomorrow. Taking a look at what we've got here. Nice breakfast buffet for everybody. 7:30, big. So get up early, have your prep, have your breakfast, meditate what you got to do, stretch, get ready for a big morning because that might be the opportunity of the day. 7:30, we got the course, CPI, month over month, year over year. We've got CPI for June. We've got month over month for June CPI. Also at 7:30, initial jobless claims. We'll be scrolling down here. We've got, let's see here, 9:30 natural gas storage. We've got, let's see, another biggie here. 12 o'clock noon, 30-year bond auction. 30-year bond auction will be at high noon. We also do have the federal budget balance at 1 o'clock, and end the day here, Fed balance sheet. So that's going to be big tomorrow. As far as being big, tomorrow, we're already 11 days in this month. 11 days goes by so quick, I tell you. Join us, 8 o'clock Central Time. We will have JD and myself firing up the machine, getting the party started. Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Gabe, and Anne-Marie. We've got power players, Mohammed A. Our good friend Mohammed will be back. Very good trader with Dolby and Andre. Devin's going to join me for TopQuiz. We got Jack and Brett for Shoulder Tap. Group coaching, JD and Robert. We've got a nice segment called Gabe's Road to Funding, and we got a full house on that one. We're going to have Coach Paul, Gabe, Dolby, and Andre. And to end the day, Power Hour. Yes, that dynamic duo cannot be separated. Batman and Robin, Andre and Dolby, with Justin Whirling going to be with us here. And don't forget, tonight, just want to make sure that you know that we do have at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul in our Discord. We're also going to have Coach Ray, 6 o'clock volume profile, 7 o'clock Coach Vince, tech analysis, candle charts, volume profile, and so forth. And of course, with our good friend Coach Dakota, slow markets. Now, don't go away yet. Talking about this fire alarm. Now, tonight, the fire drill for one free reset will start in slow markets. Make sure you're in slow markets with Coach Dakota, 8 p.m. Central Time here on the YouTube channel. And if you can't, if you got things, of course, I know we talk about family time and sometimes you're a little busy. Don't fret, don't worry, don't panic. Tomorrow, we're going to keep the party going in fast markets so everyone can check in for the fire drill form. So no pressure, but you can get it tonight. And if you do get it tonight during slow markets, you're all set. Don't worry about checking in tomorrow for the Thursday form. You'll already be on the list. So take that. But we love having you here each and every day. And I hope that you love being here with us each and every day. And hopefully you did learn at least one thing today. We had a great lineup of educators and, of course, our Top Step usual suspects. So now it's family time. All right. Time to go get some love from those closest to you. Get some rest, re-energize, stay safe, stay healthy, and have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, which would probably be about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning Central Time. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been TopstepTV.